enclosed, which we found in a deserted hut at this site, is the proof I've been looking for. Note the exaggerated claws, the reptilian attributes, the hints at bipedalia. The Kothoga exist, and the Mbun legend is not mere fabrication. All my field notes are in this notebook. It also contains a complete account of the breakup of the expedition, which you will of course know about by the time this reaches you. Whittlesey shook his head, remembering the scene that had played itself out the day before. That idiotic bastard Maxwell. All he'd cared about was getting those specimens he'd stumbled on back to the museum undamaged. Whittlesey laughed silently to himself. Ancient eggs. As if they were anything more than worthless seed pods. Maxwell should have been a paleobiologist instead of a physical anthropologist. How ironic they'd packed up and left a mere 1,000 yards from his own discovery. In any case, Maxwell was gone now, and the others with him. Only Carlos and Crocker, and 2 guides, had stayed. Now there was just Carlos. Whittlesey returned to the note. Use my notebook and the artifacts as you see fit to help restore my good standing with the museum. But above all else, take care of this figurine. I am convinced that its worth to anthropology is incalculable. We discovered it yesterday by accident. It seems to be the centerpiece of the Mbuan cult. However, there is no other trace of habitation nearby. This strikes me as odd. Whittlesey paused. He hadn't described the discovery of the figurine in his field notes. Even now his mind resisted the memory. Crocker had wandered off the trail for a better look at a jacamar. Otherwise they'd never have found the hidden path slanting down steeply between moss-slick walls. Then that crude hut, half buried among ancient trees, in the wet vale where daylight barely penetrated. The 2 Botocudo guides, normally chattering non-stop to each other in Tupian, shut up immediately. When questioned by Carlos, one of them just muttered something about a guardian of the hut and a curse on anybody who violated its secrets. Then, for the first time, Whittlesey had heard them speak the word Kothoga. Kothoga. The Shadow People. Whittlesey was skeptical. He'd heard talk of curses before, usually right before a request for higher wages. But when he emerged from the hut, the guides were gone. Then that old woman, blundering out of the forest. She was probably Yanomamo, obviously not Kothoga. But she knew of them. She had seen them. The curses she'd hinted at, and the way she'd just melted back into the forest, more like a jaguar yearling than a septuagenarian. Then they turned their attention to the hut. The hut. Gingerly, Whittlesey allowed himself to remember. It was flanked by 2 stone tablets with identical carvings of a beast sitting on its haunches. Its claw held something weathered and indistinguishable. Behind the hut lay an overgrown garden, a bizarre oasis of bright color amid the green fastness. The floor of the hut was sunken several feet, and Crocker almost broke his neck on the way in. Whittlesey followed him more carefully, while Carlos simply knelt in the entranceway. The air inside was dark and cool, and smelt of decaying earth. Switching on his flashlight, Whittlesey saw the figurine sitting on a tall earthen mound in the middle of the hut. Around its base lay a number of strangely carved discs. Then the flashlight reached the walls. The hut had been lined with human skulls. Examining a few of the closest, Whittlesey noticed deep scratch marks he could not immediately understand. Ragged holes yawned through the tops. In many cases, the occipital bone at the base of the skull was also smashed and broken off, the heavy squamosa bones completely gone. His hand shook, and the flashlight failed. Before he switched it on again, he saw dim light filtering through the thousands of eye sockets, dust motes swimming sluggishly in the heavy air. Afterward, Crocker decided he needed a short walk, to be alone for a while, he'd told Whittlesey. But he hadn't come back. The vegetation here is very unusual. The cycads and ferns look almost primordial. Too bad there isn't time for more careful study. We've used a particularly resilient variety as packing material for the crates. Feel free to let Jorgensen take a look if he's interested. I fully expect to be with you at the Explorers Club a month from now, celebrating our success with a brace of dry martinis and a good macanudo. Until then, I know I can entrust this material and my reputation to you. Your colleague, Whittlesey. He inserted the letter beneath the lid of the crate. "Carlos," he said, "I want you to take this crate back to Porto del Mos and wait for me there. If I'm not back in 2 weeks, talk to Colonel Soto. Tell him to ship it back with the rest of the crates by air to the museum, as agreed. He will draw your wages." Carlos looked at him. "I do not understand," he said. "You will stay here alone?" Whittlesey smiled, lit a second cigarette, and resumed killing ticks. "Someone has to bring the crate out. You should be able to catch up with Maxwell before the river. I want a couple of days to search for Crocker." Carlos slapped his knee. "Es loco! I can't leave you alone. Si te dejo atrás, te morirías. You will die here in the forest, senor, and your bones will be left to the howler monkeys. We must go back together. That is best." Whittlesey shook his head impatiently. "Give me the mercurochrome and the quinine, and the dried beef from your pack," he said, pulling the filthy sock back on and lacing his boot. Carlos started unpacking, still protesting. Whittlesey ignored him, absently scratching insect bites on the back of his neck and staring up toward Cerro Gordo. "They will wonder, senor. They will think I left you. It will be very bad for me," Carlos said rapidly, placing the items in Whittlesey's pack. "The Kaburi flies will eat you alive," he continued, moving over to the crate and lashing it shut. "You will catch malaria again and die this time. I will stay with you." Whittlesey stared at the shock of snow-white hair plastered to Carlos's sweaty forehead. That hair had been pure black yesterday, before Carlos looked into the hut. Carlos met his gaze for a moment, then lowered his eyes. Whittlesey stood up. "Adios," he said, and disappeared into the bush. By late afternoon, Whittlesey noticed that the thick, low clouds had returned to shroud Cerro Gordo. For the last several miles he had been following an ancient trail of unknown origin, barely a narrow alley in the brush. The trail cleverly worked its way through the blackwater swamps surrounding the base of the Tepui, the soggy, jungle-clotted plateau that lay ahead. The trail had the logic of a human trail, Whittlesey thought. It moved with obvious purpose. Animal tracks often wandered, and it was heading for a steep ravine in the shoulder of the approaching Tepui. Crocker must have come this way. He stopped to consider, unconsciously fingering the talisman, a gold arrow overlaid by another of silver, that had hung around his neck since childhood. Besides the hut, they'd seen no sign of human habitation for the last several days except the long-deserted root-gatherer village. Only the Katoga could have created this path. As he approached the plateau, he could see a few braids of water cascading down its steep flanks. He would camp at the bottom tonight and make the 1,000-meter ascent in the morning. It would be steep, muddy, and possibly dangerous. If he met the Katoga, well, he would be trapped. But he had no reason to think the Katoga tribe was savage. After all, it was this other creature, Mboon, to which local myth cycles ascribed all the killing and savagery. Strange. An unknown creature, supposedly controlled by a tribe nobody had seen. Could Mboon actually exist? He wondered. Conceivably, a small remnant could be alive in this vast rainforest. The area was virtually unexplored by biologists. Not for the first time, he wished that Crocker hadn't taken his own Mannlicher 30-06 when he left camp. But first, Whittlesey realized he had to locate Crocker. Then he could search for the Katoga, prove they hadn't died out centuries before. He'd be famous, the discoverer of an ancient people living in a kind of Stone Age purity deep in the Amazon, on a plateau that floated above the jungle like Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World. There was no reason to fear the Katoga, except that hut. Suddenly, a sharp, sickly smell assailed his nostrils, and he stopped. There was no mistaking it. A dead animal, and a big one. He took a dozen steps as the smell intensified. His heart quickened with anticipation. Perhaps the Kothoga had butchered an animal nearby. There might be artifacts left at the site, tools, weapons, perhaps even something ceremonial in nature. He crept forward. The sweet, nauseating reek grew stronger. He could see sunlight in a patch of canopy high above his head, the sure sign of a nearby clearing. He stopped and tightened his pack, not wanting to be hampered in case he had to move fast. The narrow trail, walled in by bush, leveled off and took a sudden turn into the head of the small clearing. There, on the opposite side, was the carcass of the animal. The base of the tree it lay against had been ritually carved with a spiral, and a bundle of bright green parrot feathers lay on top of the gaping, greasy brown rib cage. But as he walked closer, he saw that the carcass was wearing a khaki shirt. A cloud of fat flies roared and swarmed about the open rib cage. Whittlesey noticed that a severed left arm was lashed to the tree trunk with a fibrous rope, the palm sliced open. A number of spent cartridge casings lay around the body. Then he saw the head. It lay face up under the corpse's armpit, the back of the skull torn away, the cloudy eyes staring upward, the cheeks bulging. Whittlesey had found Crocker. Instinctively, Whittlesey began stumbling backward. He saw how rows of claws had flayed the body with obscene, inhuman strength. The corpse looked stiff. Perhaps, if God was merciful, the Kothoga had already departed. Assuming it was the Kothoga. Then he noticed that the rainforest, normally overflowing with the sounds of life, was silent. With a start, he turned to face the jungle. Something was moving in the towering brush at the edge of the clearing, and two slitted eyes, the color of liquid fire, took shape between the leaves. With a sob and a curse, he drew his sleeve across his face and looked again. The eyes had vanished. There was no time to lose. He had to get back down the trail, away from this place. His path back into the forest lay directly ahead. He'd have to make a run for it. Just then he saw something on the ground he hadn't noticed before, and he heard movement, ponderous yet horrifyingly stealthy, through the brush in front of him. 2. Belém, Brazil, July 1988. This time Van was pretty sure the dock foreman was onto him. He stood well back in the shadows of the warehouse alley, watching. Light rain obscured the bulky outlines of the tethered freighters and narrowed the dock lights into pinpoints. Steam rose as the rain hit the hot deck boards, bringing with it the faint odor of creosote. From behind him came the nocturnal sounds of the port, the staccato bark of a dog, faint laughter leavened with Portuguese phrases, calypso music from the waterfront bars on the Avenida. It had been such a sweet deal. He'd come down when Miami got too hot, taking the long route. Here it was mostly light trade, small freighters bound up and down the coast. The dock crew always needed stevedores, and he'd loaded boats before. He'd said his name was Ven Stevens, and no one questioned it. They wouldn't have believed a first name of Stevenson anyway. The setup here had all the right ingredients. He'd had plenty of practice in Miami, plenty of time to sharpen his instincts. Those instincts paid off down here. Deliberately, he spoke Portuguese badly, haltingly, so he could read eyes and gauge responses. Ricon, junior assistant to the harbor master, was the last link Ven had needed. Ven was alerted when a shipment was coming in from upriver. Usually he'd just be given two names, incoming and outgoing. He always knew what to look for. The boxes were always the same. He'd see that they were safely offloaded and stowed in the warehouse. Then he just made sure they were the last cargo loaded onto the designated freighter headed for the States. Ven was naturally cautious. He'd kept a close eye on the dock foreman. Once or twice he'd had a feeling, like a warning bell in his brain, that the foreman suspected something. But each time Van had eased up a little, and in a few weeks the warning bell had gone away. Now he checked his watch. 11 o'clock. He heard a door opening, then closing from around the corner. Van drew himself up against the wall. Heavy footfalls sounded against wooden planking. Then the familiar form passed under a streetlight. When the footsteps receded, Van peered around the corner. The office was dark, deserted, as he knew it would be. With a last glance, he edged around the corner of the building onto the docks. An empty backpack slapped damply against his shoulders with each step. As he walked, Van reached into a pocket, withdrew a key, and clenched it tightly. That key was his lifeline. Before he'd spent 2 days on the docks, he'd had an impression made of it. Then past a small freighter berthed along the wharf, its heavy hawsers dripping black water onto rusted bits. The ship seemed deserted, not even a harbor watch on deck. He slowed. The warehouse door lay directly ahead, near the end of the main pier. Van glanced quickly over his shoulder. Then, with a quick turn of his hand, he unlocked the metal door and slipped inside. Pulling the door closed, he let his eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. Halfway home. He just had to finish up in here and get the hell out. As soon as possible, because Riccon was growing greedy, cruzeros running through his hands like water. Last time he'd made a crack about the size of his cut. Just that morning, Riccon and the foreman had been talking fast and low, the foreman looking over at Van. Now, Van's instincts told him to get away. Inside, he saw the darkened warehouse resolve itself into a vague landscape of cargo containers and packing crates. He couldn't chance a flashlight, but it didn't matter. He knew the layout well enough to walk it in his dreams. He moved forward carefully, threading a path through the vast mountains of cargo. At last, he saw the landmark he'd been waiting for. A battered-looking stack of crates, 6 large and 1 small, stacked in a forlorn corner. 2 of the larger crates were stenciled M&H, New York. Months before, Van had asked about these crates. The quartermaster's boy had told him the story. Seemed the crates had come downriver from Puerto de Mos the previous fall. They'd been scheduled for air shipment to a New York museum, but something had happened to the people who'd made the arrangements. The apprentice couldn't say exactly what. But payment hadn't come through in time, and now the crates were snarled in a mass of government red tape and local kickbacks, seemingly forgotten. Except by Van. There was just enough room behind the forgotten crates for him to stash his shipments until the outgoing freighters were loading. The warm night breeze came in from a broken window high in the wall, stirring the sweat on Van's forehead. He smiled in the darkness. Just the other week he'd learned that soon the crates would finally be shipped back to the States, but he'd be long gone by then. Now he checked his own cache. Just a single box this time, whose contents would fit nicely into the corners of his backpack. He knew where the markets were and what to do, and he'd be doing it somewhere far away very soon. As he was about to squeeze behind the large crates, Van stopped abruptly. There was a strange odor here, something earthy, goatish, decaying. A lot of odd cargoes had come through the port, but none smelling quite like this. His instincts were going off 5 alarm, yet he couldn't detect anything wrong or out of place. He slid forward between the museum cargo and the wall. He stopped again. Something wasn't right back here. Something wasn't right at all. He heard, rather than saw, something moving in the cramped space. The pungent odor welled forward, blanketing him with its rotten stench. Suddenly he was slammed against the wall with terrific force. Pain exploded in his chest and gut. He opened his mouth to scream, but something was boiling in his throat, and then a stab like lightning tore through his skull, leaving only darkness behind. Museum of Unnatural Mystery Part 1 3. New York, present day. The red-haired kid was clambering onto the platform, calling his younger brother a chicken, reaching toward the elephant's foot. Juan eyed him silently, easing himself forward just as the kid's hand touched the exhibit. "Yo!" Juan yelled, breaking into a trot. "Hey, no touching the elephants!" The boy looked scared and snatched back his hand. He was still at an age where a uniform impressed him. Older ones, 15, 16, would give Juan the finger sometimes. They knew he was only a museum guard. Lousy fucking job. One of these days he was going to finish that equivalency shit and take the police exam. He watched suspiciously as Red Hair and Little Brother walked around the cases in the darkened hall, looking at the stuffed lions. At the case full of chimps, the boy started hooting and scratching under his arms, showing off for Junior's benefit. Where the hell were the parents? Now Billy, the redhead, tugged his little brother into a chamber filled with African artifacts. A row of masks with flat wooden teeth leered at them from a showcase. "Wow!" exclaimed Billy's kid brother. "That's dumb," said Billy. "We're going to see the dinosaurs." "Where's Mommy?" said the kid, screwing his head around. "Ah, she got lost," said Billy. "Come on." They began to move through a vast, echoing hall filled with totem poles. At the far end, a woman holding a red flag was leading the final tour group of the day, her voice shrill. To Billy's younger brother, the hall smelled faintly spooky, like smoke and old tree roots. When the group disappeared around a corner, the hall fell silent. The last time they had been there, Billy remembered, they had seen the biggest brontosaurus in the world, and a tyrannosaurus and a trachydent. At least that's what he thought it was called, a trachydent. The teeth on the tyrannosaurus must have been 10 feet long. That was just about the greatest thing Billy had ever seen. But he didn't remember seeing these totem poles. Maybe the dinosaurs were through the next door. But that led only to the boring hall of Pacific peoples, full of jades and ivories and silks and bronze statues. "Now look what you did," said Billy. "What?" "You made me get lost, that's what," said Billy. "Mommy's going to be real mad," the kid said. Billy snorted. They weren't supposed to meet his parents until closing time on the big front steps. He'd find his way out, no problem. They wound through several more dusty rooms, down a narrow flight of stairs, and into a long, dim hall. Thousands of little stuffed birds lined the walls from floor to ceiling, white cotton poking out of sightless eyes. The hall was empty and smelled of mothballs. "I know where we are," said Billy, hopefully, peering into the dimness. The kid started to snuffle. "Shut up," said Billy. The snuffling stopped. The hall took a sharp dogleg, ending in a darkened cul-de-sac full of dust and empty display cases. There were no visible exits except back through the long hall of dead birds. The footfalls of the children echoed hollowly, far from the other Sunday tourists. Against the far side of the chamber stood a rolling barricade of canvas and wood, pretending unsuccessfully to be a wall. Letting go of his brother's hand, Billy walked up and peered behind the barricade. "I've been here before," he said confidently. "They've closed this place off, but it was open last time. I bet we're right below the dinosaurs. Let me see if there's a way up." "You're not supposed to go back there," the kid brother warned. "Listen, stupid, I'm going, and you'd better wait." Billy ducked behind the barricade, and a few moments later the kid heard the squeal of metal as a door was pulled open. "Hey!" came Billy's voice. "There's a spiral staircase here. It only goes down, but it's cool. I'm going to try it out." "Don't, Billy!" the kid cried, but the only answer was retreating footsteps. The kid started to bawl, his thin voice rising in the gloom of the hall. After a few minutes he fell to hiccuping, sniffed loudly, and sat down on the floor. He started pulling on a little flap of rubber that was coming off the toe of his sneaker, working it loose. Suddenly he looked up. The hall was silent and airless. The lights in the cases threw black shadows on the floor. A forced air ducked, thumped, and began to rumble somewhere. Billy was gone for real now. The kid started to cry again, louder this time. Maybe it would be okay if he followed Billy. Maybe it wasn't such a scary thing after all. Maybe Billy had gone ahead and found his parents, and they were waiting for him there on the other side. But he had to hurry. The museum was probably closed by now. He stood up and slipped behind the partition. The hall continued on, the cases filled with the dust and mold of long-neglected exhibits. An ancient metal door on one side of the hall was slightly ajar. The kid walked up to it and peered in. Behind the door was the top landing of a narrow spiral staircase that circled downward out of sight. It was even dustier here, and there was a strange smell in the air that made his nose wrinkle. He didn't want to stand on those steps at all, but Billy was down there. "Billy! Billy, come up! Please!" In the cavernous gloom, his echoes were the only answer. The child sniffled, then gripped the railing and began walking slowly down into darkness. 4. Monday. As Margo Green rounded the corner of West 72nd Street, the early morning sun struck her square in the face. She looked down a minute, blinking, then, tossing her brown hair back, she crossed the street. The New York Museum of Natural History loomed before her like an ancient fortress, its vast Beaux-Arts facade climbing ponderously above a row of copper benches. Margo turned down the cobbled driveway that led to the staff entrance. She walked past the loading dock and headed for the granite tunnel leading to the interior courtyards of the museum. Then she slowed, wary. Flickering stripes of red light were painting the mouth of the tunnel in front of her. At the far end, she could see ambulances, police cars, and an emergency services vehicle all parked at random. Margo entered the tunnel and walked toward a glass pillbox. Normally, old Curly the guard would be dozing in his chair at this time of the morning, propped up against the pillbox corner, a blackened calabash pipe resting on his ample front. But today he was awake and standing. He slid the door open. "Morning, Doctor," he said. He called everyone doctor, from graduate students to the museum director, whether they owned that title or not. "What's up?" Margo asked. "Don't know," Curly said. "I just got here 2 minutes ago, but I guess I better see your ID this time." Margo rummaged in her carryall, wondering if she even had her ID. It had been months since someone had asked to see it. "I'm not sure I've got it with me," she said, annoyed that she hadn't cleaned her bag of last winter's detritus. Her carryall had recently won messiest bag in the museum status from her friends in the anthro department. The pillbox telephone rang, and Curly reached for it. Margo found her ID and held it up to the window, but Curly ignored her, his eyes wide as he listened to the receiver. He put it down without saying a word, his whole body rigidly at attention. "Well?" Margo asked. "What's happened?" Curly removed his pipe. "You don't want to know," he said. The phone rang again, and Curly grabbed it. Margo had never seen the guard move so quickly. She shrugged, dropped the ID back in her bag, and walked on. The next chapter of her dissertation was coming due, and she couldn't afford to lose a single day. The week before had been a write-off, the service for her father, the formalities, the phone calls. Now she couldn't lose any more time. Crossing the courtyard, she entered the museum through the staff door, turned right, and hurried down a long basement corridor toward the anthropology department. The various staff offices were dark, as they always were until 9:30 or 10 o'clock. The corridor took an abrupt right angle, and she stopped. A band of yellow plastic tape was stretched across the corridor. Margo could make out the printing. NYPD crime scene, do not cross. Jimmy, a guard usually assigned to the Peruvian Gold Hall, was standing in front of the tape with Gregory Kawakita, a young assistant curator in the evolutionary biology department. "What's going on here?" Margo asked. "Typical museum efficiency," Kawakita said with a wry smile. "We've been locked out." "Nobody's told me nothing except to keep everyone out," the guard said nervously. "Look," Kawakita said, "I'm giving a presentation to the NSF tomorrow, and this day's going to be a long one. Now, if you'll let me—" Jimmy looked uncomfortable. "I'm just doing my job, okay?" "Come on," Margo said to Kawakita. "Let's get some coffee up in the staff lounge. Maybe someone there will know what's going on. First, I want to hunt down a men's room if I can find one that isn't sealed off." Kawakita responded irritably. "I'll meet you there." The door to the staff lounge, which was never closed, was closed today. Margo put her hand on the knob, wondering if she should wait for Kawakita. Then she opened the door. It would be a cold day in hell when she needed him as a backup. Inside, 2 policemen were talking, their backs turned to her. One sniggered. "What was that, number 6? He said. "Lost count," the other replied. "But he can't have any more breakfast to bring up." As the officers moved apart, Margo got a look at the lounge behind them. The large room was deserted. In the kitchen area at the far end, someone was leaning over the sink. He spat, wiped his mouth, and turned around. Margo recognized Charlie Prine, the new conservation expert in the anthro department, hired on a temporary grant 6 months before to restore objects for the new exhibition. His face was ashen and expressionless. Moving to Prine's side, the officers propelled him gently forward. Margo stood aside to let the group pass. Prine walked stiffly, like a robot. Instinctively, Margo's eyes traveled downward. Prine's shoes were soaked in blood. Watching her vacantly, Prine registered the change of expression. His eyes followed hers. Then he stopped so suddenly that the cop behind plowed into his back. Prine's eyes grew large and white. The policeman grabbed his arms, and he resisted, neighing in panic. Quickly they moved him out of the room. Margo leaned against the wall, willing her heart to slow down as Kawakita came in, followed by several others. "Half this museum must be sealed off," he said, shaking his head and pouring himself a cup of coffee. "Nobody can get into their offices." As if on cue, the museum's ancient PA system wheezed into operation.
"Attention, please. All non-support personnel currently on the premises, please report to the staff lounge."
As they sat down, more staffers entered in twos and threes. Lab technicians for the most part, and assistant curators without tenure, too early for the really important people. Margo watched them detachedly. Kawakita was talking, but she couldn't hear him. Within 10 minutes the room was packed. Everyone was talking at once, expressing outrage that their offices were off-limits, complaining about how no one was telling them anything, discussing each new rumor in shocked tones. Clearly, in a museum where nothing exciting ever seemed to happen, they were having the time of their lives. Kawakita gulped his coffee, made a face. "Will you look at that sediment?" he said. He turned towards her. "Been struck dumb, Margo? You haven't said a word since we sat down." Haltingly, she told him about Prine. Kawakita's handsome features narrowed. "My God," he finally said, "what do you suppose happened?" As his baritone voice boomed, Margo realized that the conversation in the lounge had died away. A heavy-set, balding man in a brown suit was standing in the doorway, a police radio shoved into one pocket of his ill-fitting jacket, an unlit cigar protruding from his mouth. Now he strode through, followed by 2 uniformed policemen. He centered himself at the front of the room, hiked up his pants, removed his cigar, picked a piece of tobacco off his tongue, and cleared his throat. "May I have your attention, please?" he said. "A situation has arisen that's going to require you to bear with us for a while." Suddenly, a voice rang out accusingly from the back of the room. "Excuse me, Mr.—" Margo craned her neck over the crowd. "Freed," Kawakita whispered. Margo had heard of Frank Freed, a testy ichthyology curator. The man in brown turned to look at Freed. "Lieutenant D'Agosta," he rapped out, "New York City Police Department." It was a reply that would have shut most people up. Freed, an emaciated man with long gray hair, was undaunted. "Perhaps," he said sarcastically, "we may be informed of what exactly is going on around here. I think we have a right—" "I'd like to brief you on what happened," D'Agosta resumed. "But at this point all we can say is that a body has been found on the premises under circumstances we are currently investigating. If—" At the explosion of talk, D'Agosta wearily held up his hand. "I can only tell you that a homicide squad is on the scene and that an investigation is in progress," he continued. "Effective immediately, the museum is closed. For the time being, no one may enter and no one may leave. We expect this to be a very temporary condition." He paused. "If a homicide has occurred, there is a possibility that the killer is still inside the museum. We would merely ask you to remain here an hour or 2 while a sweep is conducted. A police officer will be around to take your names and titles." In the stunned silence that followed, he left the room, closing the door behind him. One of the remaining policemen dragged a chair over the door and sat down heavily in it. Slowly the conversations began to resume. "We're being locked in here?" Freed cried out. "This is outrageous!" "Jesus," Margo breathed. "You don't suppose Prine is a murderer?" "Scary thought, isn't it?" Kawakita said. He stood up and went to the coffee machine, beating the last drops out of the urn with a savage blow. "But not as scary as the thought of being unprepared for my presentation tomorrow." Margo knew Kawakita, young, fast-track scientist that he was, would never be unprepared for anything. "Image is everything today," Kawakita went on. "Pure science alone doesn't get the grants anymore. Margo nodded again. She heard him, and she heard the swirl of voices around them, but none of it seemed important, except for the blood on Prine's shoes. 5. "Listen up," the policeman said an hour later. "You're free to go now. Just be sure to stay out of the areas behind the yellow tape." Margo raised her head from her arms with a start as a hand landed on her shoulder. Tall, lanky Bill Smithback clutched 2 spiral notebooks in the other hand, and his brown hair looked, as usual, as if he'd just gotten out of bed. A chewed pencil was tucked behind one ear, his collar was unbuttoned, and his grimy tie knot pulled down. The perfect caricature of a hard-driving journalist, and Margo suspected he cultivated the look. Smithback had been commissioned to write a book about the museum, focusing on the superstition exhibition that would open next week. "Unnatural doings at the Natural History Museum," Smithback muttered darkly in her ear as he folded himself into a chair beside her. He slapped his notebooks on the table, and a flood of handwritten papers, unlabeled computer diskettes, and Xeroxed articles covered with yellow highlighting spilled across the Formica surface. "Hello, Kawakita," Smithback said jovially, slapping him on the shoulder. "Seen any tigers lately?" "Only the paper variety," Kawakita replied dryly. Smithback turned to Margo. "I suppose you must know all the gory details by now. Pretty nasty, huh?" "They didn't tell us anything," Margo said. "All we've heard is some talk about a killing. I guess Prine must have done it." Smithback laughed. "Charlie Prine? That guy couldn't kill a 6-pack, let alone a biped. Nah, Prine just found the body. Or should I say, them." "Them? What are you talking about?" Smithback sighed. "You really don't know anything, do you? I was hoping you'd heard something, sitting in here for hours." He sprang up and went over to the coffee urn. He tipped and rattled and cursed it and came back empty-handed. "They found the director's wife stuffed in a glass case in the primate hall," he said after settling himself in the chair again. "Been there 20 years before anyone noticed." Margo groaned. "Let's hear the real story, Smithback," she said. All right," he sighed. "Around 7:30 this morning, the bodies of 2 young boys were found dead in the old building basement." Margo pressed a hand to her mouth. "How did you learn all this?" Kawakita demanded. "While you 2 were cooling your heels in here, the rest of the world was stuck outside on 72nd Street, Smithback went on. "They'd shut the gates on us. The press was out there, too. Quite a few, in fact. The upshot is, Wright's going to give a press conference in the Great Rotunda at 10 to quell the rumors. All that zoo talk. We've got 10 minutes. "Zoo talk?" Margo pressed. "It's a zoo around here. Oh, God, what a mess!" Smithback was savoring not telling what he knew. "Seems the murders were pretty savage, and you know the press. They've always assumed you've got all sorts of animals locked up in here." "I think you're actually enjoying this," Kawakita smiled. "A story like this would add a whole new dimension to my book," Smithback went on. "The Shocking True Account of the Grizzly Museum Killings by William Smithback, Jr., Wild Voracious Beasts Roaming Deserted Corridors. It could be a bestseller." "This isn't funny," Margo snapped. She was thinking that Prine's laboratory wasn't far from her own office in the old building basement. I know," Smithback said good-humoredly. "It is terrible. The poor kids. But I'm still not sure I believe it. It's probably some gimmick of Cuthbert's to boost publicity for the exhibition." He sighed, then started guiltily. "Hey, Margo, I was really sorry to hear about your father. I meant to tell you earlier." "Thanks." Margo's smile held little warmth. "Listen, you 2, Kawakita said, rising. "I really have to." "I heard you were thinking of leaving," Smithback continued to Margo. "Dropping your dissertation to work at your father's company or something." He looked at her curiously. "Is that true? I thought your research was finally getting somewhere." "Well," Margo said, "yes and no. Dissertation's dragging a bit these days. I've got my weekly 11 o'clock with Frock today. He'll probably forget, as usual, and schedule something else, especially with this tragedy. But I hope I do get in to see him. I found an interesting monograph on the Kiribitu classification of medicinal plants." She realized that Smithback's eyes had already started to wander, and reminded herself once again that most people had no interest in plant genetics and ethnopharmacology. "Well, I've got to get ready." Margo stood up. "Hold on a minute," Smithback said, scrambling to gather up his papers. "Don't you want to see the press conference?" As they left the staff lounge, Freed was still complaining to anyone who would listen. Kawakita, already trotting down the hall ahead of them, waved over his shoulder as he rounded a bend and disappeared from sight. They arrived in the great rotunda to find the press conference already in progress. Reporters surrounded Winston Wright, director of the museum, poking microphones and cameras in his direction, voices echoing crazily in the cavernous space. Ippolito, the museum's security director, stood at the director's side. Clustered around the periphery were other museum employees and a few curious school groups. Wright stood angrily in the quartz lights, fielding shouted questions. His usually impeccable Savile Row suit was rumpled, and his thin hair was drooping over one ear. His pale skin was gray, and his eyes looked bloodshot. "No," Wright was saying. "Apparently they thought their children had already left the museum. We had no prior warning. No, we do not keep live animals in the museum. Well, of course, we have some mice and snakes for research purposes, but no lions or tigers or anything of that sort. No, I haven't seen the bodies. I don't know what kind of mutilation there was, if any. I don't have the expertise to address that subject. You'll have to wait for the autopsies. I want to emphasize that there's been no official statement made by the police. Until you stop shouting, I won't answer any more questions. No, I said we do not have wild animals in the museum. Yes, that includes bears. No, I'm not going to give any names. How could I possibly answer that question? This press conference is over. I said this press conference is over. Yes, of course we are cooperating in every way with the police. No, I don't see any reason why this should delay the opening of the new exhibition. Let me emphasize that the opening of Superstition is right on schedule. We have stuffed lions, yes, but if you're trying to imply... They were shot in Africa 75 years ago, for heaven's sake. The zoo? We have no affiliation with the zoo. I'm simply not going to respond to any more outrageous suggestions along those lines. Will the gentleman from the Post please stop shouting? The police are interviewing the scientist who found the bodies, but I have no information on that. No, I don't have anything more to add, except that we're doing everything we can. Yes, it was tragic. Of course it was. The press began to fan out, heading past Wright into the museum proper. Wright turned angrily toward the security director. "Where the hell were the police?" Margo heard him snap. As he turned, he said over his shoulder, "If you see Mrs. Rickman, tell her to come to my office immediately." And he stalked out of the great rotunda. 6. Margo moved deeper into the museum, away from the public areas, until she reached the corridor called Broadway. Stretching the entire length of the museum, 6 city blocks, it was said to be the longest single hallway in New York City. Old oaken cabinets lined the walls, punctuated every 30 feet by frosted glass doors. Most of these doors had curators' names in gold leaf edged in black. Margo, as a graduate student, had only a metal desk and a bookshelf in one of the basement labs. "At least I have an office," she thought, turning off from the corridor and starting down a narrow flight of iron stairs. One of her graduate student acquaintances had only a tiny battered school desk, wedged between 2 massive freezers in the mammalogy department. The woman had to wear heavy sweaters to work, even at the height of August. The security guard at the bottom of the stairwell waved her on, and she moved down a dim tunnel, flanked on both sides by mounted horse skeletons in ancient glass cases. No police tape was in sight. In her office, Margo dropped her carry-all beside her desk and sat down. Most of the lab was actually storage for South Seas artifacts, Maori shields, war canoes, and cane arrows stuffed into green metal cabinets that stretched from floor to ceiling. A 100-gallon fish tank, a simulated swamp belonging to the Animal Behavior Department, perched on an iron frame underneath a battery of lights. It was so overpopulated with algae and weeds that Margo had only rarely been able to catch sight of a fish peering out through the murk. Next to her desk was a long work table with a row of dusty masks. The conservator, a sour young woman, worked in angry silence, spending what seemed barely 3 hours each day at her task. Margo figured it took her about 2 weeks to conserve each mask, judging by the slow turnover. The particular mask collection she was assigned to contained 5,000 such masks, but it didn't seem to concern anyone that, at the rate she was going, the project would take close to 2 centuries to complete. Now Margo logged onto her computer terminal. A message in green letters appeared, swimming into focus out of the depths of the CRT. Hello, Margo Green, Biotech, STF. Welcome back to MuseNet Distributed Networking System, Release 15.5. Copyright 1989 to 1995, NYMNH and Cerebral Systems, Inc. Connecting at 10:24:06, 3:27:95. Print service routed to LJ56. You have no messages waiting. She went into word processing mode and called up her notes, preparing to review them before her meeting with Frock. Her advisor often seemed preoccupied during these weekly meetings, and Margo was constantly scrambling to give him something new. The problem was, there usually wasn't anything new, just more articles read, dissected, and stuffed into the computer, more lab work, and maybe, another 3 or 4 pages of her dissertation. She understood how somebody could end up a permanent rider on the government grant Grady train, or what the scientists derisively referred to as an ABD. All but dissertation. When Frock had first agreed to act as her advisor 2 years before, she half suspected some mistake had been made. Frock, intellect behind the Callisto effect, occupier of the Cadwallader Chair in Statistical Paleontology at Columbia University, chairman of the Evolutionary Biology Department at the museum, had chosen her as a research student, an honor awarded to only a handful each year. Frock started his career as a physical anthropologist. Confined to a wheelchair by childhood polio, he had nonetheless done pioneering fieldwork that was still the basis of many textbooks. After several severe bouts with malaria made further field research impossible, Frock diverted his ferocious energy to evolutionary theory. In the mid-1980s, he'd started a firestorm of controversy with a radical new proposal. Combining chaos theory and Darwinian evolution, Frock's hypothesis disputed the commonly held belief that life evolved gradually. Instead, he postulated that evolution was sometimes much less gradual. He held that short-lived aberrations, monster species, were sometimes an offshoot of evolution. Frock argued that evolution wasn't always caused by random selection, that the environment itself could cause sudden, grotesque changes in a species. Although Frock's theory was backed by a brilliant series of articles and papers, much of the scientific world remained dubious. If bizarre forms of life exist, they asked, where are they hiding? Frock replied that his theory predicted rapid demise of genera as well as rapid development. The more the experts called Frock misguided, even crazy, the more the popular press embraced his idea. The theory became known as the Callisto effect, after the Greek myth in which a young woman is suddenly transformed into a wild creature. Although Frock deplored the widespread misconceptions of his work, he shrewdly used his celebrity to further his academic efforts. Like many brilliant curators, Frock was consumed by his research. Sometimes, Margo suspected, everything else, including her work, bored him. Across the room, the conservator got up and, without a word, left for lunch, a sure sign that it was approaching 11 o'clock. Margo scribbled a few sentences on a sheet of paper, cleared the screen, and scooped up her notebook. She had some new data about Kiribito plant classification that might intrigue Frock. Frock's office was in the southwest tower, at the end of an elegant Edwardian fifth-floor corridor, an oasis far from the labs and computer workstations that characterized much of the behind-the-scene museum. The heavy oak door of the inner office read simply, Dr. Frock. Margo knocked. She heard a great clearing of the throat and the low rumble of a wheelchair. The door opened slowly, and the familiar ruddy-complexioned face appeared, bushy eyebrows knitted in surprise. Then his gaze brightened. "Of course, it's Monday. Come in." He spoke in a low voice, touching her wrist with a plump hand and motioning her to an overstuffed chair. Frock was dressed, as usual, in a somber suit, white shirt, and loud paisley tie. His thick brush of white hair looked ruffled. The walls of his office were lined with old glass-fronted bookcases, many of the shelves filled with relics and oddities from his early years in the field. Books were piled in enormous, tottering stacks against a wall. 2 large bow windows looked out over the Hudson River. Upholstered Victorian chairs sat on the faded Persian carpet, and on Frock's desk lay several copies of his latest book, Fractal Evolution. Next to the books, Margo recognized a large chunk of gray sandstone. Embedded in its flat surface was a deep depression, oddly smudged and elongated along one end, with 3 large indentations at the other. According to Frock, this was a fossil footprint of a creature unknown to science, the single piece of physical evidence to support his theory of aberrant evolution. Other scientists differed. Many didn't believe it was a fossil at all, calling it Frock's folly. Most of them had never seen it.
"Clear away that stuff and sit down,"
Frock said, wheeling back to his favorite spot under one of the bow windows.
"Sherry? No, of course you never do. Silly of me to forget."
On the indicated chair lay several back issues of Nature and the typescript of an unfinished article titled Phyletic Transformation and the Tertiary Fern Spike. Margo moved them to a nearby table and sat down, wondering if Dr. Frock would mention something about the deaths of the 2 little boys. He looked at her for a moment, motionless. Then he blinked and sighed.
"Well, Miss Green," he said,
"shall we begin?" Disappointed, Margo flipped open her notebook. She skimmed her notes for a moment, then began explaining her analysis of Kiribitu plant classification and how it related to her next dissertation chapter. As she spoke, Frock's head gradually dropped to his chest, and his eyes closed. A stranger might think him asleep, but Margo knew Frock was listening with intense concentration. When she finished, he roused himself slowly.
"Classification of medicinal plants by use rather than appearance," he murmured at last. "Interesting. That article reminds me of an experience I had among the Key tribe of Bechuanaland."
Margo waited patiently for the reminiscence that was sure to follow.
"The Key, as you know,"
Frock always assumed his listener was as familiar with the subject as he was,
"at one time used the bark of a certain bush as a headache remedy. Charriere studied them in 1869 and noted their use of this bush in his field journals. When I showed up 3/4 of a century later, they had stopped using the remedy. They believed instead that headaches were caused by sorcery."
He shifted in his wheelchair.
"The accepted remedy was now for the kinfolk of the headache victim to identify the sorcerer, and naturally go off and murder him. Of course, the kin of the dead sorcerer were then required to avenge this death, so they often went right back and killed the person with a headache. You can imagine what eventually happened."
"What?" Margo asked, assuming Frock was about to explain how all of this fit into her dissertation.
"Why," Frock said, spreading his hands, "it was a medical miracle. People stopped getting headaches."
His generous shirt front shook with laughter. Margo laughed, too. For the first time that day, she realized.
"Oh, well, so much for primitive medicine," Frock said a little wistfully. "Back then, field work was still fun." He paused for a minute. "There will be a whole section on the Key tribe in the new superstition exhibition, you know," he went on. "Of course it will be terribly played up for mass consumption. They brought in some young fellow fresh from Harvard to curate the show. Knows more about computers and mass marketing than pure science, I'm told."
Frock shifted again in his wheelchair.
"In any case, Miss Green, I think what you've described will make a fine addition to your work. I suggest you obtain some samples of the Kiribitu plants from the herbarium and proceed from there."
Margo was gathering her papers when Frock suddenly spoke again.
"Bad business this morning."
Margo nodded. Frock remained silent for a moment.
"I fear for the museum," he said finally.
Surprised, Margo said, "They were brothers. It's a tragedy for the family, but things will die down soon. They always do."
"I think not," Frock said. "I've heard something about the condition of the bodies. The force used was of a non-normal nature." "Surely you don't think it was a wild animal?" Margo asked. Perhaps Frock was as crazy as everyone said. Frock smiled. "My dear, I make no assumptions. I will await further evidence. For the moment, I simply hope this unpleasantness will not influence your decision on whether to remain with the museum. Oh, yes, I've heard about it, and I was very sorry to get the news of your father's death. But you've displayed 3 gifts that are indispensable to a first-class researcher. A set level, much of it isn't even electrified. I doubt if there's anybody still alive who really knows their way around down there." Smithback munched the last piece of lasagna and pushed the tray aside. "And then there are the usual rumors about the museum beast." Anybody who worked in the museum had heard that story. Maintenance men working late-night shifts saw it out of the corners of their eyes. Assistant curators wandering down dimly lit corridors on their way to specimen vaults saw it moving in the shadows. Nobody knew what it was or where it had come from, but some claimed the beast had killed a man several years before. Margo decided to change the subject. "Is Rickman still giving you trouble?" she asked. At the mention of the name, Smithback grimaced. Margo knew that Lavinia Rickman, the chief of public relations for the museum, had hired Smithback to write his book. She had also worked out the museum's cut of the advance in royalties. Although Smithback wasn't happy about the contractual details, the exhibition promised to be such a blockbuster that book sales, riding on the success of the exhibit, could easily climb into 6 figures. It hadn't been a bad deal for Smithback at all, Margo thought, given the only modest success of his previous book on the Boston Aquarium. "Rickman? Trouble?" Smithback snorted. "Oh, God, she's the definition of trouble. Listen, I want to read you something." He pulled a sheaf of papers out of a notebook. "When Dr. Cuthbert pitched the idea for an exhibition on superstition to the museum director, Wright was very impressed. It had all the makings of a blockbuster exhibition, something on the level of the Treasures of King Tut or the 7 Levels of Troy. That meant big money for the museum, Wright knew, and an unparalleled opportunity to raise funds from corporate and government sponsorship. But some older curators were unconvinced. They thought the exhibit smacked of sensationalism." Smithback stopped. "Now look what Rickman did." He pushed the paper over to her. A big line sliced across the paragraph, and a marginal note in fat red marker read, "Out." Margo giggled. "What's so funny?" Smithback demanded. "She's butchering my manuscript. Look at this." He jabbed his finger at another page. Margo shook her head. "What Rickman wants is a snow job for the museum. You two won't ever see eye to eye." "She's driving me crazy. She's taking out everything that's the slightest bit controversial. She wants me to spend all my time talking to that nerd who's curating the exhibition. She knows that he'll only say what his boss Cuthbert tells him to." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "You've never seen such a company man in your life." He looked up and groaned. "Oh, God, here he comes now." A young, slightly overweight man with horn-rimmed glasses materialized at their table, holding a tray balanced on a shiny leather briefcase. "May I join you?" he asked shyly. "I'm afraid this is practically the only seat left in the house." "Sure," said Smithback. "Have a seat. We were just talking about you anyway. Margo, meet George Moriarty. He's the guy who's curating the superstition exhibition." Smithback shook the papers at Moriarty. "Look what Rickman did to my manuscript. The only thing she didn't touch were your quotations." Moriarty scanned the pages and looked at Smithback with almost childlike gravity. "I'm not surprised," he said. "Why air the museum's dirty linen, anyway?" "Come on, George. This is what makes for an interesting story." Moriarty turned to Margo. "You're the graduate student working on primitive pharmacology, aren't you?" he asked. "That's right," she said, flattered. "How did you know?" "I'm interested in the subject." He smiled and looked at her briefly. "The exhibition has several cases devoted to pharmacology and medicine. I wanted to talk to you about one of them, actually." "Sure. What did you have in mind?" She looked at Moriarty more closely. He was about as average a museum character as she could imagine. Average height, a little pudgy, hair an average brown. His rumpled tweed jacket sported the heather tones that were regulation museum issue. The only things unusual about him were his large wristwatch, shaped like a sundial, and his eyes, an unusually clear hazel, shining with intelligence from behind his horn rims. Smithback sat forward, shifted irritably in his chair, and stared at the two. "Well," he said, "I'd like to stay on and witness this charming scene, but I'm interviewing someone in the bug room on Wednesday, and I need to finish my current chapter. George, don't sign any movie contracts for that exhibition of yours without talking to me first." He stood up with a snort and made for the door, threading a complex path between tables as he went. 8. Jonathan Ham peered down the basement corridor through a thick pair of glasses that badly needed cleaning. Leather leashes were wrapped around his black-gloved hands, and 2 hounds sat obediently at his feet. His assistant tracker stood beside him. Next to the assistant was Lieutenant D'Agosta, holding soiled, heavily creased blueprints, his 2 deputies leaning against the wall behind him. Police-issue pump-action Remington 12-gauges hung off their shoulders. D'Agosta rustled through the blueprints. "Can't the dogs smell which way to go?" he asked irritably. Ham let out a long breath. "Hounds. They're hounds, and they're not on a scent. They haven't been on a good scent since we began, or rather, they've been on too many scents." D'Agosta grunted, withdrew a sodden cigar from his jacket pocket, and began to raise it toward his mouth. Ham caught his eye. "Oh, yeah," said D'Agosta. He pushed the cigar back into his pocket. Ham sniffed the air. It was damp, which was good. But that was the only good thing about this little picnic. First, there was the usual stupidity of the police. "What kind of dogs are these?" they'd asked. "We wanted bloodhounds." These were hounds, he'd explained, a blue-tick hound and a black-and-tan coonhound. Given the right conditions, these hounds could track a lost hiker after a 3-foot blizzard. But these, thought Ham, weren't exactly the right conditions. As usual, the crime scene had been fouled up. Chemicals, spray paint, chalk, 1,000 people tramping in and out. Besides, the area around the base of the staircase had been literally bathed in blood. Even now, 18 hours or so after the crime, the smell hung heavily in the air, agitating the hounds. They first tried to follow the scent from the crime scene itself. When that failed, Ham suggested they cut for scent, making a perimeter loop around the crime scene, hoping to pick up the trail as it exited. The hounds had never been trained to work indoors. Naturally, they were confused. But it wasn't his fault. The police wouldn't even tell him if they were looking for a human or an animal. Perhaps they didn't know themselves. "Let's go this way," said D'Agosta. Ham passed the leashes to his assistant, who started walking ahead, the hounds nosing the ground. Next, the hounds had bayed up a storage room full of mastodon bones, and the paradichlorobenzene preservative that poured out when they opened the door had caused a half-hour delay while the hounds recovered their sense of smell. And that was just the first of a series of storage rooms full of animal pelts, gorillas in formaldehyde, a freezer full of dead zoo specimens, a whole vault full of human skeletons. They came to an archway with an open metal door leading onto a descending stone stairway. The walls were covered with a crust of lime, and the stairway was dark. "That must be the dungeon," one of the policemen said with a guffaw. "This goes to the sub-basement," D'Agosta said, consulting the blueprints. He motioned to one of the officers, who handed him a long flashlight. The shallow stairs ended in a tunnel made of herringbone brickwork, its arched ceiling barely the height of a man. The tracker moved forward with the dogs, D'Agosta and Ham behind. The 2 policemen came last. "There's water on the floor," said Ham. "So what?" D'Agosta said. "If there's been any water flowing through here, there won't be any scent." "I was told to expect puddles of water down here. It only floods when it rains, and it hasn't rained." "Oh, that's reassuring." They reached a place where 4 tunnels came together, and D'Agosta halted to consult the blueprints. "Somehow I thought you'd need to look at that." "Oh, yeah? Well, I've got a surprise for you. These blueprints don't cover the sub-basement." When one of the dogs whined and began furiously sniffing, Ham came suddenly to attention. "This way, quick!" The dogs whined again. "They've got something. It's a clear scent, it must be. Look at their hackles rise. Keep the light up here, I can't see a blessed thing." The dogs were straining, pulling forward, noses up and sniffing the air ahead. You see? It's an air scent. Feel the fresh air on your cheek? I should have brought the spaniels. They're unbeatable with an air scent." The policeman slid past the dogs, one beaming his flashlight, the other carrying his shotgun at the ready. Ahead the tunnel forked again, and the dogs lunged to the right, breaking into a trot. "Hold it, Mr. Ham. There might be a killer out there."
The dog suddenly broke into a deafening baying. The assistant cried, "Heel, Castor! Pollux, heel, damn you!" The dogs lunged forward, paying no attention. "Ham, I need a hand here!" "What's gotten into you?" cried Ham, wading into the frantic dogs, trying to grab their collars. "Castor, heel!" "Shut them up!" "He's loose!" cried the assistant as one of the dogs bolted into the darkness. They rushed after the retreating sound of the dog. "You smell it?" Ham said, stopping short. "Christ Jesus, you smell it?" A pungent, goatish odor suddenly enveloped them. The other dog was frantic with excitement, leaping and twisting, and suddenly breaking free. "Pollux! Pollux!" "Wait! Forget the fucking dogs for a second. Let's proceed with a little order here. You two, get in front again. Safety's off." The two men pumped their shotguns. In the echoing darkness ahead of them, the barking faltered, then stopped. There was a moment of silence. Then a terrible, unearthly shriek, like the screeching of tires, leapt from the inky tunnel. The two police officers looked at each other. The sound ended as suddenly as it began. "Castor! Oh my God, he's been hurt!" "Get back, Ham, goddammit!" At that moment, a shape suddenly hurtled at them from the darkness, and there were two stunning blasts from the shotguns, two flashes of light accompanied by deafening roars. The rumble echoed and died in the tunnel, and there was an intense silence. "You fucking idiot, you just shot my hound." Pollux lay 5 feet from them, blood pouring freely from his ruined head. "He was coming right at me," began one of the officers. "Jesus Christ! Stow that shit! There's still something out there!" They found the other dog 100 yards down the tunnel. He was torn nearly in half, guts strung out in crazy patterns. "Jesus, will you look at that?" Ham said nothing. Just beyond the body the tunnel branched. The group stopped, and D'Agosta continued to stare at the dog. "Without the dogs, there's no way of knowing which way it went. Let's get the hell out of here and let forensics deal with this mess." Ham said nothing. 9. Moriarty, suddenly alone with Margo in the cafeteria, seemed even more uncomfortable. "So?" Margo prompted after a brief silence. "Actually, I really did want to talk to you about your work." He paused. "You did?" Margo was unused to anyone showing interest in her project. "Well, indirectly. The primitive medicine cases for the exhibition are complete, except one. We've got this terrific collection of shamanistic plants and artifacts from the Cameroons we want to display in the last case, but they're badly documented. If you'd be willing to take a look?" "I'd love to," Margo said. "Great! When?" "Why not now? I've got some time." They left the staff cafeteria and moved down a long basement hall lined with rumbling steam pipes and padlocked doors. One of the doors bore the label Dinosaur Storeroom 4, Upper Jurassic. Most of the museum's dinosaur bone and other fossil collections were stored here in the basement, since, she had heard, the great weight of petrified bone would cause the upper floors to collapse. "The collection's in one of the sixth-floor vaults," Moriarty said apologetically, as they entered a service elevator. "I hope I can find it again. You know what a warren of storage rooms they've got up there." "Have you heard anything more about Charlie Prine?" Margo asked quietly. Moriarty shook his head. "Not much. Apparently he's not a suspect, but I don't think we'll see him back here for quite a while. Dr. Cuthbert told me before lunch that he was severely traumatized." He shook his head. "What an awful thing." On the 5th floor, Margo followed Moriarty along a wide passageway and up a flight of metal stairs. The narrow, labyrinthine catwalks that made up this section of the 6th floor had been built directly underneath the museum's long pitched roofs. On either side were rows of low metal doors, behind which lay the hermetically sealed vaults of the perishable anthropology collections. In earlier times, a poisonous cyanic compound had periodically been pumped into the vaults to kill vermin and bacteria. Now, artifact preservation was handled with subtler methods. As the two threaded their way along the catwalks, they passed a number of objects stacked against the walls: a carved war canoe, several totems, a row of slitted log drums. Even with 1,000,000 square feet of storage space, every square inch had been utilized, including stairwells, corridors, and the offices of junior curators. Of 50 million artifacts and specimens, only about 5% was on exhibition. The rest was available only to scientists and researchers. The New York Museum of Natural History consisted not of a single building, but several large buildings, connected over the years to form one sprawling, rambling structure. As Margo and Moriarty passed from one of the buildings into another, the ceiling ascended, and the catwalk became a branching corridor. A dim light filtered down from a row of dirty skylights, illuminating shelves filled with plaster casts of aboriginal faces. "God, this place is huge," said Margo, feeling a sudden cold thrust of fear, glad that she was 7 stories above the dark spaces where the little boys had met their deaths. "Largest in the world," Moriarty said, unlocking a door stenciled Central Africa D2. He switched on a naked 25-watt bulb. Peering in, Margo could see a tiny room stuffed with masks, shaman's rattles, painted and beaded skins, and a group of long sticks topped by grimacing heads. Along one wall was a row of wooden cabinets. Moriarty nodded toward them. "The plants are in there. This other stuff is the shaman paraphernalia. It's a great collection, but Eastman, the guy who assembled the Cameroon stuff, wasn't exactly the most careful anthropologist when it came to documentation." "This is incredible," said Margo. "I had no idea—" "Listen," Moriarty interrupted. "When we began researching this exhibition, you wouldn't believe the things we found. There are close to 100 anthropology vaults in this section alone, and I swear some of them haven't been opened in 40 years. Moriarty was suddenly more confident and animated. Margo decided that if he dumped the tweed jacket, shed a few pounds, and swapped the horn rims for contacts, he could almost be cute. But Moriarty was still talking. "Just last week, we found one of only a couple of existing examples of Yucca gear pictograph writing, right next door. As soon as I get time, I'll be writing a note for the JAA. Margo smiled. He was so excited he could have been talking about discovering an unknown Shakespeare play. She was sure that only a dozen readers of the Journal of American Anthropology would be interested, but Moriarty's enthusiasm was refreshing. "Anyway," Moriarty said, pushing his glasses up his nose, "I just need someone to help me make sense of this Cameroon stuff for the display case write-up." "What do you want me to do?" Margo asked, temporarily forgetting the next chapter of her dissertation. His enthusiasm was infectious. "That's easy," said Moriarty. "I've got the rough script for the case right here." He extracted a document from his briefcase. "See?" he said, running a finger down the covering sheet. "This sets out what, ideally, we want the case to say. We call it the storyline. All you have to do is flesh this out, plugging in a few of the artifacts and some of the plants." Margo scanned the document. It was starting to sound a little more time-consuming than she'd anticipated. "How long do you think this will take, by the way?" "Oh, 10 to 15 hours, max. I've got the accession listings and some descriptive notes right here, but we've got to hurry. The opening is just a few days away." Back came the memory of her next chapter. "Now, wait a minute," she said. "This is a big job, and I've got a dissertation to write." The dismay on Moriarty's face was almost comical. It hadn't even occurred to him that she might have other things to do. "You mean you can't help?" "Maybe I can squeeze it in," she murmured. His face brightened. "Great! Listen, while we're on the 6th floor, let me show you some of the other stuff up here." He led her to another vault and inserted a key. The door rasped open to a dazzling display of painted buffalo skulls, rattles, feather bundles, and even a row of what she recognized as raven skeletons tied up with rawhide. "Jesus," Margo breathed. "There's a whole religion in here," Moriarty said. "Wait till you see what we're putting on display. This is just the stuff left behind. We've got one of the best Sundance shirts anywhere. And look at this." He pulled open a drawer. "Original wax cylinder recordings of the Sundance cycle songs. Every one, recorded in 1901. We've put them on tape, and we're going to play them in the Sioux Room. What do you think? Great exhibition, huh?" "It certainly caused a fuss in the museum," Margo replied cautiously. "Actually, there isn't as much controversy as people seem to make out," Moriarty said. "There's no reason why science and entertainment can't meet as friends." Margo couldn't resist. "I'll bet your boss Cuthbert put you up to that line." Well, he's always felt that exhibitions should be more accessible to the general public. People may attend this because they expect ghosts and goblins and a spooky show, and they'll get them. But they'll go away with more than you might expect. Besides, the show's going to generate a lot of cash for the museum. What's wrong with that? Nothing, Margo smiled. She'd leave the baiting to Smithback. But Moriarty wasn't finished. I know the word superstition has a bad connotation in some people's minds, he said. It smacks of exploitation, and it's true that some of the effects we're putting together for the show are, well, a bit sensational. But an exhibit called Aboriginal Religion just wouldn't sell, would it? He looked at her with mute appeal. I don't think anyone objects to the title, Margo said. I guess there are a few people who don't feel your ends are truly scientific. He shook his head. Just the crusty old curators and the crackpots, like Frock, for example. They chose the superstition exhibition over his proposal for one on evolution, so of course he doesn't have a good word to say about it. Margot's smile faded. Dr. Frock is a pretty brilliant anthropologist, she said. Frock? Dr. Cuthbert says he's gone off the deep end. The man's bloody daft, he says. Moriarty imitated Cuthbert's Scottish accent. The sound echoed unpleasantly down the dim corridors. I don't think Cuthbert is half the genius you feel he is, Margo said. Now, please, Margo, he's top-rate. Not compared to Dr. Frock, he isn't. What about the Callisto effect? Margo asked. That's some of the most cutting-edge work being done today. Does he have a single speck of proof to back up his speculations? Have you seen evidence of any unknown monstrous species roaming the earth? Moriarty shook his head again, sending his glasses plunging dangerously down his nose. Theoretical hype. I mean, theory has its place, but it has to be backed up with fieldwork. And that sidekick of his, Greg Kawakita, just encourages Frock with that extrapolation program he's developing. I suppose Kawakita's got his own reasons, but it's pretty sad, really, to see a great mind take such a bad detour. I mean, just look at Frock's new book, Fractal Evolution. Even the title sounds more like a kid's computer game than science. Margo listened with rising indignation. Perhaps Smithback had been right about Moriarty after all. Well, she said, considering my affiliations to Dr. Frock, I don't suppose you'd want me messing with your exhibit. I might add too much hype to the script. She turned and walked briskly out the door and down the corridor. Moriarty looked shocked. Too late, he remembered that Frock was her major advisor. He danced after her. "Oh, no, I didn't mean," he stammered. "Please, I was just... You know that Frock and Cuthbert don't get along. I guess I've picked up some of that." He looked so horrified that Margo felt her anger fade. "I didn't know they had that much of a problem with each other," she said, allowing Moriarty to stop her. "Oh, yes, from way back. You know that ever since Frock came forward with this Callisto effect, his star has been falling in the museum. Now he's a department head in name only, and Cuthbert pulls the strings. Of course, I've just heard one side of the story. I'm very sorry, really. You will do the case for me, right?" "On the condition," Margo countered, "that you get me out of this maze. I've got to get back to work." "Oh, sure, sorry," Moriarty said. The gaff had brought back all of his shyness, and as they began retracing their way to the 5th floor, he was silent. "So, tell me more about your exhibition." Margo tried to put him at ease. "I've heard a little about some fabulously rare artifacts that will be on display." "I guess you must mean the Cathoga tribe material," Moriarty said. "Only one expedition has ever found any traces of them. The figurine of their mythical beast Mbun is... well, it's one of the centerpieces of the show." He hesitated. "Or I should say it will be one of the centerpieces. It's not on display yet." "Really?" Margo asked. "Isn't that waiting till the last minute?" "The situation is kind of unusual," Moriarty replied. "But listen, Margo, this isn't for public consumption." They had returned to the catwalks. Then Moriarty led her down the long corridors, speaking low. "There's been a lot of high-level interest in the Cathoga artifacts recently. People like Rickman, Dr. Cuthbert, even Wright, apparently. There's been controversy over whether the material should be included in the exhibition. Surely you've heard the stories of a curse on the figurine, that sort of nonsense?" "Not much," Margo said. The expedition that found the Katoga material met with tragedy, Moriarty continued, and nobody's been near the stuff since. It's still in the original crates. Just last week, all the crates were taken from the basement area where they'd sat all these years and moved to the secure area. Nobody's had access to them since, and I haven't been able to prepare the final displays. But why were they moved? Margo pressed. They entered the elevator. Moriarty waited until the door had closed before answering. Apparently the crates had been recently tampered with. What? You mean somebody had broken in? Moriarty stared at Margo, his owlish face wearing its look of perpetual surprise. I didn't say that, he replied. He turned the key, and the elevator lurched downward. 10. D'Agosta wished with all his heart that the double chili cheeseburger in his stomach would disappear. Not that it was bothering him, yet, but it was an unwelcome presence. The place smelled like they all did. In fact, it stank. All the disinfectants in the world couldn't cover up the smell of death, and the vomit-green walls in the medical examiner's office didn't help things any, nor did the large gurney, currently empty, sitting like an uninvited guest under the bright lights of the autopsy suite. His thoughts were interrupted as a large woman entered, 2 men following close behind. D'Agosta noticed stylish glasses, blonde hair escaping from under a surgeon's cap. The woman strode over and held out her hand, her red lipstick creased in a professional smile. "Dr. Zevich," she said with a crushing grip. "You must be D'Agosta. This is my assistant, Dr. Fred Gross." Zevich indicated a short, skinny man. "And this is our photographer, Delbert Smith." Delbert nodded, clutching a 4x5 Deerdorf to his chest. "So, Dr. Zevich, you come here often?" D'Agosta asked, suddenly eager to say something, anything, to stall the inevitable. "NYME's my home away from home," Zevich replied with the same smile. "My field is, how shall I put it, special forensics. For just about everybody. We do our thing and ship them back out. Then I read about what it all means in the papers." She looked at him speculatively. "You've, seen this kind of thing before, right?" "Oh, yeah," said D'Agosta. "All the time." The burger in his gut felt like a lead ingot. Why didn't he think ahead? Remember what his afternoon schedule was before chowing down like a damned hog? "That's good." Zevich consulted her clipboard. "Let's see. Parental consent? Good. Looks like everything's in order. Fred, start with 5B. She began slipping on latex gloves, 3 pairs, a mask, goggles, and a plastic apron. D'Agosta did likewise. Gross wheeled the gurney over to the morgue bank and slid out 5B. The indistinct shape under the plastic looked strangely short to D'Agosta, with an odd bulge at one end. Gross slid the cadaver and its tray onto the gurney, wheeled the cart under the lights, checked the tow tag, and locked down the wheels. He placed a stainless steel bucket under the gurney's outlet pipe. Zevich was fiddling with the microphone hanging above the body. "Testing 1, 2, 3. Fred, this mic is totally dead." Fred bent over the reel-to-reel. "I can't understand it. Everything's turned on." D'Agosta cleared his throat. "It's unplugged," he said. There was a short silence. "Well," said Zevich, "I'm glad there's someone here who's not a scientist. If you have any questions or comments, Mr. D'Agosta, please state your name and speak clearly toward the microphone, okay? Everything goes on the tape. I'm just going to describe the state of the body first, and then we'll start cutting." "Got it," D'Agosta replied tonelessly. Cutting. It was one thing when a dead body was just lying there at the scene, but when they started cutting into it, peeling the layers away, he'd never gotten used to that. "Are we up and running? Good. This is Dr. Matilda Zevich and Dr. Frederick Gross, and the date is Monday, March 27th at 2:15 in the afternoon. We are joined by Detective Sergeant Lieutenant Vincent D'Agosta of the NYPD. We have here," Fred read off the tag, "William Howard Bridgman, number 33A45. I am now removing the covering." The thick plastic crackled. There was a short silence. D'Augusta had a sudden flash of the gutted dog he'd seen that morning. The trick is not to think too much. Don't think about your own Vinny. 8th birthday just next week. Dr. Zevich took a deep breath. We have here a Caucasian male, a boy, age about 10 to 12 years, height, well, I can't give a height for this one because it's decapitated. Maybe 4 feet 10 inches, maybe 5 feet. Weight about 90 pounds. This is very approximate. The state of the body is such that I can see no other identifying marks. Eye color and facial features indeterminate due to massive head trauma. No anterior wounds or marks on the feet, legs, or genital area. Fred, please sponge off the abdominal area. Thank you. There are an undetermined number of large lacerations proceeding from the left anterior pectoral region at a 190-degree angle downward through the costals, sternum, and terminating at the right anterior abdominal region. This is a massive wound, perhaps 2 feet long and a foot wide. It appears that the pectoralis minor and pectoralis major are separated from the external thoracic cavity, the external and internal intercostals are separated, and the body is eviscerated to a great degree. The sternal process has been split and the rib cage exposed. Massive hemorrhaging in the aortal. It's hard to see before cleaning and exploration. Fred, clean the edge of the thoracic cavity. The viscera that are clearly exposed and fully protuberant are the stomach, small and large intestines. The retroperitoneal organs appear to be in situ. Sponge the neck off, Fred. The neck area shows signs of trauma, some bruising, perhaps indicative of extravasation, possible spinal dislocation. Now for the head. Dear God. In the silence, Fred cleared his throat. The head is decapitated between the axial process and the atlas. The entire occipital portion of the calvarium and half the parietal process have been crushed, or rather seemingly punched through and removed by means unknown, leaving a hole perhaps 10 inches in diameter. The skull is empty. The entire brain appears to have fallen out or been extracted through this hole. The brain, or what is left of it, is in a pan here to the right of the head, but there is no indication of its original position vis-à-vis the body. It was found in pieces near the body, said D'Augusta. Thank you, Lieutenant, but where's the rest of it? That's all there was. No, something's missing. You got full scene of crime series for this? Of course, said D'Augusta, trying not to show his annoyance. The brain is severely traumatized. The cerebrum is... Fred, bring me a number 2 scalpel and transverse speculum. The brain appears to have been severed at the medulla oblongata. The pons ferolii is intact but separate. The cerebellum shows surface lacerations but is otherwise intact. There's little evidence of bleeding, indicating post-mortem trauma. There's the body of fornix attached. The cerebrum has been completely severed from the mesencephalon, and the mesencephalon has been bisected and... Look, Fred, there's no thalamoid region. And no pituitary. That's what's missing. What's that? Asked D'Augusta. He willed himself to look more closely. The brain, sitting in a stainless steel pan, looked a hell of a lot more liquid than solid. He turned away. Baseball. Think about baseball. A pitch, the sound of a bat. The thalamus and the hypothalamus, the body's regulator. The body's regulator, repeated D'Augusta. The hypothalamus regulates body temperature, blood pressure, heartbeat, and the metabolism of fats and carbohydrates. Also the sleep-wake cycle. We think it holds the centers of pleasure and pain. It's a very complicated organ, Lieutenant. She looked fixedly at him, anticipating a question. D'Augusta mumbled dutifully, How does it do all that? Hormones. It secretes hundreds of regulatory hormones into the brain and bloodstream. Yeah, D'Augusta replied.
He stepped back, the baseball soaring deep into center field, the center fielder dropping back, gloves raised. "Fred, come over here and look at this," Zavich said sharply. Fred bent over the pan. "It looks like... well, I don't know." "Come on, Fred," Zavich coaxed. "Well, it looks almost like..." Fred paused. "Like a bite was taken out." "Exactly. Photographer!" Delbert rushed forward. "Get this. Looks just like when one of my kids takes a bite out of a cake." D'Agosta leaned forward, but he could see nothing special in the gray, bloody mess. "It's semicircular, like a human's, but it appears larger, more ragged than you'd expect. We'll take sections. Let's test for the presence of salivase enzymes, Fred, just in case. Take this to the lab. Tell them to flash freeze it and microsection here, here, and here. 5 sections each. Stain at least one with eosinophil. Strain one with salivase-activating enzyme. Anything else you or they can think of." As Fred laughed, Zavich continued. "I am now bisecting the cerebrum. The posterior lobe is bruised, consistent with removal from the cranium. Photograph. The surface shows 3 parallel lacerations or incisions, approximately 4 millimeters apart, about half an inch deep. I am parting the first incision. Photograph. Lieutenant, see how these lacerations start wide and then converge? What do you think?" "I don't know," D'Agosta said, peering a little closer. "It's just a dead brain," he thought. "Long fingernails, maybe? Sharpened fingernails? I mean, do we have a homicidal psychopath on our hands?" Fred returned from the lab, and they continued working on the brain for what seemed an eternity to D'Agosta. Finally, Zavich told Fred to put it in the refrigerator. "I will now examine the hands." She spoke into the microphone. She removed a plastic bag from the right hand and carefully resealed it. Then she lifted the hand, rotated it, examined the fingernails. "There is foreign matter under the thumb, the index, and ring fingers. Fred, 3 well slides." "He's just a kid," D'Agosta said. "You'd expect his fingernails to be dirty." "Perhaps, Lieutenant," Zavich replied. She scraped the material into small depressions in the slides, 1 finger at a time. "Fred, the stereo zoom, I want to look at this." Zavich placed the slide on the stage, peered down, and adjusted the instrument. "Normal fingernail dirt under the thumb, from the looks of it. Same with the others. Fred, full analysis, just in case." There was nothing of interest on the left hand. "I will now," Zavich continued, "examine the longitudinal trauma to the anterior portion of the body. Dell photographs here, here, and here, and whatever else you think will show the wound best. Close-ups of the areas of penetration. It looks like the killer has done our Y incision for us, wouldn't you say, Lieutenant?" "Yeah," D'Agosta said, swallowing hard. There were a series of rapid flashes. "Forceps," Zavich continued. 3 ragged lacerations begin just above the left nipple in the greater pectoral, penetrating and eventually separating the muscle. I am opening and probing the first laceration at the point of entry. Clamp there, Fred. I am now probing the wound. There is unidentified foreign matter here. Fred, a glassine. It looks like clothing material, perhaps from the victim's shirt. Photograph. The flash popped, and then she held up a small piece of what looked like bloody lint, dropping it into the glassine envelope. She continued probing in silence for a few moments. There is another piece of foreign material deep in the muscle, about 4 centimeters directly below the right nipple. It is lodged on a rib. It appears to be hard. Photograph. Stick a flag in there, Fred. She extracted it and held it up. A bloody lump poised at the end of the long forceps. D'Agosta ventured forward. What is it? Rinse it off, maybe, and see. She glanced at him with a slight smile. Fred, bring me a beaker of sterile water.
As she dipped the object in and stirred, the water turned brownish red. "Keep the water. We'll see if there's anything else in it," she said, holding her find to the light.
"Jesus H. Christ," said Augusta. "It's a claw. A fucking claw."
Zevich turned to her assistant. "That will be a charming snippet of monologue for our tape, won't it, Fred?" 11. Margo dumped her books and papers on the sofa and glanced at the clock perched atop the television. 10:15. She shook her head. What an unbelievable, horrible day. Staying all those extra hours had only netted 3 new paragraphs on her dissertation, and she still had to work on the display case copy for Moriarty. She sighed, sorry she'd ever agreed to the project. Reflected neon light from a liquor store across the avenue struggled through the lone window of Margot's living room, throwing the room into electric blue chiaroscuro. She turned on the small overhead light and leaned against the door, scanning the disorder slowly. Normally she was neat to excess, but now, after just 1 week of neglect, textbooks, letters of sympathy, legal documents, shoes, and sweaters were scattered across the furniture. Empty cartons from the Chinese restaurant downstairs lay neglected in the sink. Her old Royal typewriter and a fan of research papers were spread out on the hardwood floor. The shabby neighborhood, not yet gentrified Upper Amsterdam Avenue, had given her father another reason why she should return home to Boston. "This is no place for a girl like you to live, Midge," he had said, using her childhood nickname. "And that museum is no place to work. Cooped up day after day with all those dead stuffed creatures, things in jars. What kind of a life is that? Come back and work for me. We'll get you a house in Beverly, Marblehead. You'll be happier there, Midge. I know you will." When she noticed her answering machine was blinking, Margo pressed the message button. "It's Jan. I got back into town today, and I had just heard. Listen, I'm really, really sorry to hear about your father's death. I'll call back later, okay? I want to talk to you. Bye." She waited. Another voice came on. "Margo, this is your mother." And then a click. She squeezed her eyes tightly for a moment, then took a deep breath. She wouldn't call Jan, not just yet. And she wouldn't return her mother's call either, not until tomorrow at least. She knew what her mother would say. "You have to come home to your father's business. It's what he would have wanted. You owe it to both of us." Turning away, she settled herself cross-legged in front of the typewriter and stared at the curator's notes, catalog data, and accession listings Moriarty had given her. It was due the day after tomorrow, he had said, and the next chapter of her dissertation was due the following Monday. She glanced at the papers for another minute or two, collecting her thoughts. Then she began to type. A few moments later she stopped and stared into the dusk. She remembered how her father used to make omelets, the only thing he knew how to cook, on Sunday mornings. "Hey, Midge," he would always say. "Not bad for an old ex-bachelor, huh?" Several of the lights outside had been shut off as the shops closed. Margo looked out at the graffiti, the boarded-up windows. Maybe her father was right. Poverty wasn't much fun. Poverty. She shook her head, remembering the last time she'd heard that word, remembering the expression on her mother's face as she'd pronounced it. The two of them had been sitting in the cool, dark office of her father's executor, listening to all the complex reasons why her father's debt-to-equity ratio and lack of estate planning was forcing liquidation unless some family member were to step in to keep his business afloat. She wondered about the parents of the 2 little boys. They must have had high hopes for their children, too, she thought. Now they'll never know disappointment or happiness. Then her thoughts moved to Prine and the blood on his shoes. She got up and turned on more lights. Time to start dinner. Tomorrow she'd lock herself in her office, get that chapter finished, work on the Cameroon write-up for Moriarty, and put off making a decision, for 1 more day at least. By next week's meeting with Frock, she promised herself, she'd have made up her mind. The telephone rang. Automatically she picked it up. "Hello?" she said. She listened for a moment. "Oh, hello, Mother." 12. Night came early to the Museum of Natural History. As 5 o'clock neared, the early spring sun was already setting. Inside, the crowds began to thin. Tourists, schoolchildren, and harried parents streamed past the bronze lions and down the marble staircases toward the exits. Soon the echoes and shouts and clatter of footsteps in the vaulted halls died away. One by one the exhibit cases went dark, and as the night wore on, the remaining lights threw crazed shadows across the marble floors. A lone guard wandered along a hall, making his rounds, swinging a long keychain and humming. It was the beginning of his shift, and he was dressed in the standard museum-issue blue and black guard uniform. Long ago the novelty of the museum had worn off. The whole joint gives me the creeps. Look at that son of a bitch in there. Goddamn native shit. Who the hell had paid to look at this stuff? Half of it's got curses on it anyway. The mask leered at him out of a dark case. He hurried on to the next station, where he turned a key in a box. The box recorded the time, 10:23 p.m. As he moved into the next hall, he had the unsettling impression, as he had so often, that his echoing footfalls were being carefully duplicated by some unseen presence. He came to the next station and turned the key. The box clicked and registered 10:34 p.m. It took only 4 minutes to get to the next station. That gave him 6 minutes for a toke. He ducked into a stairwell, closing and locking the door behind him, and peered down toward the darkened basement, where another door opened to an interior courtyard. His hand went for the light switch at the top of the stairs, but then withdrew. No sense calling attention to himself. He gripped the metal handrail tightly as he crept downward. In the basement, he made his way along the wall until he felt a long horizontal handle. He pushed, and frigid night air streamed in. He wedged open the door and lit up a joint, inhaling the bitter smoke with pleasure as he leaned out into the courtyard. A thin light from the deserted cloister beyond gave a pale illumination to his movements. The faint hum of passing traffic, muffled by so many intervening walls, passages, and parapets, seemed to come from another planet. He felt with relief the warm rush of the cannabis, another long night made bearable. Smoke finished, he flipped the roach into the dark, ran his fingers through his crew cut, stretched. Halfway up the stairs, he heard the door slam shut below. He stopped, feeling a sudden chill. Had he left the door open? No. Shit, what if someone had seen him toke up? But they couldn't have smelt the smoke, and in the dark it would have looked just like a cigarette. There was a strange rotten odor in the air that had nothing to do with weed. But no light flicked on, no footsteps sounded on the metal steps. He started up toward the landing above. Just as he reached it, he sensed a swift movement on the stairs behind him. He spun around, and a hard jerk on his chest shoved him backward against the wall. The last thing he saw were his shadowy entrails rolling and slipping down the stairs. After a moment, he stopped wondering where all that gore had suddenly come from. 13. Tuesday. Bill Smithback sat in a heavy chair, watching the sharp, angular figure of Lavinia Rickman behind her birchwood veneer desk, reading his rumpled manuscript. 2 bright red fingernails tapped on the glossy finish. Smithback knew that the fingernail tattoo did not bode well. A very gray Tuesday morning sat outside the windows. The room was not a typical museum office. The untidy stacks of papers, journals, and books that seemed a fixture in other offices were missing. Instead, the shelves and desk were decorated with knickknacks from around the world, a storyteller doll from New Mexico, a brass Buddha from Tibet, several puppets from Indonesia. The walls were painted light institutional green, and the room smelled of pine air freshener. Additional curios were arranged on both sides of her desk, as formal and symmetrical as shrubs in a French garden, an agate paperweight, a bone letter-opener, a Japanese netsuke, and in the center of the motif hovered Rickman herself, bent primly over the manuscript. The swirled, stiff orange hair, Smithback thought, didn't go well with the green walls. The tapping speeded, then slowed as Rickman turned the pages. Finally, she flicked over the last page, gathered the loose sheets together, and squared them in the precise center of the desk. "Well," she said, looking up with a bright smile, "I have a few small suggestions."
"Oh?" said Smithback.
"This section on Aztec human sacrifice, for example. It's much too controversial." She licked her finger daintily and found the page. "Here."
"Yes, but in the exhibition—"
"Mr. Smithback, the exhibition deals with this subject tastefully. This, on the other hand, is not tasteful. It's far too graphic." She zipped a magic marker across his work.
"But it's entirely accurate," Smithback said, wincing inwardly.
"I am concerned with emphasis, not accuracy. Something can be entirely accurate but have the wrong emphasis, and thus give the wrong impression. Allow me to remind you that we have a large Hispanic population here in New York."
"Yes, but how is this going to offend—"
"Moving on. This section on Gilborg simply must go." She zipped another line across another page.
"But why—"
She leaned back in her chair. "Mr. Smithback, the Gilborg expedition was a grotesque failure. They were looking for an island that did not exist. One of them, as you are so zealous in pointing out, raped a native woman. We were careful to keep all mention of Gilborg out of the exhibition. Now, is it really necessary to document the museum's failures?"
"But his collections were superb," Smithback protested feebly.
"Mr. Smithback, I am not convinced that you understand the nature of this assignment." There was a long silence. The tapping began again. "Do you really think that the museum hired you and is paying you to document failure and controversy?"
"But failure and controversy are part of science, and who's going to read a book that—"
"There are many corporations that give money to the museum, corporations that might very well be disturbed by some of this," Mrs. Rickman interrupted. "And there are volatile ethnic groups out there ready to attack that might take strong exception."
"But we're talking about things that happened 100 years ago, while—"
"Mr. Smithback!" Mrs. Rickman had only raised her voice a little, but the effect was startling. A silence fell. "Mr. Smithback, I must tell you quite frankly—" She paused, then stood up briskly and walked around the desk until she was standing directly behind the writer. "I must tell you," Mrs. Rickman continued, "that it seems to be taking you longer than I thought to come around to our point of view. You are not writing a book for a commercial publisher. To put it bluntly, we're looking for the kind of favorable treatment you gave the Boston Aquarium in your previous, assignment." She moved in front of Smithback, perching stiffly on the edge of the desk. "There are certain things we expect, and indeed that we have a right to expect. They are—" she ticked them off on bony fingers. 1. No controversy. 2. Nothing that might offend ethnic groups. 3. Nothing that might harm the museum's reputation. Now, is that so unreasonable?" She lowered her voice and, leaning forward, squeezed Smithback's hand with her dry one.
No."
Smithback struggled with an almost overwhelming urge to withdraw his hand. "Well, then, that's settled." She moved behind the desk and slid the manuscript over to him. "Now there's one small matter we need to discuss," she enunciated very precisely. "There were a few spots in the manuscript where you quoted some interesting comments by people close to the exhibition, but neglected to identify the exact sources. Nothing important, you understand, but I'd like a list of those sources. For my files, nothing more." She smiled expectantly. Alarms rang in Smithback's head.
"Well," he replied carefully, "I'd like to help you out, but the ethics of journalism won't let me." He shrugged his shoulders. "You know how it is."
Mrs. Rickman's smile faded quickly, and she opened her mouth to speak. Just then, to Smithback's relief, the phone rang. He got up to leave, gathering his manuscript together. As he was closing the door, he heard a sharp intake of breath. "Not another!" The door hissed shut. 14. D'Agosta just couldn't get used to the Hall of the Great Apes. All those big grinning chimps, stuffed, hanging out of the fake trees, with their hairy arms and hilarious realistic dicks and big human hands with real fingernails. He wondered why it had taken so long for scientists to figure out the man was descended from the apes. Should have been obvious the first time they clapped eyes on a chimp. And he'd heard somewhere that chimps were just like humans, violent, excitable, always beating hell out of each other, even murdering and eating each other. Jesus, he thought, there must be some other way to get around the museum without going through this hole. This way, said the guard. Down this stairway. It's pretty awful, Lieutenant. I was coming in it. I'll hear that later, said D'Agusta. After the kid, D'Agusta was ready for anything. You say he's wearing a guard's uniform. You know him? I don't know, sir. It's hard to tell. The guard pointed down the dim stairs. The stairway opened onto some kind of courtyard. The body lay at the bottom, in shadow. Everything was streaked and splattered in black. The floor, the walls, the overhead light. D'Agusta knew what the black was. You, he said, turning to one of several policemen following him. Get some lights in here. I want the place dusted and swept for fibers pronto. Is the SOC unit on its way? The man's obviously dead, so keep the ambulance people out for a while. I don't want them messing things up. D'Agusta looked down the stairs again. Jesus H. Christ, he said. Whose footprints are those? Some jackass just walked right through that pool of blood, it looks like. Or maybe our murderer decided to leave us a fat clue. There was a silence. Are those yours? He turned to the guard. What's your name? Norris. Eric Norris. As I was saying, Yes or no? Yes, but... Shut up. Are those the shoes? Yes. See, I was... Take the shoes off. You're ruining the carpet. Fucking door shaker, D'Agusta thought. Take them to the forensics lab. Tell them to seal them in a crime bag. They'll know what to do. Wait for me there. No, don't wait for me there. I'll call you later. I'll have a few questions for you. No, take the fucking shoes off right here. He didn't want another prying on his hands. What was it about this museum? People like to go around wading in blood? You'll have to walk over there in your socks. Yes, sir. One of the cops behind D'Agusta snickered. D'Agusta looked at him. You think it's funny? He tracked blood all over the place. It's not funny. D'Agusta moved halfway down the stairwell. The head was lying in a far corner, face down. He couldn't see it all that well, but he knew that he'd find the top of the skull punched out, the brains floating around somewhere in all that gore. God, what a mess a body could be if it wanted to. A step sounded on the stairway behind him. SOC, said a short man, followed by a photographer and several other men in lab coats. Finally! I want lights there, there, and there, and wherever else a photographer wants them. I want a perimeter set up. I want it set up 5 minutes ago. I want every speck of lint and grain of sand picked up. I want trace chem used on everything. I want... Well, what else do I want? I want every test known to man. And I want that perimeter observed by everyone. Got it? No fuck-ups this time. D'Agusta turned. Is the crime lab team on the premises? And the coroner's investigator? Are they out for coffee and croissants? He patted the breast pocket of his jacket, looking for a cigar. Put cardboard boxes over those footprints. And you guys, when you're done, squeegee a trail around the body so we can walk without tracking blood everywhere. Excellent. D'Agusta heard a low, mellifluous voice behind him. Who the hell are you? He said, turning to see a tall, slender man, wearing a crisp black suit, leaning against the top of the stairwell. Hair so blond it was almost white was brushed straight back above pale blue eyes. The Undertaker? Pendergast, the man said, stepping down and holding out his hand. The photographer, cradling his equipment, pushed past him. Well, Pendergast, you better have a good reason to be here, otherwise... Pendergast smiled. Special Agent Pendergast. Oh, FBI. Funny, why aren't I surprised? Well, how do, Pendergast? Why the hell don't you guys phone ahead? Listen, I got a headless, de-brained stiff down there. Where's the rest of you, anyway? Pendergast withdrew his hand. There's just me, I'm afraid. What? Don't kid me. You guys always travel around in packs. The lights popped on, and the gore around them was bathed in brilliance. Everything that previously appeared black was suddenly illuminated, all the various shades of the body's secret workings made visible. Something D'Agusta suspected was Norris's breakfast was also visible, lying amidst a wash of body fluids. Involuntarily, D'Augusta's jaw started working. Then his eye caught a piece of skull with the dead guard's crew cut still on it, lying a good 5 feet from the body.
"Oh, Jesus,"
said D'Augusta, stepping back, and then he lost it. Right in front of the FBI guy, in front of SOC, in front of the photographer, he blew his own breakfast.
"I can't believe it," he thought. "First time in 22 years, and it's happening at the worst possible moment."
The coroner's investigator appeared on the stairs, a young woman in a white coat and plastic apron. "Who's the officer in charge?" she asked, sliding on her gloves.
"I am,"
said D'Augusta, wiping his mouth. He looked at Pendergast.
"For a few more minutes, anyway. Lieutenant D'Augusta."
"Dr. Collins," the investigator replied briskly. Followed by an assistant, she walked down to an area near the body that was being squeegeed free of blood. "Photographer," she said, "I'm turning the body over. Full series, please."
D'Augusta averted his gaze. "We got work to do, Pendergast," he said authoritatively. He pointed at the vomit. "Don't clean that up until the SOC is finished with these stairs, got it?"
Everyone nodded.
"I want to know ingress and egress as soon as possible. See if you can ID the body. If it is a guard, get Ippolito down here. Pendergast, let's go up to the command post, get coordinated or liaised or whatever the hell you call it, and then let's return when the team is done for a look-see."
"Capital," said Pendergast.
"Capital?" thought D'Augusta.
The guy sounded deep south. He'd met types like this before, and they were hopeless in New York City. Pendergast leaned forward and said quietly, "The blood splattered on the wall was rather interesting." D'Augusta looked over.
"You don't say."
"I'd be interested in the ballistics on that blood." D'Augusta looked straight into Pendergast's pale eyes.
"Good idea," he said finally. "Hey, photographer, get a close-up series of the blood on the wall. And McHenry, sir. I want a ballistic analysis done on that blood. Looks like it was moving fast at a sharp angle. I want the source pinpointed, speed, force, a full report. Yes, sir. I want it on my desk in 30 minutes.
McHenry looked a little unhappy.
Okay, Pendergast. Any more ideas?
No, that was my only one.
Let's go.
In the temporary command post, everything was in place. D'Augusta always saw to that. Not one piece of paper was loose, not one file was out, not one tape recorder sitting on a desk. It looked good, and now he was glad that it did. Everyone was busy, the phones were lit up, but things were under control. Pendergast slipped his lean form into a chair. For a formal-looking guy, he moved like a cat. Briefly, D'Augusta gave him an overview of the investigation.
Okay, Pendergast, he concluded. What's your jurisdiction here? Did we fuck up? Are we out?
Pendergast smiled. No, not at all. As far as I can tell, I would not have done anything differently myself. You see, Lieutenant, we've been in the case from the very beginning, only we didn't realize it.
How so?
I'm from the New Orleans field office, New Orleans, Louisiana. We were working on a series of killings down there, some very odd killings. Not to get into specifics, but the victims had the tops of their skulls removed and the brains extracted. Same modus operandi.
No shit. When was this?
Several years ago.
Several years ago? That's...
Yes, they went unsolved. First it was the ATF because they thought drugs might have been involved. Then it was the FBI when ATF couldn't make any progress. But we couldn't do anything with it. The trail was cold. And then yesterday I read a wire service report about the double murder here in New York. The M.O. is too peculiar not to make an immediate connection, don't you think? So I flew up last night. I'm not even officially here, although I will be tomorrow. D'Augusta relaxed.
So, you're from Louisiana. I thought you might be some new boy in the New York office.
They'll be here, said Pendergast. When I make my report tonight, they'll be in on it, but I will be in charge of the case.
You? No way, not New York City.
Pendergast smiled.
I will be in charge, Lieutenant. I've been pursuing this case for years, and I am, frankly, interested in it."
The way Pendergast said "interested" sent a strange sensation down D'Augusta's back.
"But don't worry, Lieutenant. I am ready and willing to work with you side by side in perhaps a different way than the New York office might. If you'll meet me halfway, that is. This isn't my turf, and I'm going to need your help. How about it?"
He stood up and held out his hand.
Christ, D'Augusta thought. The boys in the New York office will take him apart in 2.5 hours and ship the pieces back to New Orleans.
"Deal,"
said D'Augusta, grasping his hand. "I'll introduce you around, starting with the security director, Ippolito, provided you answer one question. You said the M.O. of the New Orleans killings was the same. What about the bite marks we found in the brain of the older boy, the claw fragment? From what you told me about the autopsy, Lieutenant, the M.E. was only speculating about the bite marks," Pendergast replied. "I'll be interested to hear the salivase results. Is the claw being tested?"
Later, D'Augusta would remember that his question had been only half answered. Now he simply replied,
"It's being done today."
Pendergast leaned back in his chair and made a tent of his fingers, his blond white hair hanging loosely over his forehead, his eyes looking off into space.
"I'll have to pay a visit to Dr. Zevich when she examines today's unpleasantness. Say, Pendergast, you aren't by any chance related to Andy Warhol, are you?" "I don't care much for modern art, Lieutenant."
The crime scene was packed but orderly, everyone moving swiftly and speaking in undertones, as if in deference to the dead man. The morgue crew had arrived, but was standing out of the way, patiently observing the proceedings. Pendergast stood with D'Augusta and Ippolito, the museum's security director.
"Indulge me, if you will," Pendergast was saying to the photographer. "I'd like a shot from here, like this."
Pendergast demonstrated briefly.
"And I'd like a series from the top of the stairs and a sequence coming down. Take your time, get a nice play of line, shadow, and light going. Do an Edward Weston, make it pretty."
The photographer looked carefully at Pendergast, then moved off. Pendergast turned to Ippolito.
"Here's a question. Why was the guard, what did you say his name was, Mr. Ippolito, Jolly, Fred Jolly, down here in the first place? This wasn't part of his rounds, correct?"
"That's right," Ippolito said. He was standing in a dry spot near the entrance to the courtyard, his face a poisonous green.
D'Augusta shrugged. "Who knows?"
"Indeed," Pendergast said. He looked out into the courtyard beyond the stairwell, which was small and deep, brick walls rising on 3 sides.
"And he locked the door behind himself, you see. We have to assume he went outside here, or was headed in that direction. The torrid meteor shower was peaking at about that time last night. Perhaps Jolly here is an aspiring astronomer, but I doubt it."
He stood still for a minute, looking around. Then he turned back toward them.
"I believe I can tell you why." Christ, the real Sherlock Holmes, thought D'Augusta. "He came down the stairwell to indulge a habit of his, marijuana. This courtyard is an isolated and well-ventilated spot, a perfect place to, smoke some weed. Marijuana, that's just a guess."
"I believe I see the roach," said Pendergast, pointing into the courtyard. "Just where the door meets the jamb."
"I can't see a thing," said D'Augusta. "Hey, Ed, check out the base of the door. Right there, what is it?"
"A joint," said Ed.
"What's the matter with you guys? Can't find a fucking joint? I told you to pick up every grain of sand, for Christ's sake."
"We haven't done that grid yet."
"Right."
He looked at Pendergast.
"Lucky bastard. Probably wasn't a guard's joint anyway."
"Mr. Ippolito," Pendergast drawled,
"is it common for your staff to use illicit drugs while on duty?"
"Absolutely not, but I'm not convinced it was Fred Jolly that—" Pendergast shut him up with a wave of the hand.
"I assume you can account for all these footprints?" "Those belong to the guard who found the body," said D'Augusta.
Pendergast bent down.
"These completely cover any local evidence that may remain," he said, frowning. "Really, Mr. Ippolito," he said, "you should have your men better trained in how to preserve a crime scene." Ippolito opened his mouth, then closed it again. Augusta suppressed a smirk. Pendergast was walking carefully back underneath the stairwell, where a large metal door stood partially open. "Orient me, Mr. Ippolito. This door under the stairwell goes where?" "A hallway." "Leading to?" "Well, there's the secure area down to the right, but the killer wouldn't have gone that way because—" "Excuse me for contradicting you, Mr. Ippolito, but I'm sure the killer did go that way," Pendergast replied. "Let me guess. Beyond the secure area is the old basement, am I right?" "Right," said Ippolito. "Where the 2 children were found." "Bingo," said D'Augusta. "This secure area sounds interesting, Mr. Ippolito. Shall we take a stroll?" Beyond the rusty metal door, a row of light bulbs stretched down a long basement corridor. The floor was covered in shabby linoleum, and the walls were hung with murals of southwestern Pueblo Indians grinding corn, weaving, and stalking deer. "Lovely," said Pendergast. "A shame they're down here. They look like early Fremont Ellis." "They used to be in the Hall of the Southwest," said Ippolito. "It closed in the 20s, I think." "Ah," said Pendergast, scrutinizing one of the murals. "It is Ellis. My heavens, these are lovely. Look at the light on that adobe facade." "So," said Ippolito, "how do you know?" "Why," said Pendergast, "anyone who knows Ellis would recognize these." "I mean, how do you know the killer came through here?" "I suppose I was guessing," said Pendergast, examining the next painting. "You see, when someone says it's impossible, I have this very bad habit. I can't help myself. I immediately contradict that person in the most positive terms possible. A very bad habit, but one that I find hard to break. But, of course, now we do know the killer came through here." "How?" Ippolito seemed confused. "Look at this marvelous rendition of old Santa Fe. Have you ever been to Santa Fe?" There was a momentary silence. No," said Ippolito. "There is a mountain range behind the town called the Sierra de Sangre de Cristo. It means the Blood of Christ Mountains in Spanish." "So?" "Well, the mountains do look quite red in the setting sun, but not, I dare say, that red. That's real blood, and it's fresh. A shame, really, it's ruined the painting." "Holy shit," said D'Augusta. "Look at that." A broad streak of blood was smeared waist-high across the painting. "You know, murder is a messy thing. We should find traces of blood all along this corridor. Lieutenant, we'll need the crime lab people in here. I think we have your egress at any rate." He paused. "Let's finish our little tour and then call them in. I'd like to go ahead and look for evidence, if you don't mind." "Be my guest," said D'Augusta. "Careful where you walk, Mr. Ippolito. We'll be asking them to check the floors as well as the walls." They came to a locked door marked Restricted. "This is the secure area," said Ippolito. "I see," said Pendergast. "And what exactly is the point of this secure area, Mr. Ippolito? Is the rest of the museum insecure?" "Not at all," the security director replied quickly. "The secure area is for storing especially rare and valuable objects. This is the best protected museum in the country. We've recently installed a system of sliding metal doors throughout the museum. They're all linked to our computer system, and in the event of a burglary we can seal off the museum in sections, just like the watertight compartments on a—" "I get the picture, Mr. Ippolito. Thank you very much," Pendergast said. "Interesting. An old copper-sheathed door," he said, examining it closely. D'Augusta saw that the copper covering was riddled with shallow dents. "Fresh dents, by the look of them," Pendergast said. "Now what do you make of this?" He pointed downward. "Jesus H. Christ!" breathed D'Augusta, looking at the lower section of the door. The wooden doorframe was scored and gouged into a welter of fresh splinters, as if something with claws had been scrabbling at it. Pendergast stepped back. "I want the entire door analyzed, if you please, Lieutenant. And now to see what's inside. Mr. Ippolito, if you would be so kind as to open the door without getting your hands all over it. I'm not supposed to let anyone in there without clearance. D'Augusta looked at him in disbelief. You mean you want us to get a damn warrant? No, it's just that... He forgot the key, said Pendergast. We'll wait. I'll be right back, said Ippolito, and his hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. When he was out of hearing, D'Augusta turned to Pendergast. I hate to say it, Pendergast, but I like the way you work. That was pretty slick, the painting and the way you handled Ippolito. Good luck with the New York boys. Pendergast looked amused. Thank you. The feeling is mutual. I'm glad I am working with you, Lieutenant, and not one of these hard-boiled fellas. Judging from what happened back there, you still have a heart. You're still a normal human being. D'Augusta laughed. No, it wasn't that. It was the fucking scrambled eggs with ham and cheese and ketchup I had for breakfast. And that crew cut. I hate crew cuts. 15. The herbarium door was shut, as usual, despite the sign that read, Do not close this door. Margo knocked. Come on, Smith, I know you're in there. She knocked again, louder, and heard a querulous voice. All right, hold your horses, I'm coming. The door opened, and Bailey Smith, the old curatorial assistant of the herbarium, sat back down at his desk with an enormous sigh of irritation and began shuffling through his mail. Margo stepped forward resolutely. Bailey Smith seemed to consider his job a gross imposition, and when at last he got around to things it was hard to shut him up. Normally, Margo would have merely sent down a requisition slip and avoided the ordeal, but she needed to examine the Kiribitu plant specimens as soon as possible for her next dissertation chapter. Moriarty's write-up was still unfinished, and she'd been hearing rumors of another horrible killing that might shut the museum down for the rest of the day. Bailey Smith hummed, ignoring her. Though he was nearly 80, Margo suspected he only feigned deafness to annoy people. "Mr. Smith," she called out, "I need these specimens, please." She pushed a list over the countertop. "Right away, if possible." Smith grunted, rose from his chair, and slowly picked up the list, scanning it disapprovingly. "May take a while to locate, you know. How about tomorrow morning?" "Please, Mr. Smith, I've heard they might close down the museum at any moment. I really need these specimens." Scenting the chance to gossip, the old man became friendlier. "Terrible business," he said, shaking his head. "In my 42 years here I've never seen anything like it. But I can't say I'm surprised," he added with a significant nod. Margo didn't want to get Smith going. She said nothing. "But not the first, from what I hear, and not the last, either." He turned with the list, holding it in front of his nose. "What's this? Muhlenbergia Dunbari? We don't have any of that." Then Margo heard a voice behind her. "Not the first." It was Gregory Kawakita, the young assistant curator, who had accompanied her to the staff lounge the previous morning. Margo had read the museum's bio of Kawakita. Born to wealthy parents, orphaned young, he had left his native Yokohama and grown up with relatives in England. After studying at Magdalen College, Oxford, he moved to MIT for graduate work, then on to the museum and in assistant curatorship. He was Frock's most brilliant protege, which made Margo occasionally resentful. To her, Kawakita didn't seem the kind of scientist who'd wish to be allied with Frock. Kawakita had an instinctual sense for museum politics, and Frock was controversial, an iconoclast. Despite his self-absorption, Kawakita was undeniably brilliant, and he was working with Frock on a model of genetic mutation that no one but the two of them seemed to fully understand. With Frock's guidance, Kawakita was developing the Extrapolator, a program that could compare and combine genetic codes of different species. When they ran their data through the museum's powerful computer, the system's throughput was reduced to such a degree that people joked it was in hand calculator mode. "Not the first what?" asked Smith, giving Kawakita an unwelcoming stare. Margo flashed a warning glance at Kawakita, but he continued. "You said something about this murder not being the first." "Greg, did you have to?" Margo groaned sotto voce. "I'll never get my plant specimens now." "I'm not surprised by any of this," Smith continued. "Now, I'm not a superstitious man," he said, leaning on the counter. But this isn't the first time some creature has prowled the halls of the museum. At least that's what people say. Not that I believe a word of it, mind you." "Creature?" asked Kawakita. Margo gave Kawakita a light kick in the shins. "I'm only repeating what everyone's talking about, Dr. Kawakita. I don't believe in starting false rumors." "Of course not," said Kawakita, winking at Margo. Smith fixed Kawakita with a stern glare. "They say it's been around a long time, living down in the basement, eating rats and mice and cockroaches. Have you noticed there aren't any rats or mice loose in the museum? There should be. God knows they're all over the rest of New York, but not here. Curious, don't you think?" "I hadn't noticed," said Kawakita. "I'll make a special effort to check that out." "And then there was a researcher here who was breeding cats for some experiment," Smith continued. "Sloan, I think his name was, Dr. Sloan, in the Animal Behavior Department. One day a dozen of his cats escaped, and you know what? They were never seen again. Vanished. Now, that's kind of funny. You'd expect one or two at least to show up." "Maybe they left because there weren't any mice to eat," said Kawakita. Smith ignored him. "Some say it hatched from one of those crates of dinosaur eggs brought back from Siberia." "I see," said Kawakita, trying to suppress a grin. "Dinosaurs loose in the museum." Smith shrugged. "I only say what I hear. Others think it was something brought back from one of the graves they've robbed over the years. Some artifact with a curse, you know, like the King Tut curse. And if you ask me, those fellows deserve what they get. I don't care what they call it, archaeology, anthropology, or hoodooology. It's just plain old grave robbing to me. You don't see them digging up their grandmother's graves, but they sure don't hesitate to dig up somebody else's and take all the goodies, am I right?" "Absolutely," said Kawakita. "But what is that you said about these murders not being the first?" Smith looked at them conspiratorially. "Well, if you tell anybody I told you this, I'll deny it. But about 5 years back, something strange happened." He paused for a minute, as if to gauge the effect his story was having. "There was this curator, Morrissey or Montana or something. He was involved with that disastrous Amazon expedition. You know the one I mean, where everyone was killed. Anyway, one day he simply vanished. Nobody ever heard from him again, so people started to whisper about it. Apparently a guard was overheard saying that his body had been found in the basement, horribly mutilated." "I see," Kawakita said. "And you think the museum beast did it?" "I don't think anything," Smith responded quickly. "I'm just telling you what I've heard, that's all. I've heard a lot of things from a lot of people, I can tell you." "So has anyone seen this, creature?" Kawakita asked, unsuccessfully stifling a smile. "Why, yes, sir. Couple of people, in fact. You know old Carl Conover in the metal shop? 3 years ago now, he says he saw it. Came in early to get some work done and saw it slouching around a corner in the basement. Saw it right there, plain as day." "Really?" said Kawakita. "What did it look like?" "Well," Smith began, then stopped. Even he finally noticed Kawakita's amusement. The old man's expression changed. "I expect, Dr. Kawakita, that it looked a bit like Mr. Jim Beam," he said. Kawakita was puzzled. "Beam? I don't believe I know him." Bailey Smith suddenly roared with laughter, and Margo couldn't help grinning herself. "George," she said, "I think he meant that Conover was drunk." "I see," said Kawakita stiffly. "Of course." All his good humor had vanished. "Doesn't like having the joke turned on him," Margo thought. "He can dish it out, but he can't take it." "Well, anyway," said Kawakita briskly, "I need some specimens." "Now wait just a minute," Margo protested as Kawakita pushed his own list under the counter. The old man eyed it and peered at the scientist. "Week after next, okay?" he asked. 16. Several floors above, Lieutenant Augusta sat in a huge leather sofa in the curator's study. He smacked his lips contentedly, propped one chubby leg upon the knee of the other, and looked around. Pendergast, absorbed in a book of lithographs, was reclining in an armchair behind a desk. Above his head, in a gold rococo frame, hung a massive Audubon painting depicting the mating ritual of the snowy egret.
Oak paneling with a century's patina ran along the walls above a beadboard wainscot. Delicate gilded lights of hand-blown glass hung just below the pressed tin ceiling. A large fireplace of elaborately carved dolomite limestone dominated one corner of the room. "Nice place," D'Augusta thought. "Old money, old New York, it has class. Not the place to smoke a two-bit cigar." He lit up. "It's come and gone 2:30, Pendergast," he said, exhaling blue smoke. "Where the hell do you think Wright is?" Pendergast shrugged. "Trying to intimidate us," he said, turning another page. D'Augusta looked at the FBI agent for a minute. "You know these museum big shots. They think they can keep anybody waiting," he said finally, watching for a reaction. "Wright and his cronies have been treating us like second-class citizens since yesterday morning." Pendergast turned another page. "I had no idea the museum had a complete collection of Piranesi's forum sketches," he murmured. D'Augusta snorted to himself. "This should be interesting," he thought. Over lunch, he'd made a few surreptitious calls to some friends in the bureau. Turned out they'd not only heard of Pendergast, but they'd heard several rumors about him. Graduated with honors from some English university. Probably true. A special forces officer who had been captured in Vietnam and had later walked out of the jungle, the only survivor of a Cambodian death camp. D'Augusta wasn't sure about that one, but he was revising his opinion nevertheless. Now the massive door opened silently, and Wright came in, the security director at his heels. Abruptly, Wright sat down opposite the FBI agent. "You're Pendergast, I suppose," the director sighed. "Let's get this over with." D'Augusta sat back to watch the fun. There was a long silence while Pendergast turned pages. Wright shifted. "If you're busy," he said irritably, "we can come back another time." Pendergast's face was invisible behind the large book. "No," he said finally. "Now is a good time." Another page was leisurely turned, then another. D'Augusta watched with amusement as the director reddened. "The security director isn't needed for this meeting," came the voice from behind the book. "Mr. Ippolito is part of the investigation." The agent's eyes suddenly appeared over the spine of the book. "I'm in charge of the investigation, Dr. Wright," Pendergast said quietly. "Now, if Mr. Ippolito would be so kind—" Ippolito glanced nervously at Wright, who flicked his hand in dismissal. "Look, Mr. Pendergast," Wright began as the door closed. "I've got a museum that needs running, and I don't have much time. I hope this can be brief." Pendergast laid the book open carefully on the desk in front of him. "I've often thought," he said slowly, "that this early classicist stuff of Piranesi's was his best. Do you agree?" Wright looked utterly astonished. "I fail to see," he stammered, "what that has to do with—" "His later work was interesting, of course, but too fantastical for my taste," Pendergast replied. "Actually," said the director in his best lecture voice, "I've always thought—" The book slammed shut like a shot. "Actually, Dr. Wright," Pendergast said tightly, his courtly manner gone, "it's time to forget what you've always thought. We're going to play a little game here. I'm going to talk, and you all are going to listen. Understood?" Wright sat speechless. Then his face mottled in anger. "Mr. Pendergast, I will not be spoken to in that manner." Pendergast cut him off. "In case you haven't read the headlines, Dr. Wright, there have been 3 grisly murders in this museum in the last 48 hours. 3. The press is speculating that some kind of ferocious beast is responsible. Museum attendance is down 50% since the weekend. Your staff is very upset, to put it mildly. Have you bothered taking a stroll through your museum today, Dr. Wright? You might find it edifying. The feeling of dread is almost palpable. Most people, if they leave their offices at all, travel in 2s and 3s. The maintenance staff is finding any reasons it can to avoid the old basement, yet you prefer to act as if nothing is wrong. Believe me, Dr. Wright, something is extremely wrong." Pendergast leaned forward and slowly folded his arms on top of the book. There was something so menacing in his deliberateness, so cold in his pale eyes, that the director sat back involuntarily. D'Augusta unconsciously held his breath. Then Pendergast continued. "Now we could handle this in one of 3 ways," he said.
Your way, my way, or the Bureau's way. So far, your way has been far too much in evidence. I understand that the police investigation has been subtly obstructed. Phone calls are returned late, if at all. Staff are busy or not to be found. Those who are available, such as Mr. Ippolito, have not proven particularly useful. People are late to appointments. Why, it's enough to make a man suspicious. As of now, your way is no longer acceptable." Pendergast waited for a response. There was none, and he went on. "Ordinarily, the Bureau's way would be to close the museum, suspend operations, cancel exhibitions. Very bad publicity, I assure you. Very expensive to the taxpayers and to you. But my way is a bit more hospitable. All other things being equal, the museum can remain open. Still, there will be certain conditions. Number 1, he said, I want you to assure total and complete cooperation of museum personnel. We will need to speak to you and other senior staff members from time to time, and I want total compliance. I will also need a list of the entire staff. We want to interview everyone who works in or has had any reason to be in the vicinity of the murders. There will be no exceptions. I would appreciate your making sure of this personally. We'll be setting up a schedule, and everyone is to show up on time." "But there are 2,500 employees," began Wright. "Number 2, Pendergast continued. "Starting tomorrow, we're going to be limiting employee access to the museum until such time as this investigation is concluded. The curfew is to be for the safety of the staff. At least, that is what you will tell them." "But there's vital research going on here that—" "Number 3. Pendergast casually pointed 3 fingers, Derringer-like, at Wright. "From time to time, we may need to close a museum, either fully or in part. In some instances, only visitors will be denied entry. In others, the museum will be closed to staff as well. Notice may be short. Your cooperation will be expected." Wright's fury mounted. "This museum is closed only 3 days a year, Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving," he said. "This is unprecedented. It will look terrible." He gave Pendergast a long, appraising look. "Besides, I'm not convinced you have the authority to do that. I think we should—" He stopped. Pendergast had picked up the telephone. "What's that for?" Wright demanded. "Dr. Wright, this is growing tiresome. Perhaps we should discuss this with the Attorney General." Pendergast started to dial. "Just a moment," said Wright. "Surely we can discuss this without involving other people." "That's up to you," said Pendergast as he finished dialing. "For heaven's sake, put down that phone," Wright said angrily. "Of course, we'll cooperate fully. Within reason." "Very good," Pendergast said. "And if in the future you start to feel that anything is unreasonable, we can always do this again." He replaced the receiver gently. "If I'm going to cooperate," Wright continued, "I think I've a right to be informed about just what's been done since this latest atrocity. As far as I can see, you've made precious little progress." "Certainly, Doctor," Pendergast said. He looked at the papers on the desk. "According to your time clocks, the most recent victim, Jolly, met his demise shortly after 10:30 last night," he said. "The autopsy should confirm this. He was, as you know, lacerated in a fashion similar to the previous victims. He was killed while making his rounds, although a stairwell where he was found wasn't part of his normal route. He may have been investigating a suspicious noise or something of that nature. He may have just stopped for some reefer. A recently smoked marijuana cigarette was found near the archway directly outside the stairwell exit. We will naturally be testing the body for drug use." "God, that's all we need," said Wright. "But haven't you found any useful clues? What about this wild animal business? You—" Pendergast held his palm up and waited for silence. "I would prefer not to speculate until we discuss the available evidence with experts. Some of these experts may be from among your own staff. For the record, we found no signs as yet that any kind of animal had been in the vicinity. The body was found lying at the bottom of the stairwell, although it was clear that the attack occurred near the top, as blood and viscera were found along the length of the stairs. He either rolled or was dragged to the bottom. But don't take my word for it, Dr. Wright.
Pendergast said, picking up a manila envelope from the desk.
"See for yourself."
He pulled out a glossy photograph and laid it carefully on the tabletop.
"Oh, my God," Wright said, staring at the photograph. "Heaven help us."
The right-hand wall of the stairwell was covered with splattered blood, Pendergast said.
"Here's a photograph."
He handed it to Wright, who slid it quickly on top of the first.
"It's a simple matter to do a ballistics analysis on splattered blood," Pendergast went on. "In this case, the evidence is consistent with a massive blow directed downward, instantaneously disemboweling the victim."
Pendergast replaced the photographs and checked his watch.
"Lieutenant D'Augusta will be checking in with you to make sure that everything is proceeding along the lines we've discussed," he said.
"One last question, Doctor. Which of your curators knows the most about the anthropology collections here?" Dr. Wright seemed not to have heard. Finally he said,
"Dr. Frock,"
in a barely audible voice.
"Very good," said Pendergast.
"Oh, and Doctor, I told you earlier that the museum can remain open, all other things being equal. But if anybody else dies inside these walls, the museum will have to be shut down immediately. The matter will be out of my hands. Understood?" After a long moment, Wright nodded.
"Excellent," Pendergast replied.
"I'm very aware, Doctor, that your superstition exhibition is scheduled to open this coming weekend, and that you have a large preview planned for Friday evening. I'd like to see your opening proceed unvexed, but everything will depend on what we discover in the next 24 hours. Prudence may require us to delay the opening party."
Wright's left eyelid began to twitch.
"That's quite impossible. Our entire marketing campaign would be derailed. The publicity would be devastating."
"We shall see," Pendergast replied.
"Now, unless there's anything else, I don't think we need keep you any longer." Wright, his face drained of color, stood up and, without a word, walked stiffly out of the room. D'Augusta grinned as the door closed.
"Softened up that bastard nicely," he said.
"What's that again, Lieutenant?" Pendergast asked, leaning back in the leather chair and picking up the book with renewed enthusiasm.
"Come on, Pendergast," D'Augusta said, looking cagily at the FBI agent. "I guess you can drop the genteel act when it suits you."
Pendergast blinked innocently at D'Augusta. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I apologize for any unseemly behavior. It's simply that I can't stand pompous, bureaucratic individuals. I'm afraid I can become quite short with them." He raised the book. "It's a bad habit, but very hard to break." 17. The laboratory looked out over the East River and across to the warehouses and decaying industrial buildings of Long Island City. Louis Thiroux stood in the window and watched an enormous barge, piled with garbage and surrounded by countless seagulls, being pushed out to sea. "Probably 1 minute's worth of New York City garbage," he thought. Thiroux turned away from the window and sighed. He hated New York, but one had to make choices. The choice for him was enduring the city and working in one of the best genetic labs in the country, or working in some half-assed facility in a nice rural spot somewhere. So far he'd chosen the city, but his patience was running out. He heard a low beeping, then the soft hiss of a mini-printer. The results were coming through. Another soft beep indicated the print job was finished. The $3 million Omega-9 parallel processing computer, which took up a series of large gray boxes along one wall, was now completely silent. Only a few lights indicated that anything was happening. It was a special, hardwired model designed for sequencing DNA and mapping genes. Thiroux had come to the lab 6 months before, specifically because of this machine. He fetched the paper out of the bin and scanned it. The first page was a summary of the results, followed by a sequence of nucleic acids found in the sample. Next to those were columns of letters that identified primer sequences and mapped genes from the target group. The target group, in this case, was unusual. Big cats. They had asked for gene matches with Asiatic tiger, jaguar, leopard, bobcat. Thiroux had thrown in the cheetah, since its genetics were so well known. The outgroup chosen was, as usual, Homo sapiens, a control to check that the genetic matching process had been accurate and the sample sound. He scanned the summary. Well, this is complete bullshit, thought Theroux. The sample matched the outgroup a lot more than it matched the target group, the opposite of what should have happened. Only a 4% chance that the genetic material was from a big cat, but a 33% chance it was from a human being. 33%. Still low, but within the realm of probability. So that meant trying GenBank for a match. GenLab was the DNA database. The database, 200 gigs and growing, contained DNA sequences, primers, and mapped genes for thousands of organisms, from the Escherichia coli bacterium to Homo sapiens. He would run the data against the GenLab database and see just what this DNA was from. Something close to Homo sapiens, it looked like. Not high enough to be an ape, but maybe something like a lemur. Theroux's curiosity was piqued. Till now, he didn't even know that his laboratory did work for the police department. What the hell made them think this sample came from a big cat, he wondered. The results ran to a hefty 80 pages. The DNA sequencer printed out the identified nucleotides in columnar format, indicating species, identified genes, and unidentified sequences. Theroux knew that most of the sequences would be unidentified, since the only organism with a complete genetic map was the Escherichia coli bacterium. Theroux glanced over the figures, then carried the paper over to his desk. With a few keystrokes on his Spark Station 10, Theroux could access information from thousands of databases. If the Omega-9 did not have the information he sought, it would automatically dial into the Internet and find a computer that did. Scanning the printout more closely, Theroux frowned. It must be a degraded sample, he thought. Too much unidentified DNA. He stopped flipping the pages. Here was something truly odd. The program had identified a large chunk of DNA as belonging to an animal named Hemidactylus tursicus. Now what the hell is that? Thought Theroux. The biological nomenclature database told him. Common name, Turkish gecko. What? Thought Theroux. He typed, expand. Hemidactylus tursicus, Turkish gecko. Original range, Northern Africa. Present biological range, Florida, Brazil, Asia Minor, Northern Africa. Medium-sized lizard of the gecko family, Geckonidae. Arboreal, nocturnal, lacking movable eyelids. Theroux flicked out of the database while the information was still scrolling by. It was pure nonsense, obviously. Lizard DNA and human DNA in the same sample. But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. You couldn't blame the computer, really. It was an inexact procedure, and only the smallest fractions of the DNA sequences of any given organism were known. He scanned down the printed list. About 50% of the matches were human, a very low proportion, assuming the subject was human, but not out of the question in a degraded sample. And there was always a possibility of contamination. A stray cell or two could ruin an entire run. This last possibility was looking more and more likely to Theroux. Well, what can you expect from the NYPD? They couldn't even get rid of the guy who sold crack openly on the corner across from his apartment building. He continued his scan. Wait, he thought, here's another long sequence. Tarantola moritanica. He punched up the database, entered the name. The screen read, Tarantola moritanica. Wall gecko. Give me a break, Theroux thought. This is some kind of a joke. He glanced at the calendar. April 1st was Saturday. He started to laugh. It was a very good joke. A very, very good joke. He didn't think old Buckholz had it in him. Well, he had a sense of humor, too. He started his report. Sample LA33. Summary. Sample conclusively identified as Homo geckopians. Common name, Gecko Man. When he finished the report, he sent it upstairs immediately. Then he went out for coffee, still chuckling. He was proud of how he'd handled it. He wondered where in the world Buckholz got his gecko samples from. Probably sold them in pet stores. He could see Buckholz blending up sample cells from 2 or 3 geckos in the ultra blender with a few drops of his own blood.
Let's see what our new man Thoreau makes of this, he'd probably been thinking. Thoreau, carrying the coffee up in the elevator, had to laugh out loud. He found Buckholz waiting for him in the lab. Only Buckholz wasn't laughing. 18. Wednesday. Frock sat in his wheelchair, dabbing his forehead with a Gucci handkerchief. "Sit down, please," he said to Margo. "Thank you for coming so promptly. It's dreadful, just dreadful." "The poor guard," she replied. Nobody in the museum was talking about anything else. "Guard?" Frock looked up. "Oh, well, yes, quite a tragedy. No, I mean this." He held up a memorandum. "All sorts of new rules," said Frock. "Very inconvenient. Effective today, staff are only allowed in the building between 10 and 5. No working late, or on Sundays there will be guards stationed in each department. You'll be expected to sign in and out of anthropology each day. They're asking everybody to carry IDs at all times. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave the museum without one." He continued reading. "Let's see, what else? Yes. Try as much as possible to keep to your assigned section. And I'm supposed to tell you not to go into isolated areas of the museum alone. If you need to go somewhere, go with someone. The police will be interviewing everyone who works in the old basement. Yours is scheduled for early next week. And various sections of the museum are being posted as off-limits." He pushed the memo across the desk. Margo saw a floor plan attached. The off-limits areas shaded in red. "Don't worry," Frock continued. "I note your office is just outside the area." Lovely, thought Margo, just outside where the murderer is probably lurking. "This seems like a complicated arrangement, Professor Frock. Why didn't they just close the whole museum?" "No doubt they tried, my dear. I'm sure Winston talked them out of it. If this superstition exhibition doesn't open on schedule, the museum will be in deep trouble." Frock held out his hand for the memo. "Shall we consider this discussed? There are other things I wish to talk to you about." Margo nodded. The museum will be in deep trouble. It seemed to her that it already was. Her office mate, along with half of the museum staff, had called in sick that morning. Those who did show up were spending most of their time at the coffee machines or photocopiers, trading rumors and staying in groups. If that wasn't bad enough, the museum's exhibit halls were nearly empty. The vacationing families, school groups, shouting children, the normal visitors were few and far between. Now the museum attracted mostly ghoulish rubberneckers. "I was curious whether you'd obtained any of the plants for your chapter on the Kiribitu yet," Frock continued. "I thought it might be a useful exercise for both of us to run them through the extrapolator." The telephone rang. "Blast!" Frock said, picking up the receiver. "Yes," he demanded. There was a long silence. "Is this necessary?" Frock asked. Then he paused. "If you insist," he concluded, dropping the phone into its cradle and heaving a great sigh. "The authorities want me down in the basement. Heaven knows why. Somebody named Pendergast. Would you mind wheeling me down? We can chat along the way." In the elevator, Margo continued. "I was able to get a few specimens from the herbarium, though not as many as I'd wanted. But I don't understand. You're suggesting we run them through the GSE?" "Correct," Frock replied. "Depending on the condition of the plants, of course. Is there printable material?" GSE stood for Genetic Sequence Extrapolator, the program being developed by Kawakita and Frock for analyzing genetic prints. "The plants are in good condition for the most part," Margo admitted. "But, Dr. Frock, I don't see what use they could be to the extrapolator." Am I just jealous of Kawakita? She wondered to herself. Is that why I'm resisting? "My dear Margo, your situation is tailor-made," Frock exclaimed, using her first name in his excitement. "You can't replay evolution, but you can simulate it with computers. Perhaps these plants are allied genetically, along the same lines as the Kiribitu shamans have developed for their own classification. Wouldn't that make an interesting sidebar for your dissertation?" "I hadn't thought of that," Margo said. "We're beta testing the program now, and this is exactly the kind of scenario we need," Frock continued eagerly. "Why don't you talk to Kawakita about working together?" Margo nodded.
Privately, she thought that Kawakita didn't seem like the type who wanted to share his spotlight, or even his research, with anybody. The elevator door opened onto a checkpoint manned by 2 police officers armed with shotguns.
"Are you Dr. Frock?"
one asked.
"Yes," Frock replied irritably. "Come with us, please."
Margo wheeled Frock through several intersections, arriving at last at a second checkpoint. Behind the barricade stood 2 more policemen and a tall, thin man in a somber black suit, blond white hair combed severely back from his forehead. As the policeman moved the barricade, he stepped forward.
"You must be Dr. Frock," he said, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming down. As I told you, I'm expecting another visitor, so I wasn't able to come by your office myself. Had I known you were—"
He indicated the wheelchair with a nod. "I would never have asked. Special Agent Pendergast." He held out his hand. Interesting accent, thought Margo. Alabama? This guy doesn't look anything like an FBI agent.
"Quite all right,"
said Frock, mollified by Pendergast's courtesy.
"This is my assistant, Miss Green."
Pendergast's hand felt cool in Margo's grasp. "It's an honor to meet such a distinguished scientist as yourself," Pendergast continued. "I hope time will permit me to read your latest book." Frock nodded. "In it, do you apply the broken stick model of extinction to your theory of evolution, or the gambler's ruin scenario? I always thought that scenario backed up your hypothesis rather well, especially if you assume most genera start out close to the absorbing boundary." Frock sat up in his wheelchair.
"Well, I was planning to make certain references to that in my next book."
He seemed at a loss for words. Pendergast nodded to the officers, who readjusted the barrier. "I need your help, Dr. Frock," he said in a lower tone.
"Certainly,"
Frock said amiably. Margo was amazed at how quickly Pendergast had won Frock's cooperation. "I must ask, first of all, that this discussion be kept among ourselves for the time being," said Pendergast. "May I have your assurance, and that of Miss Green?"
"Of course,"
said Frock. Margo nodded. Pendergast motioned to one of the officers, who brought forward a large plastic bag marked Evidence. From it he removed a small, dark object, which he handed to Frock. "What you're holding," he said, "is the latex cast of a claw found embedded in one of the children that were murdered last weekend." Margo leaned forward for a closer look, repulsion struggling with curiosity. It was about 1 inch long, perhaps a little less, curved and jagged.
"A claw?"
Frock said, bringing the object close to his face and examining it.
"Very unusual. But I'd guess it's a fake."
Pendergast smiled. "We haven't been able to identify its source, Doctor, but I'm not sure it's a fake. In the root canal of the claw we found some matter, which is now being sequenced for DNA. Real DNA has been detected, but the results are still ambiguous. Our tests are continuing." Frock raised his eyebrows.
"Interesting."
"Now this," said Pendergast, reaching into the bag and withdrawing a much larger object, "is a reconstruction of the instrument that raped the same child." He handed it to Frock. Margo looked at the cast with disgust. At one end, the latex was mottled and uneven, but at the other, details were clear and well-defined. It ended in 3 hooked claws, a large central claw and 2 shorter talons on either side.
"Good heavens," said Frock. "This looks saurian."
"Saurian?" asked Pendergast.
"Dinosaurian," said Frock. "Typical ornithischian forelimb, I should say, with one difference. Look here. The central digital process is thickened enormously, while the talons themselves are undersized."
Pendergast raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. "Well, sir," he said slowly, "we'd been leaning toward the big cats or some other mammalian carnivore."
"But surely you know, Mr. Pendergast, that all mammalian predators have 5 digits.
"Of course, Doctor," said Pendergast. "If you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to describe a scenario to you."
"Certainly," said Frock.
"There is a theory that the murderer is using this," he hefted the forelimb, "as a weapon to rake his victims.
We feel that what I'm holding might be the impression of an artifact of some kind, something made by a primitive tribe out of, say, a jaguar." Asked back.
The copper-sheathed door to the museum's secure area had been removed, and a new steel one installed in its place. Across the hall was a small door labeled Pachydermy. Margo wondered how the staff had been able to fit huge elephant bones through it. Turning away, she wheeled Frock into the narrow walkway beyond the open door to the secure area. The museum kept its most valuable artifacts in small vaults on either side, sapphires and diamonds, ivory and rhinoceros horns heaped on racks like cordwood, bones and skins of extinct animals, Zuni war gods. Two men in dark suits stood at the far end, talking in low tones. They straightened up when Pendergast entered. Pendergast stopped at one open vault door, much like the others, sporting a large black combination knob, brass lever, and ornate decorative scrollwork. Inside, a bulb threw a harsh light across the metal walls. The vault was empty except for several crates, all of which were quite large except one. The smaller crate's lid was removed, while one of the larger crates was badly damaged, with Excelsior stuffing protruding. Pendergast waited until everybody was inside the vault. "Allow me to provide some background," Pendergast said. "The murder of the guard took place not far from this spot. It appears that afterward the murderer came down the hallway just outside. The murderer attempted to break down the door that leads to the secure area. He may have tried before. The attempts were unsuccessful. At first, we weren't sure what the killer was after. As you know, there is a lot of valuable material in here." Pendergast motioned to one of the policemen, who came over and handed him a piece of paper. "So we asked around, and found that nothing has come in or out of the secure area for 6 months, except these crates. They were moved into this vault last week, on your orders, Dr. Cuthbert." "Mr. Pendergast, allow me to explain," said Cuthbert. "One moment, if you please," said Pendergast. "When we inspected the crates, we found something very interesting." He pointed to the damaged crate. "Notice the slats. The 2x6s here are deeply scored by claw marks. Our forensic people tell me the marks on the victims were probably made by the same object or instrument." Pendergast stopped and looked intently at Cuthbert. "I had no idea," said Cuthbert. "Nothing had been taken. I merely thought that—" His voice trailed away. "I wonder, Doctor, if you could enlighten us as to the history of these crates." "That's easily explained," said Cuthbert. "There's no mystery about it. The crates are from an old expedition." "I gathered that," Pendergast said dryly. "Which expedition?" "The Whittlesey expedition," Cuthbert replied. Pendergast waited. Finally Cuthbert sighed. "It was a South American expedition that took place over 5 years ago. It was not entirely successful." "It was a disaster," Frock said derisively. Oblivious to Cuthbert's angry glance, he continued. "It caused a scandal in the museum at the time. The expedition broke up early due to personality conflicts. Some of the expedition members were killed by hostile tribesmen. The rest were killed in a plane crash on the way back to New York. There were the inevitable rumors of a curse, that kind of thing." "That's an exaggeration," Cuthbert snapped. "There was no scandal of any sort." Pendergast looked at him. "And the crates?" he said mildly. "They were shipped back separately," Cuthbert said. "But this is all beside the point. There was a very unusual object in one of these crates, a figurine created by an extinct South American tribe. It's to be an important element in the superstition exhibition." Pendergast nodded. "Go on." "Last week, when we went to retrieve the figurine, I found that one of the crates had been broken into." He pointed. "So I ordered all of the crates moved temporarily to the secure area." "What was taken?" "Well, now that was a little odd," said Cuthbert. "None of the artifacts were missing from the crate. The figurine itself is worth a fortune. It's unique, the only one of its kind in the world. The Katoga tribe that made it was, it seems, vanished years ago." "You mean nothing was missing?" Pendergast asked. "Well, nothing important. The only thing that seemed to be missing were the seed pods, or whatever they were. Maxwell, the scientist who packed them, died in the plane crash near Asuncion. Seed pods? Asked Pendergast. I honestly don't know what they were. None of the documentation survived except for the anthropological material. We had Whittlesey's journal, you see, but that was all. There was a little reconstructive work done when the crates first came back, but since then— He stopped. You better tell me about this expedition, said Pendergast. There's not much to tell. They had originally assembled to search for traces of the Katoga tribe and to do a survey and general collection in a very remote area of the rainforest. I think the preliminary work estimated that 95% of the plant species in the area were unknown to science. Whittlesey, an anthropologist, was the leader. I believe there was also a paleontologist, a mammalogist, perhaps an entomologist, a few assistants. Whittlesey and an assistant named Crocker disappeared and were probably killed by tribesmen. The rest died in the plane crash. The only thing we had any documentation on was the figurine from Whittlesey's journal. The rest of the stuff is just a mystery. No locality data, nothing. Why did the material sit in these crates for so long? Why wasn't it unpacked and catalogued and put in the collections? Cuthbert stirred uncomfortably. Well, he said defensively, ask Frock. He's the chairman of the department. Our collections are enormous, said Frock. We have dinosaur bones still crated up from the 1930s that have never been touched. It costs a tremendous amount of money and time to curate these things, he sighed. But in this particular case, it's not a question of mere oversight. As I recall, the anthropology department was forbidden to curate these crates upon their return. He looked pointedly at Cuthbert. That was years ago, Cuthbert replied acidly. How do you know there are no rare artifacts in the unopened boxes? Pendergast asked. Whittlesey's journal implied that the figurine in the small crate was the only item of importance. May I see this journal? Cuthbert shook his head. It's gone. Missing. Were the crates moved on your own authority? I suggested it to Dr. Wright after I learned the crates had been tampered with, Cuthbert said. We kept the material together in its original crates until it could be curated. That's one of the museum's rules. So the crates were moved late last week, Pendergast murmured, almost to himself, just prior to the killing of the two boys. What could the killer have been after? Then he looked back at Cuthbert. What did you say had been taken from the crates? Seed pods, was it? Cuthbert shrugged. As I said, I'm not sure what they were. They looked like seed pods to me, but I'm no botanist. Can you describe them? It's been years, I don't really remember. Big, round, heavy, rugose on the outside, light brown color. I've only seen the inside of the crate twice, you understand. Once when it first came back, then last week looking for Mboon. That's the figurine. Where's the figurine now? Pendergast asked. It's being curated for the show. It should be on display already. We're sealing the exhibition today. Did you remove anything else from the box? No. The figurine is the unique piece of the lot. I would like to arrange to see it, said Pendergast. Cuthbert shifted irritably on his feet. You can see it when the show opens. Frankly, I don't know what you're up to. Why waste time on a broken crate when there's a serial killer loose in the museum and you chaps can't even find him? Frock cleared his throat. Margo, bring me closer, if you will, he asked. Margo wheeled him over to the crates. With a grunt, he bent forward to scrutinize the broken boards. Everyone watched. Thank you, he said, straightening up. He eyed the group one at a time. Please note that these boards are scored on the inside as well as the outside, he said finally. Mr. Pendergast, are we not making an assumption here? He finally said. I never make assumptions, replied Pendergast with a smile. But you are, Frock persisted. All of you are making an assumption that someone or something broke into the crate. There was a sudden silence in the vault. Margo could smell the dust in the air and the faint odor of excelsior. And then Cuthbert began to laugh raucously, the sound swelling harshly through the chamber. As they approached Frock's office once again, the curator was unusually animated.
"Did you see that cast?" he said to Margo. "Avian attributes, dinosaurian morphology. This could be the very thing."
He could scarcely contain himself. "But, Professor Frock, Mr. Pendergast believes it was constructed as a weapon of some sort," Margo said quickly. As she said it, she realized that she wanted to believe it too.
"Stuff!" Frock snorted. "Didn't you get the sense, looking at that cast, of something tantalizingly familiar, yet utterly foreign? We're looking at an evolutionary aberration, the vindication of my theory."
Inside the office, Frock immediately produced a notebook from his jacket pocket and started scribbling. "But, Professor, how could such a creature—" Margo stopped as she felt Frock's hand close over hers. His grip was extraordinarily strong.
"My dear girl," he said, "there are more things in heaven and earth, as Hamlet observed. It isn't always for us to speculate. Sometimes we must simply observe."
His voice was low, but he trembled with excitement.
"We can't miss this opportunity, do you hear? Damn this steel prison of mine! You must be my eyes and ears, Margo. You must go everywhere, search up and down, be an extension of my fingers. We must not let this chance pass us by. Are you willing, Margo?"
He gripped her hand tighter. 19. The old freight elevator in Section 28 of the museum always smelled like something had died in it, Smithback thought. He tried breathing through his mouth. The elevator was huge, the size of a Manhattan studio, and the operator had decorated it with a table, chair, and pictures cut from the museum's nature magazine. The pictures focused on a single subject. There were giraffes rubbing necks, insects mating, a baboon displaying its rump, native women with pendulous breasts.
"You like my little art gallery?"
the elevator man asked with a leer. He was about 60 years old and wore an orange toupee.
"It's nice to see someone so interested in natural history," Smithback said sarcastically.
As he stepped out, the smell of rotting flesh hit him with redoubled force. It seemed to fill the air like a Maine fog.
"How do you stand it?" he managed to gasp to the elevator man.
"Stand what?" the man said, pausing as he rolled the hoistway doors shut. A cheerful voice came ringing down the corridor.
"Welcome!"
An elderly man shouted over the sound of the forced air ducts as he grasped Smithback's hand.
"Nothing but zebra cooking today. You miss a rhinoceros. But come in anyway. Come in, please."
Smithback knew his thick accent was Austrian. Jost van Oster ran the osteological preparation area, the museum laboratory in which animal carcasses were reduced to bones. He was over 80, but looked so pink, cheerful, and plump that most people thought he was much younger. Van Oster had started at the museum in the late 20s, preparing and mounting skeletons for display. His crowning achievement in those days had been a series of horse skeletons, mounted walking, trotting, and galloping. It was said that these skeletons had revolutionized the way animals were exhibited. Van Oster had then turned to creating the lifelike habitat groups popular in the 40s, making sure every detail, down to the saliva on an animal's mouth, looked perfectly real. But the era of the habitat group had passed, and Van Oster had eventually been relegated to the bug room. Disdaining all offers of retirement, he cheerfully presided over the osteological lab, where animals, now mostly collected from zoos, were turned into clean white bones for study or mounting. However, his old skills as a master habitat sculptor were still intact, and he had been called in to work on a special shaman life group for the superstition exhibition. It was the painstaking preparation of this display group that Smithback wanted to include as one chapter in his book. Following Van Oster's gesture, Smithback stepped into the preparation area. He'd never seen this famous room before.
"So glad you could come see my workshop," Van Oster said. "Not many people down here now, what with these dreadful killings. Very glad indeed."
The workshop looked more like a bizarre industrial kitchen than anything else. Deep stainless steel tanks lined one wall. On the ceiling near the tanks hung massive pulleys, chains, and grappling hooks for handling the larger carcasses. A drain was drilled into the center of the floor, a small broken bone caught in its grill. In a far corner of the workshop, a stainless steel gurney stood, bearing a large animal. If it hadn't been for the large hand-lettered sign taped to one leg of the gurney, Smithback wouldn't have guessed that the creature had once been a Sargasso Sea dugong. It was now almost fully decomposed. Around the corpse lay picks, pliers, tiny knives.
"Thanks for taking time to see me," Smithback managed.
"Not at all," Van Oster exploded. "I wish we could give tours, but you know this area is off-limits to the tourists, the more is the pity. You should have been here for the rhinoceros. God, she was something."
Walking briskly across the room, he showed Smithback the maceration tank containing the zebra carcass. Despite a hood drawing the vapors away, the smell was still strong. Van Oster lifted the lid and stood back like a proud cook.
"What you think of that?"
Smithback looked at the soupy brown liquid filling the vat. Under the muddy surface lay the macerating zebra carcass, its flesh and soft tissues slowly liquefying.
"It's a little ripe," Smithback said weakly.
"What do you mean, ripe? It's just perfect. Under here we got the burner. It keeps the water at an even 95 degrees. See, first we gut the carcass and drop it in the vat here. Then it rot, and in 2 weeks we pull the plug and drain everything down the sink. What we got left is this big pile of greasy bones. So then we refill the vat and add a little alum and boil those bones. You don't want to boil them too long. They get soft."
Van Oster paused again for air.
"You know, just like when they cook the chicken too long. Chewy. Bad. But those bones still greasy, so we wash them with the benzene. That makes them pure white."
"Mr. Van Oster," Smithback began.
If he didn't redirect this interview quickly, he would never get out, and he couldn't stand the smell much longer.
"I was wondering if you could tell me a little about the shaman group you worked on. I'm writing a book about the superstition exhibit. You remember our conversation?"
Yeah, of course."
He charged over to a desk and pulled out some drawings. Smithback switched on his microcassette recorder.
"First, you paint the background on the double-curved surface, so you get no corners, see? You want the illusion of depth."
Van Oster began describing the process, his voice pitched with excitement.
"This is going to be good," Smithback thought. "The guy's a writer's dream."
Van Oster went on for a long time, stabbing the air, making sweeping gestures, taking deep breaths between his heavily accented sentences. When he was finished, he beamed at Smithback.
"Now, you want to see the bugs?" he asked.
Smithback couldn't resist. The bugs were famous. It was a process Van Oster himself had invented, but was now in use by all the large natural history museums in the country. The beetles would strip a small carcass of its flesh, leaving behind a cleaned, perfectly articulated skeleton. The safe room that housed the beetles was hot and humid, and little larger than a closet. The beetles, called dermestids, came from Africa and lived in white porcelain tubs with slick sides, roofed with screens. The beetles slowly crawled over rows of dead, skinned animals.
"What are those things?"
Smithback asked, peering at the bug-covered carcasses inside the tubs.
"Bats," said Van Oster. "Bats for Dr. Huysmans. It will take about 10 days to clean up those bats."
Between the odors and the bugs, Smithback had had enough. He stood up and extended his hand toward the old scientist.
"I gotta go. Thanks for the interview, and those bugs are really something."
"You're most welcome," Van Oster responded. "Now, wait. Interview, you say? Who are you writing this book for?"
The idea had suddenly occurred to him that he'd been interviewed.
"For the museum," said Smithback. "Rickman's in charge of it."
"Rickman?"
Van Oster's eyes suddenly narrowed.
"Yes. Why?" Smithback asked.
"You working for Rickman?"
Van Oster said.
"Not really. She's just, well, interfering mostly," Smithback said.
Van Oster broke into a pink grin.
"Ah, she poisoned that one. Why are you working for her?"
"That's just the way it happened," Smithback said, gratified at an ally.
"You wouldn't believe the kind of crap she's put me through. Oh, God."
Van Oster clapped his hands.
I believe it. She making trouble everywhere. This exhibit, she making all kind of trouble."
Suddenly Smithback was interested.
"How so?" he asked.
"She in there every day, saying this not good, that not good. God, that woman."
"That sounds like her," Smithback said with a grim smile. "So what wasn't good?"
"That, what you call it, that Kotoga tribe stuff. I was in there just yesterday afternoon, and she was carrying on. Everybody leaves the exhibition. We bring in Kotoga figurine. Everybody had to drop work and leave.
The figurine? What figurine? What's so sensitive about it? It suddenly occurred to Smithback that something so upsetting to Rickman might someday be useful to him.
That Mboon figurine. Big deal in the exhibition. I not know much about, but she was very upset, I tell you.
Why?
Like I tell you, that figurine. You not heard? Lots of talk about it. Very, very bad. I try not to hear.
Well, what kind of talk would that be, for instance? Smithback listened to the old man for quite a while longer. Finally, he backed himself out of the workshop, Von Oster pursuing as far as the elevator. As the doors rolled shut, the man was still talking.
You unlucky working for her,
he called after Smithback just before the elevator lurched upward. But Smithback didn't hear him. He was busy thinking. 20. As the afternoon drew to a close, Margot looked up wearily from her terminal. Stretching, she punched a command to the printer down the hall, then sat back, rubbing her eyes. Moriarty's case write-up was finally done. A little rough around the edges, perhaps, not as comprehensive as she would have liked, but she couldn't afford to spend any more time on it. Secretly, she was rather pleased, and found herself eager to take a printout up to Moriarty's office on the 4th floor of the Butterfield Observatory, where the project team for the Superstition exhibition was housed. She thumbed through her staff directory, looking for Moriarty's extension. Then she reached for her phone and dialed the 4-digit number.
Exhibition Central.
There were loud goodbyes in the background. Is George Moriarty there? Margot asked.
I think he's down at the exhibition. We're locking up here. Any message?
No, thanks, Margot replied, hanging up. She looked at her watch. Almost 5. Curfew time. But the exhibition was being unveiled Friday evening, and she'd promised Moriarty the material. As she was about to get up, she remembered Frock's suggestion that she call Greg Kawakita. She sighed, picking up the phone again. Better give him a try. Chances are he'd be out of the building now, and she could just leave a message on phone mail.
Greg Kawakita speaking,
came the familiar baritone voice. Greg, this is Margo Green. Stop sounding so apologetic. It's not like he's a department head or anything.
Hi, Margo. What's up?
She could hear the clacking of keys coming over the line. I have a favor to ask. It's a suggestion of Dr. Frock's, actually. I'm doing an analysis of some plant specimens used by the Kiribitu tribe, and he suggested I run them through your extrapolator. Perhaps it will find some genetic correspondences in the samples. There was a silence. Dr. Frock thought it might be a useful test of your program as well as a help to me, she urged. Kawakita paused.
Well, you know, Margo, I'd like to help you out, I really would, but the extrapolator really isn't in shape yet to be used by just anybody. I'm still chasing down bugs, and I couldn't vouch for the results.
Margot's face burned. Just anybody?
I'm sorry, that was a poor choice of words. You know what I mean. Besides, it's a really busy time for me, and this curfew won't help matters any. Tell you what, why don't you check with me again in a week or two, okay? Talk to you then.
The line went dead. Margot stood up, grabbed her jacket and purse, and went down the hall to retrieve her printout. She knew he was planning to postpone her indefinitely. Well, to hell with Kawakita. She'd hunt Moriarty down and give him the copy before she left. If nothing else, it might get her that guided tour of the exhibition, maybe find out what all the fuss was about. A few minutes later, Margot walked slowly across the deserted Salou Memorial Hall. 2 guards were stationed at the entrance, and a single docent stood inside the information center, locking away ledgers and arranging sale items in preparation for the next day's visitors. Assuming there are any, thought Margot. 3 policemen stood just under the huge bronze statue of Salou, talking among themselves. They didn't notice Margot. Margot found her thoughts returning to the morning's talk with Frock. If the killer wasn't found, the security measures could get stricter. Maybe her dissertation defense would be delayed, or the entire museum could be closed. Margot shook her head. If that happened, she was Massachusetts-bound for sure. She headed for the Walker Gallery and the rear entrance to the Superstition exhibition. To her dismay, the large iron doors were closed, and a velvet rope was suspended between two brass posts in front of them. A policeman stood beside the sign, motionless. "Can I help you, miss?" he said. His nameplate read F. Beauregard. "I'm going to see George Moriarty," Margo replied. "I think he's in the exhibition galleries. I have to give him something." She brandished the printout in front of the policeman, who looked unimpressed. "Sorry, miss," he said. "It's past 5. You shouldn't be here. Besides," he said more gently, "the exhibition's been sealed until the opening." "But—" Margo began to protest, then turned and walked back toward the rotunda with a sigh. After rounding a corner, she stopped. At the end of the empty hallway, she could see the dim vastness of the hall. Behind her, Officer F. Beauregard was out of sight around the corner. On impulse, she veered sharply left through a small, low passage that opened into another parallel walkway. Maybe it wasn't too late to find Moriarty after all. She moved up a wide flight of stairs, and looking carefully around before proceeding, walked slowly into a vaulted hall devoted to insects. Then she turned right and entered a gallery that ran around the second level of the Marine Hall. Like every place else in the museum, it felt eerie and deserted. Margo descended one of the twin sweeping staircases to the granite floor of the main hall. Moving more slowly now, she passed by a life-size walrus habitat group and a meticulously constructed model of an underwater reef. Dioramas such as these, originally fashioned in the 30s and 40s, could no longer be made, she knew. They had become much too expensive to produce. At the far end of the hall was the entrance to the Wiseman Gallery, where the larger temporary exhibitions were held. This was one of the suite of galleries in which the Superstition exhibition was being mounted. Black paper covered the inside of the double glass doors, fronted by a large sign that read, "Gallery closed. New exhibition in progress. Thank you for your understanding." The left-hand door was locked. The right one, however, pushed open easily. As casually as possible, she looked over her shoulder. Nobody. The door hissed shut behind her, and she found herself in a narrow crawl space between the outer walls of the gallery and the back of the exhibition proper. Plywood boards and large nails were strewn around in disarray, and electrical cables snaked across the floor. On her left, a huge structure of sheetrock and boards, hammered clumsily together and supported by wooden buttresses, looked very much like the backside of a Hollywood set. It was the side of the Superstition exhibition that no museum visitor would ever see. She moved carefully down the crawl space, scouting for some way to get into the exhibition. The light was poor, metal-shielded light bulbs spaced about 20 feet apart, and she didn't want to stumble and fall. Soon she came across a small gap between the wooden panels, just big enough, she decided, to squeeze through. She found herself in a large, six-sided anteroom. Gothic arches in 3 of the walls framed passages that receded into the gloom. Most of the light came from several backlit photographs of shamans high up on the walls. She looked speculatively at the 3 exits. She had no idea where she was in the exhibition, where it began, where it ended, or which way she should go to find Moriarty. "George?" she called softly, somehow unable to raise her voice in the silence and gloom. She took the central passage to another dark hall, longer than the last, and crowded with exhibits. At intervals, a brilliant spot illuminated some artifact, a mask, a bone knife, a strange carving covered with nails. The artifacts appeared to float in the velvet darkness. Crazy, dim patterns of light and shadow played across the ceiling. At the far end of the gallery, the walls narrowed. Margo had the odd feeling that she was walking back into a deep cave. Pretty manipulative, she thought. She could see why Frock was upset. She went deeper into the gloom, hearing nothing but her own footsteps padding on the thick carpet. She couldn't see the exhibits until she was almost on top of them, and she wondered how she'd retrace her steps to the room of the shamans. Perhaps there would be an unlocked exit, a well-lit unlocked exit, someplace else in the exhibit. Ahead of her, the narrow hall forked. After a moment's hesitation, Margo chose the right-hand passage. As she continued, she noticed small alcoves to either side, each containing a single grotesque artifact. The silence was so intense that she found herself holding her breath. The hall widened into a chamber, and she stopped in front of a set of Maori tattooed heads. They weren't shrunken. The skulls were clearly still inside, preserved, the label said, by smoking. The eye sockets were stuffed with fibers, and the mahogany-colored skins glistened. The black, shriveled lips were drawn back from the teeth. There were 6 of them, a crowd grinning hysterically, bobbing in the night. The blue tattoos were breathtakingly complex, intricate spirals that intersected and re-intersected, curving in endless patterns around the cheeks and nose and chin. The tattooing had been done in life, the label said, and the heads preserved as a sign of respect. Just beyond, Margo could see the gallery narrowing to a point. A massive, squat totem pole stood before it, lit from beneath by a pale orange light. The shadows of giant wolf heads and birds with cruel hooked beaks thrust upward from the pole and splashed across the ceiling, gray against black. Certain she had reached a dead end, Margo approached the totem pole unwillingly. Then she noticed a small opening ahead and on the left, leading into an alcove. She continued slowly, walking as quietly as possible. Any thought of calling out again for Moriarty had long since vanished. "Thank God I'm nowhere near the old basement," she thought. The alcove held a display of fetishes. Some were simple stones carved in the shapes of animals, but the majority were monsters depicting the darker side of human superstition. Another opening brought Margo into a long, narrow room. Thick black felt covered all of the room's surfaces, and a dim blue light filtered from hidden recesses. The ceiling was low above Margo's head. Smithback would have to go through here on his hands and knees, she thought. The room broadened into an octagonal room beneath a high-groined vault. A dappled light filtered down from the stained-glass depictions of medieval underworld set into the vaulted ceiling. Large windows dominated each wall. She approached the closest window and found herself looking down into a Mayan tomb. A skeleton lay in the center, covered with a thick layer of dust. Artifacts were scattered around the site. A gold breastplate sat on the ribcage, and gold rings encircled bony fingers. Painted pots were arranged in a semicircle around the skull. One of these contained an offering of tiny dried corn cobs. The next window displayed an Eskimo rock burial, including an Eskimo mummy bundle wrapped in skins. The next was even more startling, a lidless, rotting, European-style coffin, complete with corpse. The corpse was dressed in a much-decayed frock coat, tie, and tails, and was well on its way toward decomposition. Its head was bent stiffly toward Margo, as if prepared to tell her a secret, sightless eye sockets bulging, mouth ossified into a rictus of pain. She took a step backward. Good God, she thought. That's somebody's great-grandfather. The matter-of-fact tone of the label, which tastefully described the rituals associated with a typical 19th-century American burial, belied the visual hideousness of the scene. It's true, she thought. The museum is definitely taking a chance with stuff as strong as this. She decided to forego the other windows and proceeded through a low archway on the far side of the octagonal room. Beyond, the passage forked. To her left was a small cul-de-sac. To her right, a long, slender passage led into darkness. She didn't want to go that way. Not just yet. She wandered into the dead-end room and stopped suddenly. Then she moved forward to examine one of the cases more closely. The gallery dealt with the concept of ultimate evil in its many mythic forms. There were various images of a medieval devil. There was the Eskimo evil spirit Tornarsuk. But what arrested her was a crude stone altar placed in the center of the gallery. Sitting on the altar, lit by a yellow spot, was a small figurine, carved in such detail it took Margo's breath away. Covered in scales, it crouched on all fours. Yet there was something, the long forearms, the angle of its head, that was disturbingly human. She shuddered. What kind of imagination gave rise to a being with both scales and hair? Her eyes dropped to the label. Mbun. This carving is a representation of the mad god Mbun, possibly carved by the Kathoga tribe of the upper Amazon basin. This savage god, also known as He Who Walks on All Fours, was much feared by the other indigenous tribes of the area. In local myth, The Kothoga tribe was said to be able to conjure Mbun at will and send him on errands of destruction against neighboring tribes. Very few Kothoga artifacts have ever been found, and this is the sole image of Mbun known to exist. Except for trace references in Amazonian legends, nothing else is known about the Kothoga or about their mysterious devil. Margo felt a chill creep over her scalp. She looked closer, repulsed by the reptilian features, the small, wicked eyes, the talons. 3 on each forelimb. Oh, dear God! It couldn't be. Suddenly she realized that every instinct she had was telling her to keep absolutely still. A minute passed, then 2. Then it came again, the sound that had galvanized her. An odd rustling, slow, deliberate, maddeningly soft. On the thick carpet, the footsteps had to be close. Very close. A horrible, goatish stench threatened to choke her. She looked around wildly, fighting down panic, searching for the safest exit. The darkness was complete. As quietly as possible, she moved out of the cul-de-sac and across the fork. Another rustling noise, and she was running headlong through the darkness, past the ghoulish displays and leering statues that seemed to leap out of the blackness, down twisting forks and passages, trying always to take the most hidden path. At last, thoroughly lost and out of breath, she ducked into an alcove containing a display on primitive medicine. Gasping, she crouched behind a case holding a trepanned human skull upon an iron pole. She hid in its shadow, listening. There was nothing. No noise, no movement. She waited as her breath slowed and reason returned. There was nothing out there. There had never been anything out there. In fact, it was her overzealous imagination, fueled by this nightmarish tour. I was foolish to sneak in, she thought. Now I don't know if I'll ever want to come back, even on the busiest Saturday. Anyway, she had to find a way out. It was late now, and she hoped people were still around to hear her knocking should she come up against a locked exit. It would be embarrassing having to explain herself to a guard or policeman, but at least she'd be out. She peeked over the case lid. Even if it had all been her imagination, she didn't care to go back in the same direction. Holding her breath, she stepped quietly out, then listened. Nothing. She turned left and moved slowly down the corridor, searching for a likely-looking route out of the exhibit. At a large fork she stopped, eyes straining in the darkness, debating which of the branching pathways to take. Shouldn't there be exit signs? Guess they haven't been installed yet. Typical. But the hall to her left looked promising. The passage seemed to open up into a large foyer ahead in the blackness where sight failed. Movement registered in her peripheral vision. Body frozen, she glanced hesitatingly to the right. A shadow, black against black, was gliding stealthily toward her, moving with an inky sinuousness over the display cases and grinning artifacts. With a speed born of horror, she shot down the passage. She felt more than saw the walls of the passage roll back and widen about her. Then she saw twin slits of vertical light ahead, outlining a large double doorway. Without slackening her pace, she threw herself against it. The doors flew back, and something on the far side clattered. Dim light rushed in, the subdued red light of a museum at night. Cool air moved across her cheek. Weeping now, she slammed the doors closed and leaned against them, eyes shut, forehead pressed against the cold metal, sobbing, fighting to catch her breath. From the crimson gloom behind her came the unmistakable sound of something clearing its throat. Superstition Exhibition Part 2 21. "What's going on here?" came the stern voice. Margo whirled around and almost collapsed with relief. "Officer Beauregard, there's—" she began in mid-sentence. F. Beauregard, who was writing the brass posts that the swinging door had knocked over, looked up at the sound of his name. "Hey, you're the girl who tried to get in earlier." The policeman's eyes narrowed.
What's wrong, miss? Can't take no for an answer?
Officer, there's a—" Margo tried to start again, then faltered. The officer stepped back and folded his arms across his chest, waiting. Then a look of surprise crossed his face.
What the hell? Hey, you okay, lady?
Margo was slumped over, laughing or crying, she wasn't sure which, and wiping tears from her face. The policeman freed one folded hand and took her arm.
I think you should come with me.
The implications of that last sentence, sitting in a room full of policemen, telling her story again and again, maybe having Dr. Frock or even Dr. Wright called in, having to go back into that exhibition, forced Margo to straighten up. "They'll just think I'm crazy." "Oh, no, that's not necessary," she said, snuffling. "I just had a bit of a scare." Officer Beauregard looked unconvinced.
I still think we should go talk to Lieutenant D'Agosta.
With his other hand, he pulled a large leather-bound notebook out of his back pocket.
What's your name? He asked. I'll have to make a report.
It was clear he wouldn't let her go until she gave him the information. "My name's Margo Green," she said finally. "I'm a graduate student working under Dr. Frock. I was doing an assignment for George Moriarty. He's curating this exhibition. But you were right. Nobody was in there." She gently freed her arm from the policeman's grip as she spoke. Then she started backing away toward Salut Memorial Hall, still talking. Officer Beauregard watched her, and finally, with a shrug, he flipped open the notebook and started writing. Back in the hall, Margo paused. She couldn't go back to her office. It was almost 6, and the curfew was sure to be enforced by now. She didn't want to go home. She couldn't go home, not just yet. Then she remembered Moriarty's copy. She pressed one elbow against her side. Sure enough, her carryall was still there, hanging unnoticed through the ordeal. She stood still another moment, then walked over to the deserted information kiosk. She picked up the receiver of an internal phone and dialed. One ring, then...
"Moriarty here."
"George, it's Margo Green."
"Hi, Margo. What's up?"
"I'm in the Salut Hall. I just came from the exhibition."
"My exhibition? What were you doing there? Who let you in?"
"I was looking for you. I wanted to give you the Cameroon copy." "Were you in there?" She felt panic rising once again to the surface.
"No. The exhibition's supposed to be sealed in preparation for Friday night's opening. Why?"
Margo was breathing deeply, trying to control herself. Her hands were trembling, and the receiver knocked against her ear.
"What did you think of it?"
Moriarty asked curiously. A hysterical giggle escaped Margo. "Scary."
"We brought in some experts to work out the lighting and the placement of the visuals. Dr. Cuthbert even hired the man who designed Fantasy World's Haunted Mausoleum. That's considered the best in the world, you know."
Margo finally trusted herself to speak again. "George, something was in that exhibition with me." A security guard on the far side of the hall had spotted her and was walking in her direction.
"What do you mean, something?"
"Exactly that!" Suddenly she was back in the exhibit, in the dark beside that horrible figurine. She remembered the bitter taste of terror in her mouth.
"Hey, stop shouting. Look, let's go to the Bones and talk this over. We're both supposed to be out of the museum anyway. I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand it."
The Bones, as it was called by everyone in the museum, was known to other local residents as the Blarney Stone Tavern. Its unimposing facade was nestled between two huge ornate co-op buildings, directly across 72nd Street from the museum's southern entrance. Unlike typical Upper West Side fern bars, the Blarney Stone did not serve hare pâté or 5 flavors of mineral water, but you could get homemade meatloaf and a pitcher of harp for $10. Museum staffers called it the Bones because Boylan, the owner, had hammered and wired an amazing number of bones into every available flat surface. The walls were lined with countless femurs and tibias, arranged in neat ivory ranks like bamboo matting. Metatarsals, scapulas, and patellas traced bizarre mosaics across the ceiling. Craniums from strange mammals were lodged in every conceivable niche. Where he got the bones was a mystery, but some claimed he raided the museum at night. "People bring 'em in," is all Boylan would ever say, shrugging his shoulders. Naturally, the place was a favorite hangout among the museum staff. The Bones was doing brisk business, and Moriarty and Margo had to push their way back through the crowd to an empty booth. Looking around, Margo spotted several museum staffers, including Bill Smithback. The writer was seated at the bar, talking animatedly to a slender blonde woman. "Okay," Moriarty said, raising his voice over the babble. "Now, what were you saying over the phone? I'm not quite sure I caught it." Margo took a deep breath. "I went down to the exhibition to give you the copy. It was dark. Something was in there, following me, chasing me." "There's that word again, something. Why do you say that?" Margo shook her head impatiently. "Don't ask me to explain. There were these sounds, like padded steps. They were so stealthy, so deliberate, She shrugged, at a loss. "And there was this strange smell, too. It was horrible." "Look, Margo," Moriarty began, then paused while the waitress took their drink orders. "That exhibition was designed to be creepy. You told me yourself that Frock and others consider it too sensational. I can imagine what it must have been like, being locked in there alone in the dark." "In other words, I just imagined it." Margo laughed mirthlessly. "You don't know how much I'd like to believe that." The drinks arrived, a light beer for Margo and a pint of Guinness for Moriarty, topped with the requisite half-inch of creamy foam. Moriarty sipped it critically. "These killings, all the rumors that have been going around," he said, taking a deep draught. "I probably would have reacted the same way." Margo, calmer now, spoke hesitantly. "George, that Cathoga figurine in the exhibition." "Mbun? What about it?" "Its front legs have 3 claws." Moriarty was enjoying the Guinness. "I know. It's a marvelous piece of sculpture, one of the highlights of the show. Of course, though I hate to admit it, I suppose its biggest attraction is the curse." Margo took an exploratory sip from her beer. "George, I want you to tell me in as much detail as you can what you know about the Mbun curse." A shout came bellowing over the din of conversation. Looking up, Margo saw Smithback appear out of the smoky gloom, carrying an armful of notebooks, his hair backlit and sticking out from his head at a variety of angles. The woman he'd been talking to at the bar was nowhere to be seen. "A meeting of the shutouts," he said. "This curfew's a real pain. God save me from policemen and PR directors." Uninvited, he dropped his notebooks on the table and slid in next to Margo. "I've heard that the police are going to start interviewing those working in the vicinity of the murders," he said. "Guess that means you, Margo." "Mine's set for next week," Margo replied. "I haven't heard anything about it," said Moriarty. He didn't look pleased at Smithback's appearance. "Well, you don't have much to worry about, perched up in that garret of yours," Smithback told Moriarty. "The museum beast probably can't climb stairs anyway." "You're in a foul mood this evening," Margo said to Smithback. "Did Rickman perform another amputation on your manuscript?" Smithback was still talking to Moriarty. "Actually, you're just the man I wanted to see. I've got a question for you." The waiters came by again, and Smithback waved his hand. "McAllen, straight up." "Okay," Smithback went on. "What I wanted to know is, what's the story behind this Mbun figurine?" There was a stunned silence. Smithback looked from Moriarty to Margo. "What'd I say?" "We were just talking about Mbun," Margo said uncertainly. "Yeah?" Smithback said. "Small world. Anyway, that old Austrian in the bug room, von Oster, told me he heard Rickman kicking up a fuss about Mbun being put on display. Something about sensitive issues, so I did a little digging." The scotch arrived, and Smithback held the glass high in a silent toast, then tossed it off. "I've obtained a little background so far," he continued. "It seems there was this tribe along the upper Chingu River in the Amazon, the Cathoga. They'd apparently been a bad lot, supernatural dabbling, human sacrifice, a whole bit. Since the old boys hadn't left many traces around, anthropologists assumed they'd died out centuries ago, and all that remained was a bunch of myths circulated by local tribes." "I know something of this," Moriarty began. "Margo and I were just discussing it, except not everybody felt—" I know, hold your water." Moriarty settled back, looking annoyed. He was more used to giving lectures than listening to them. "Anyway, several years ago, there was this guy named Whittlesey at the museum. He mounted an expedition to the upper Jingu, purportedly to search for traces of the Cathoga, artifacts, ancient dwelling sites, whatever." Smithback leaned forward conspiratorially.
But what Whittlesey didn't tell anybody was that he wasn't just going in search of this old tribe's traces. He was going in search of the tribe itself. He'd got it into his noggin that the Cathoga still existed, and he was pretty certain he could locate them. He developed something he called myth triangulation. This time Moriarty wouldn't be stopped. That's where you locate all the spots on a map where legends about a certain people or place are heard, identify the areas where the legends are most detailed and consistent, and locate the exact center of this myth region. That's where the source of the myth cycles is most likely to be found. Smithback looked at Moriarty for a moment. No kidding, he said. Anyway, this Whittlesey goes off in 1987 and disappears into the Amazon rainforest, never to be seen again. Von Oster told you all this? Moriarty rolled his eyes. Tiresome old guy. He may be tiresome, but he knows a hell of a lot about this museum. Smithback examined his empty glass forlornly. Apparently, there was a big confrontation in the jungle, and most of the expedition team started back early. They'd found something so important they wanted to leave right away, and Whittlesey disagreed. He stayed along with a fellow named Crocker. Apparently, they both died in the jungle. But when I asked Van Oster for more details about this Mboon figurine, he suddenly clammed up. Smithback stretched languorously and began looking for the waitress. Guess I'll have to hunt down somebody who was part of that expedition. Lots of luck, Margo said. They were all killed in a plane crash coming back. Smithback peered at her intently. No shit. And how do you know that? Margo hesitated, remembering Pendergast's request for confidentiality. Then she thought of Frock and how he'd gripped her hand so fiercely that morning. We can't miss this opportunity. We must not let this chance slip us by. I'll tell you what I know, she said slowly. But you must keep this to yourselves. And you must agree to help me in any way you can. Be careful, Margo, Moriarty cautioned. Help you? Sure, no problem, said Smithback. With what, by the way? Hesitantly, Margo told them about the meeting with Pendergast in the secure room, the casts of the claw and wound, the crates, Cuthbert's story. Then she described the sculpture of Mboon she'd seen in the exhibition, omitting her panic in flight. She knew Smithback wouldn't believe her any more than Moriarty had. So what I was asking George when you came up, she concluded, is exactly what he knows about this curse of the Cathoga. Moriarty shrugged. Not all that much, really. In local legend, the Cathoga tribe was a shadowy group, a witch-doctor cult. They were supposed to be able to control demons. There was a creature, a familiar, if you will, they used for vengeance killings. That was Mboon, he who walks on all fours. Then Whittlesey came across this figurine and some other objects, packed them up, and sent them back to the museum. Of course, such disturbance of sacred objects has been done countless times before. But then, when he gets lost in the jungle and never comes out, and the rest of the expedition dies on the return trip, he shrugged his shoulders. The curse. And now people are dying in the museum, Margo said. What are you saying? That the Mboon curse, the stories of a museum beast, and these killings are all linked? Asked Moriarty. Come on, Margo, don't read too much into it. She looked at him intently. Didn't you tell me that Cuthbert kept the figurine out of the exhibition until the last minute? That's right, Moriarty said. He handled all the work on that relic himself. Not unusual, considering it's such a valuable piece. As for delaying its placement in the exhibition, that was Rickman's idea, I believe. Probably thought it would generate more interest. I doubt it, Smithback replied. That's not the way her mind works. If anything, she was trying to avoid interest. Blow scandal at her, and she shrivels up like a moth in a flame, he chuckled. Just what's your interest in all this, anyway? Moriarty demanded. You don't think a dusty old artifact would interest me? Smithback finally caught the eye of the waitress and ordered another round for the table. Well, it's obvious Rickman wouldn't let you write about it, Margo said. Smithback made a face. Too true. It might offend all the ethnic Cathoga tribe. There was the sound of muffled laughter.
Fred, we don't have any backup. Everyone's busy.
Listen, said Beauregard, losing his temper. Who's that with you? Why don't you send him down?
McNitt, he's on a coffee break, right, McNitt?
Beauregard heard some more laughter. Beauregard switched off the radio. Fuck those guys, he thought. Some professionalism.
He just hoped the lieutenant was listening in on that frequency. He waited in the dark hallway. 5 more minutes and I'm history.
TDN calling Beauregard. You read?
10-4, said Beauregard.
McNitt there yet?
No, said Beauregard. He finally finished his coffee break?
Hey, I was just kidding around.
TDN said a little nervously.
I sent him right up.
Well, he's lost then, said Beauregard. And my duty ends in 5 minutes. I'm off the next 48 and nothing's going to interfere with that. You better radio him. Jesus.
He isn't reading.
An idea suddenly occurred to Beauregard. How did McNitt go? Did he take the Section 17 elevator, the one behind the sit room?
Yep, that's what I told him. Section 17 elevator. I got this map. Same one you have.
So in order to get here, he has to go through the exhibition. That was real smart. You should have sent him up through food service.
Hey, don't talk to me about smart, Freddy boy. He's the one who's lost. Call me when he arrives.
One way or another, I'm out of here in 5 minutes, said Beauregard. It'll be Effinger's headache then, over and out. That was when Beauregard heard a sudden commotion from the exhibition. There was a sound like a muffled thud. Jesus, he thought, McNitt. He unlocked the doors and went in, unsnapping the holster of his .38. TDN placed another donut in his mouth and chewed, swallowing it with a mouthful of coffee. The radio hissed.
McNitt to Ops. Come in, TDN.
10-4, where the hell are you?
I'm at the rear entrance. Beauregard ain't here. I can't raise him or anything.
Let me try. He punched the transmitter. TDN calling Beauregard. Fred, come in. TDN calling Beauregard. Hey, McNitt, I think he got pissed off and went home. His shift just ended. How did you get up there, anyway?
I went the way you said, but when I got to the front end of the exhibition, it was locked, so I had to go around. Didn't have my keys. Got a little lost.
Stay tight, all right? His relief should arrive any minute. Effinger, it says here. Radio me when he arrives and then come on back.
Here comes Effinger now. You gonna report Beauregard?
You kidding? I'm no damn babysitter. 23. D'Augusta looked over at Pendergast, reclining in the shabby back seat of the Buick. Jesus, he thought. A guy like Pendergast ought to pull at least a late model town car. Instead, they gave him a 4-year-old Buick and a driver who could barely speak English. Pendergast's eyes were half closed. "Turn on 86th and take the Central Park transverse," shouted D'Augusta. The driver swerved across 2 lanes of Central Park West and roared into the transverse. "Take 5th to 65th and go across," said D'Augusta. "Then go 1 block north on 3rd and take a right at 66th. 59 faster," said the driver, in a thick Middle Eastern accent. "Not in the evening rush hour," called D'Augusta. Christ, they couldn't even find a driver who knew his way around the city. As the car swerved and rattled down the avenue, the driver flew on past 65th Street. "What the hell are you doing?" said D'Augusta. "You just missed 65th. "Apology," said the driver, turning down 61st into a massive traffic jam. "I can't believe this," D'Augusta said to Pendergast. "You'd have this joker fired." Pendergast smiled, his eyes still half closed. He was, shall we say, a gift to the New York office, but the delay will give us a chance to talk. He settled back into the torn seat. Pendergast had spent the last half of the afternoon at Jolly's autopsy. D'Augusta had declined the invitation. "This lab found several kinds of DNA in our sample," Pendergast continued. "One was human, the other from a gecko." D'Augusta looked at him. "Gecko? What's a gecko?" he asked. "A kind of lizard, harmless enough. They like to sit on walls and bask in the sun. When I was a child, we rented a villa overlooking the Mediterranean one summer, and the walls were covered with them. At any rate, the results were so surprising to the lab technician that he thought it was a joke." He opened his briefcase. "Here's the autopsy report on Jolly. There's nothing much new, I'm afraid. Same M.O., body horrifically mauled, thalamoid region of the brain removed. The coroner's office has estimated that to create such deep lacerations in a single stroke
Required force would exceed, he consulted a typewritten sheet, twice what a strong human male can achieve. Needless to say, it's an estimation.
Pendergast turned some pages.
Also, they've now run salivase enzyme tests on brain sections from the older boy and from Jolly. And both brains tested positive for the presence of saliva.
Jesus. You mean the killer's eating the fucking brain?
Not only eating, Lieutenant, but slobbering over the food as well. Clearly he, she, or it has no manners. You have the SOC report. May I see it?
D'Augusta handed it over.
You won't find any surprises there. The blood on the painting was Jolly's. They found traces of blood leading past the secure area and down into a stairwell to the sub-basement. But last night's rain flushed all traces out of there, of course.
Pendergast scanned the document.
And here's the report on the door to the vault. Someone did quite a lot of pounding and banging, possibly with a blunt instrument. There are also 3-pronged scratches consistent with those found on the victims. Once again, the force used was considerable.
Pendergast handed over the files.
It sounds as if we'll need to devote more attention to the sub-basement. Basically, Vincent, this DNA business is our best chance for now. If we can trace the origin of that claw fragment, we'll have our first solid lead. That's why I've asked for this meeting.
The car pulled up in front of a warren of ivy-covered red brick buildings overlooking the East River. A guard ushered them into a side entrance. Once inside the lab, Pendergast took up a position against a table in the center of the room and chatted with the scientists, Buchholz and Thoreau. D'Augusta admired how easily the Southerner could take charge of a scene.
My colleague and I would like to understand the DNA sequencing process, Pendergast was saying. We need to know how you arrived at these results and whether any further analysis might be called for. I'm sure you understand.
Certainly, said Buchholz. He was busy and small, and as bald as Mount Monadnock. My assistant, Dr. Thoreau here, did the analysis. Thoreau stepped forward nervously.
When we were given the sample, he said, we were asked to identify whether it had come from a large carnivorous mammal, specifically a big cat. What we do in such a case is compare the DNA in the sample to the DNA of, say, 5 or 6 species that are likely matches. But we would also select an animal that was definitely not of the sample, and we call this the outgroup. It's a kind of control. Am I making sense?
So far, said Pendergast, but go easy on me. I'm a child in these matters.
We usually use human DNA as the outgroup, since we've mapped so much of it. Anyway, we do a PCR, that is, a polymerase chain reaction, on the sample. This causes thousands and thousands of copies of the genes to be made. It gives us a lot to work with, you see.
He pointed to a large machine with long, clear strips of plexiglass attached to its flanks. Behind the strips were dark vertical bands arrayed in complicated patterns.
This is a pulsed field gel electrophoresis machine. We place the sample in here, and portions of the sample migrate out along these strips through the gel according to their molecular weights. They show up as these dark bands. By the pattern of bands, and with the aid of our computer, we can figure out what genes are present.
He took a deep breath.
Anyway, we got a negative reading on the big cat genes, a very negative reading. It wasn't anywhere close. And to our surprise, we got a positive reading on the outgroup, that is, Homo sapiens. And as you know, we identified DNA strands from several species of gecko, or so it appears.
He looked a little sheepish.
But even so, most of the genes in the sample were unidentified.
So that's why you presumed it was contaminated?
Yes, contaminated or degraded. A lot of repeated base pairs in the sample suggested a high level of genetic damage.
Genetic damage? Asked Pendergast.
When DNA is damaged or defective, it often uncontrollably replicates long-repeating sequences of the same base pair. Viruses can damage DNA, so can radiation, certain chemicals, even cancer.
Pendergast had begun to roam around the laboratory, examining his surroundings with an almost cat-like curiosity.
These gecko genes interest me a great deal. Just what do they mean, exactly? That's the big mystery, said Thoreau. These are rare genes. Some genes are very common, like the cytochrome B gene, which can be found in everything from a periwinkle to a man. But these gecko genes, well, we don't know anything about them. What you're really saying is the DNA didn't come from an animal, right? Augusta asked.
Not from any large carnivorous mammal we know of, Buckholz answered. We tested all the relevant taxa. There are not nearly enough matches to say it came from a gecko. So, by a process of elimination, I would say it probably came from a human. But it was degraded or contaminated. The results are ambiguous.
The sample, said Augusta, was found in the body of a murdered boy.
Ah, said Theroux. That could easily explain how it was contaminated with human genetic material. Really, it would be much easier for us if we knew things like this beforehand.
Pendergast frowned. The sample was removed from the root canal of a claw by the forensic pathologist, as I understand it, and every effort was made to prevent contamination.
All it can take is one cell, said Theroux. A claw, you say? He thought a moment. Let me advance an idea. The claw might be from a lizard that was heavily contaminated by blood from its human victim. Any lizard, not necessarily a gecko. He looked at Buckholz. The only reason we identified some of the DNA as gecko is because a fellow in Baton Rouge did some research a few years ago on gecko genetics and logged his results in GenLab. Otherwise, it would have turned up unknown, like most of that sample.
Pendergast looked at Theroux. I'd like further tests done to tell us just what those gecko genes do, if you don't mind.
Theroux frowned. Mr. Pendergast, the chance of a successful analysis is not all that high, and it could take weeks. It seems to me the mystery's already been solved.
Buckholz clapped his hand on Theroux's back. Let's not second-guess Agent Pendergast. After all, the police are paying for it, and it is a very expensive procedure.
Pendergast smiled more broadly. I'm glad you mentioned that, Dr. Buckholz. Just send the bill to Director of Special Operations, FBI. He wrote down the address on his business card. And please don't worry. Cost is no consideration whatsoever. Augusta had to grin. He knew what Pendergast was doing. Getting even for the lousy car. He shook his head.
What a devil.
24. Thursday. At 11:15 Thursday morning, a man claiming to be the living incarnation of the Egyptian pharaoh Thoth ran amok in the antiquities wing, knocking over 2 displays in the temple of Azarnar, breaking a case and pulling a mummy out of its tomb. 3 policemen were necessary to restrain him, and several curators worked the rest of the day replacing bandages and collecting ancient dust. Less than an hour later, a woman ran screaming from the Hall of Great Apes, babbling about something she'd seen crouched in a dark bathroom corner. A television team, waiting on the south steps for a glimpse of Wright, got her entire hysterical exit on film. Around lunchtime, a group calling itself the Alliance Against Racism had begun picketing outside the museum, calling for a boycott of the Superstition exhibition. Early that afternoon, Anthony McFarlane, a world-renowned philanthropist and big game hunter, offered a reward of $500,000 for the capture and safe delivery of the museum beast. The museum immediately disclaimed any connection with McFarlane. All of these events were duly reported in the press. The following incidents, however, went undisclosed to the world outside the museum. By noon, 4 employees had quit without notice. 35 others had taken unscheduled vacations. Nearly 300 had called in sick. Shortly after lunch, a junior preparator in the vertebrate paleontology department collapsed at her laboratory table. She was taken to medical, where she demanded extended leave and workers' compensation, citing severe emotional and physical stress. By 3 p.m., security had responded to 7 requests for investigations of suspicious noises in various remote sections of the museum. By curfew, police from the museum command post had responded to 4 suspected sightings, all of which remained unverified. Later, the museum switchboard would tabulate the number of creature-related calls it received that day, 107, including crank messages, bomb threats, and offers of assistance from exterminators to spiritualists. 25. Smithback eased open the grimy door and peered inside. This, he thought, had to be one of the more macabre places in the museum. The storage area of the physical anthropology laboratory, or in museum parlance, the skeleton room. The museum had one of the largest collections of skeletons in the country, second only to the Smithsonian. 12,000 in this room alone. Most were North and South American, Indian, or African, collected in the 19th century during the heyday of physical anthropology. Tiers of large metal drawers rose in ordered ranks to the ceiling. Each drawer contained at least a portion of a human skeleton. Yellowed labels were slotted into the front of each drawer. On these labels were numbers, names of tribes, sometimes a short history. Other, briefer labels carried the chill of anonymity. Smithback had once spent an afternoon wandering among the boxes, opening them and reading the notes, almost all of which were written in faded, elegant scripts. He had jotted several down in his notebook. Specimen number 1880, 1770. Walks in cloud, Yankton Sioux. Killed in Battle of Medicine Bow Creek, 1880. Specimen number 1899, 1206. Maggie Lost Horse, Northern Cheyenne. Specimen number 1933, 43469. Anasazi, Canyon del Muerto, Thorpe Carlson Expedition, 1900. Specimen number 1912, 695. Luo, Lake Victoria. Gift of Major General Henry Throckmorton, Bart. Specimen number 1872-10, Aleut, provenance unknown. It was a strange graveyard indeed. Beyond the storage area lay the warren of rooms housing the physical anthropology lab. In earlier days, physical anthropologists had spent most of their time in this laboratory measuring bones and trying to determine the relationship between the races, where humanity had originated, and similar studies. Now, much more complex biochemical and epidemiological research was being done in the physical anthro lab. Several years earlier, the museum, at Frock's insistence, had decided to merge its genetics research and DNA laboratories with the lab. Beyond the dusty bone storage area lay a spotless assortment of huge centrifuges, hissing autoclaves, electrophoresis apparatuses, glowing monitors, elaborate blown-glass distillation columns, and titration setups, one of the most advanced technical facilities of its kind. It was in the no-man's land between the old and the new that Greg Kawakita had set up shop. Smithback looked through the tall racks of the storage room toward the lab doors. It was just after 10, and Kawakita was the only one around. Through the open shelves, Smithback could see Kawakita standing 1 or 2 rows over, making sharp, jerky, overhead movements with his left hand, waving something about. Then Smithback heard the zing of a line and the whirring of a fly-reel. Well, raise my rent, Smithback thought. The man was fishing. "Catch anything?" he called out loudly. He heard a sharp exclamation and the clatter of a dropped rod. "Damn you, Smithback," Kawakita said. "You're always sneaking about. This isn't a good time to go around scaring people, you know. I might have been packing a .45 or something." He walked down his aisle and came around the corner, reeling in his fly rod and scowling good-humoredly at Smithback. Smithback laughed. "I told you not to work down here with all these skeletons. Now look what's happened. You've gone off the deep end at last." "Just practicing," Kawakita laughed. "Watch. Third shelf, buffalo hump." He flicked the rod. The line whirred out, and the fly struck, then rebounded off a drawer on the third tier of a shelf at the end of the aisle. Smithback walked over. Sure enough, it contained the bones of someone who had once been Buffalo Hump. Smithback whistled. Kawakita drew in some line, loosely holding the loops in his left hand while he gripped the cork butt of the rod in his right. "Fifth shelf, second row. John Mboya," he said. Again the line arced through the air between the narrow shelves, and the tiny fly ticked the correct label. "Isaac Walton, move over," said Smithback, shaking his head. Kawakita reeled in the line and started dismantling the bamboo rod. "It's not quite like fishing on a river," he said as he worked, "but it's great practice, especially in this confined space. Helps me relax during breaks. When I don't tangle my line in one of the cases, that is." When Kawakita was first hired by the museum, he had declined the sunny fifth-floor office offered him, and instead claimed a much smaller one in the lab, saying he wanted to be closer to the action. Since then, he had already published more papers than some full curators had in their entire careers. His cross-disciplinary studies under Frock had quickly led him to an assistant curatorship in evolutionary biology, where he had initially devoted his time to the study of plant evolution. Kawakita skillfully used his mentor's notoriety to advance himself. Lately, he had put aside plant evolution temporarily for the genetic sequence extrapolator program. His only other passion in life, aside from his work, seemed to be fly fishing. In particular, as he would explain to anyone who listened, his search for the noble and elusive Atlantic salmon. Kawakita slid the rod into a battered Orvis case and leaned it carefully in a corner. Motioning Smithback to follow, he led the way down long rows of coffined aisles to a large desk and 3 heavy wooden chairs. The desk, Smithback noticed, was covered with papers, stacks of well-thumbed monographs, and low trays of plastic-covered sand holding various human bones. "Look at this," Kawakita said, sliding something in Smithback's direction. It was an engraved illustration of a family tree, etched in brown ink on hand-marbled paper. The branches of the tree were labeled with various Latin words. "Nice," said Smithback, taking a seat. "That's one word for it, I guess," Kawakita replied. "A mid-19th century view of human evolution. An artistic masterpiece, but a scientific travesty. I'm working on a little piece for the Human Evolution Quarterly about early evolutionary views." "When will it be published?" Smithback asked with professional interest. "Oh, early next year. These journals are so slow." Smithback put the chart down on the desk. "So, what does all this have to do with your current work, the GRE or the SAT or whatever it is?" "GSE, actually," Kawakita laughed. "Nothing whatsoever. This is just a little idea I had, some after-hours fun. I still enjoy getting my hands dirty from time to time." He replaced the chart carefully in a binder, then turned toward the writer. "So, how's the masterwork coming along?" he asked. "Is Madame Rickman still giving you a hard time?" Smithback laughed. "Guess my struggles under the tyrant are common knowledge by now. But that's a book in itself. Actually, I came by to talk to you about Margo." Kawakita took a seat across from Smithback. "Margo Green? What about her?" Smithback started paging aimlessly through one of the monographs scattered about the work table. "I understand she needs your help on something." Kawakita's eyes narrowed. "She called last night, asking if she could run some data through the extrapolation program. I told her it wasn't ready yet." He shrugged. "Technically, that's true. I can't vouch 100% for the accuracy of its correlations, but I'm terribly busy these days, Bill. I just don't have the time to shepherd somebody through the program." "She's not exactly some scientific illiterate you need to lead around by the nose," Smithback replied. "She's doing some heavy-duty genetics research of her own. You must see her around this lab all the time." He pushed the monographs aside and leaned forward. "It might not hurt to cut the kid a break," he said. "It isn't exactly an easy time for her. Her father died about 2 weeks ago, you know." Kawakita looked surprised. "Really? Is that what you were talking about in the staff lounge?" Smithback nodded. "She hasn't said much, but it's been a struggle. She's considering leaving the museum." "That would be a mistake." Kawakita frowned. He started to say something, then stopped abruptly. He leaned back in his chair and gave Smithback a long, appraising look. "This is a mighty altruistic gesture on your part, Bill." He pursed his lips, nodding slowly. "Bill Smithback, the Good Samaritan. New image for you, eh?" "That's William Smithback, Jr., to you." "Bill Smithback, the Eagle Scout," Kawakita continued. Then he shook his head. "Nope, it just doesn't ring true. You didn't really come down here to talk about Margo, did you?" Smithback hesitated. "Well, that was one of my reasons," he admitted. "I knew it," Kawakita crowed. "Come on, out with it." "Oh, all right," Smithback sighed. "Listen, I'm trying to get some information on the Whittlesea expedition." "The what?" "The South American expedition that brought back the Mboon figure. You know, the showpiece for the new exhibition." Recognition flooded Kawakita's face. "Oh, yes. That's the one old man Smith must have been talking about in the herbarium the other day. What about it?" "Well, we think there's some kind of link between that expedition and these murders." "What?" Kawakita said incredulously. "Don't tell me you're starting up with this museum beast stuff. And what do you mean, we?"
I'm not saying I believe anything, okay? Smithback replied evasively. But I've been hearing a lot of strange stuff recently, and Rickman's all tense about having the Mboon figure in the exhibition. Other things came back from that expedition besides this one relic, several crates, in fact. I want to find out more about them.
And what exactly do I have to do with all this? Kawakita asked.
Nothing. But you're an assistant curator. You have high-security access to the museum computer. You can query the accession database, find out about those crates.
I doubt they've even been logged, Kawakita said. But either way, it wouldn't matter.
Why not? Smithback asked.
Kawakita laughed. Wait here a minute. He stood up and headed for the lab. In a few minutes he returned, a piece of paper in one hand. You must be psychic, he said, handing over the paper. Look what I found in my mail this morning. 2. Curators and senior staff. From Lavinia Rickman. Copies: Wright, Llewellyn, Cuthbert, LaFour. As a result of recent unfortunate events, the museum is under intense scrutiny by the media and by the public in general. This being the case, I want to take the opportunity to review the museum's policy on external communications. Any dealings with the press are to be handled through the museum's public relations office. No comments on museum matters are to be made, either on or off the record, to journalists or other members of the media. Any statements made or assistance given to individuals who are engaged in preparing interviews, documentaries, books, articles, etc., dealing with the museum are to be cleared through this office. Failure to follow these guidelines will result in disciplinary action from the director's office. Thank you for your cooperation in this difficult time.
Christ, muttered Smithback. Look at this. Individuals engaged in preparing books.
She means you, Bill. Kawakita laughed. So you see, my hands are tied. He extracted a handkerchief from his back pocket and blew his nose. Allergic to bone dust, he explained.
I just can't believe this, Smithback said, rereading the memo.
Kawakita clapped an arm around Smithback's shoulder. Bill, my friend, I know this story would make great copy, and I'd like to help you write the most controversial, outrageous, and salacious book possible, only I can't. I'll be honest, I've got a career here, and, he tightened his grip, I'm coming up for tenure. I can't afford to make those kinds of waves right now. You'll have to go some other route, okay? Smithback nodded with resignation.
Okay.
You look unconvinced, Kawakita laughed. But I'm glad you understand, anyway. He gently propelled the writer to his feet. I'll tell you what. How about a little fishing on Sunday? They're predicting an early hatch on the Connetquot. Smithback finally grinned.
Tie me some of your devilish little nymphs, he said. You're on.
26. The Gusta was all the way on the other side of the museum when yet another call came in. Emergency sighting, Section 18, computer room. He sighed, shoving his radio back into its holster, thinking of his tired feet. Everyone in the damn place was seeing Boogeyman. A dozen people were crowding the hall outside the computer room, joking nervously. 2 uniformed officers were standing by the closed door.
Okay, said DeGusta, unwrapping a cigar. Who saw it?
A young man edged forward. White lab coat, slope-shouldered, Coke bottle glasses, calculator and pager dangling off the belt.
Cripes, thought DeGusta. Where did they get these guys? He was perfect.
I didn't actually see anything, he said, but there was this loud thumping noise in the electrical systems room. It sounded like banging, someone trying to get through the door.
DeGusta turned to the 2 cops.
Let's check it out.
He fumbled at the doorknob, and someone produced a key, explaining, We locked it. We didn't want anything coming out. DeGusta waved his hand. This was getting ridiculous. Everyone was spooked. How the hell could they be planning a big opening party for the following night? They should have shut the damn place down after the first murders. The room was large, circular, and spotless. In the center, standing on a large pedestal and bathed in bright neon lights, was a 5-foot-tall white cylinder that DeGusta supposed was the museum's mainframe. It hummed softly, surrounded by terminals, workstations, tables, and bookcases. 2 closed doors were visible on the far walls.
You guys poke around, he told his men, popping the unlit cigar in his mouth. I want to talk to this guy, do the paperwork.
He went back outside.
Name?
He asked. Roger Thrumcap. I'm the shift supervisor.
Okay, DeGusta said wearily, making notations. You're reporting noises and data processing.
No, sir. Data processing's upstairs. This is the computer room. We monitor the hardware, do systems work.
The computer room, then. He scribbled some more. You first noticed these noises when?
A few minutes after 10. We were just finishing up our journals.
You were reading the paper when you heard the noises?
No, sir. The journal tapes. We were just finishing our daily backup.
I see. You were just finishing at 10 o'clock.
The backups can't be done during peak hours, sir. We have special permission to come in at 6 in the morning.
Lucky you. And you heard these noises where?
They were coming from the electrical room.
And that is?
The door to the left of the MP3. That's the computer, sir.
I saw 2 doors in there, DeGusta said. What's behind the other one?
Oh, that's just the lights-out room. It's on a carded entry system. Nobody can get in there.
DeGusta gave the man a strange look.
It contains the disk packs, things like that. You know, the storage devices. It's called the lights-out room because everything's automated. Nobody goes in there except for maintenance.
He nodded proudly.
We're in a zero-operator environment. Compared to us, DP is still in the Stone Age. They still have operators manually mounting tapes, no silos or anything.
DeGusta went back inside.
They heard the noises on the other side of that door to the left, there in the back. Let's take a look.
He turned around.
Keep them out here, he said to Thrumcap.
The door to the electrical room swung open, releasing a smell of hot wiring and ozone. DeGusta fumbled along the wall, found the light, and snapped it on. He did a visual first by the book. Transformers, grill work covering ventilation ducts, cables, several large air conditioning units, a lot of hot air, but nothing else.
Take a look behind that equipment, DeGusta said.
The officers nosed around thoroughly. One looked back and shrugged.
All right, said DeGusta, walking out into the computer room. Looks clean to me. Mr. Thrumcap?
Yes?
He poked his head in.
You can tell your people to come back in. Looks okay, but we're going to post a man for the next 36 hours.
He turned to one of the policemen emerging from the electrical room.
Waters, I want you here till the end of your shift. Pro forma, all right? I'll send you relief.
A few more sightings and they'll be fresh out of officers.
Right, said Waters.
That's a good idea, said Thrumcap. This room is the heart of the museum, you know, or rather, the brain. We run the telephones, physical plant, network, mini-printing, electronic mail, security system.
Sure, said DeGusta.
He wondered if this was the same security that didn't have an accurate blueprint of the sub-basement. The staff began filing back into the room and taking up their places at the terminals. DeGusta mopped his brow.
Hot as balls in here.
He turned to leave.
Raj,
he heard a voice behind him.
We got a problem.
DeGusta hesitated a moment.
Oh, my God, said Thrumcap, staring at a monitor. The system's doing a hex dump. What the hell?
Was the master terminal still in backup mode when you left it, Raj? A short guy with buck teeth was asking. If it finished and got no response, it might have gone into a low-level dump.
Maybe you're right, said Roger. Abort the dump and make sure the regions are all up.
It's not responding.
Is the OS down? Thrumcap asked, bending over Bucktooth's CRT. Let me see this.
An alarm went off in the room, not loud, but high-pitched and insistent. DeGusta saw a red light in a ceiling panel above the sleek mainframe. Maybe he'd better stick around.
Now what?
Said Thrumcap.
Jesus, it's hot, DeGusta thought. How can these people stand it?
What's his code we're getting?
I don't know. Look it up.
Where?
In the manual, fool. It's right behind your terminal. Here, I've got it.
Thrumcap started flipping pages.
2291, 2291. Here it is. It's a heat alarm. Oh, Lord, the machine's overheating. Get maintenance up here right away.
DeGusta shrugged. The thumping noise they'd heard was probably air conditioner compressors failing.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. It must be 90 degrees in here.
As he began moving down the hall, he passed 2 maintenance men hurrying in the opposite direction. Like most modern supercomputers, the museum's Digital Industries MP3 was better able to withstand heat than the big iron mainframes of 10 or 20 years before. Its silicon brain, unlike the older vacuum tubes and transistors, could function above recommended temperatures for longer periods of time without damage or loss of data. However, the hardwired interface to the museum's security system had been installed by a third party, outside the operating specifications of Digital Industries. When the temperature in the computer room reached 94 degrees, the tolerances of the ROM chips governing the automatic disaster control system were exceeded. Failure occurred 90 seconds later. Waters stood in a corner and glanced around the room. The maintenance men had left over an hour before, and the room was pleasantly chilly. Everything was back to normal, and the only sounds were the hum of the computer and the zombies clicking thousands of keys. He idly glanced at an unoccupied terminal screen and saw a blinking message. External array failure at ROM. Address 33B1-4A0E. It was like Chinese. Whatever it was, why couldn't they just say it in English? He hated computers. He couldn't think of one damn thing computers had done for him except leave the S off his last name on bills. He hated those smart-ass computer nerds, too. If there was anything wrong here, let them take care of it. 27. Smithback dumped his notebooks beside one of his favorite library carols. Sighing heavily, he squeezed himself into the cramped space, placed his laptop on the desk, and turned on the small overhead light. He was only a stone's throw from the oak-paneled reading room, with its red leather chairs and marble fireplace that hadn't seen use in a century, but Smithback preferred the narrow, scuffed carols. He especially liked the ones that were hidden deep in the stacks, where he could examine documents and manuscripts he'd temporarily liberated, or catch 40 winks, in privacy and relative comfort. The museum's collection of new, old, and rare books on all aspects of natural history was unrivaled. It had received so many bequests and privately donated collections over the years that its card catalog was always hopelessly behind. Yet Smithback knew the library better even than most of the librarians. He could find a buried fact in record time. Now he pursed his lips, thinking. Moriarty was a stubborn bureaucrat, and Smithback himself had come up empty with Kawakita. He didn't know anyone else who could get him into the accession database, but there was more than one way to approach this puzzle. At the microfilm card file, he started flipping through the New York Times index. He backtracked as far as 1975. Nothing there, or, as he soon discovered, in the relevant natural history and anthropological journals. He checked the back issues of the museum's internal periodicals for information on the expedition. Nothing. In the 1985 Who's Who at NYMNH, a 2-line bio of Whittlesey told him nothing he didn't already know. He cursed under his breath. This guy's hidden deeper than the Oak Island treasure. Smithback slowly put the volumes back on their racks, looking around. Then, taking some sheets from a notebook, he strolled nonchalantly up to the desk of a reference librarian, first making sure he hadn't seen her before. "Gotta put these back in the archives," he told the librarian. She blinked up at him severely. "Are you new around here?" "I'm from the science library. Just got transferred up last week. On rotation, you know." He gave her a smile, hoped it looked bright and genuine. She frowned at him, uncertain, as the phone on her desk began to ring. She hesitated, then answered it, distractedly handing him a clipboard and a key on a long blue cord. "Sign in," she said, covering the mouthpiece with her hand. The library archives lay behind an unmarked gray door in a remote corner of the library stacks. It was a gamble in more ways than one. Smithback had been inside once before, on legitimate business. He knew that the bulk of the museum's archives were stored elsewhere, and that the library's files were very specific. But something was nagging him. He closed the door and moved forward, scanning the shelves and the stacks of labeled boxes. He had progressed down one side of the room and was starting up the other when he stopped. Carefully, he reached up and brought down a box labeled Central Receiving Shipping, Air Cargo Receipts. Squatting down, he rustled quickly through the papers. Once again, he went back as far as 1975. Disappointed, he rustled through them again. Nothing. As he returned the box to its high perch, his eye caught another label. Bills of Lading, 1970 to 1990. He couldn't risk more than another 5 minutes, tops.
His finger stopped near the end of the pile. "Gotcha," he whispered, pulling a smudged sheet free of the box. From his pocket, he extracted his microcassette recorder and quietly spoke the pertinent words, dates, and places. Belém, Port of New Orleans, Brooklyn. The Strella de Venezuela, Star of Venezuela. Odd, he thought. Awfully long layover in New Orleans.
"You seem pretty pleased with yourself," the librarian said as she stowed the key back in the desk.
"Have a nice day,"
Smithback said. He finished the entry on the archives clipboard. Sebastian Melmoth, in 11:10, out 11:25. Back at the microfilm catalog, Smithback paused. He knew the New Orleans newspaper had a strange name, very antebellum sounding. Times-Picayune, that was it. He scanned the catalog quickly. There it was, Times-Picayune, 1840 to present. He snapped the 1988 reel into the machine. As he neared October, he slowed, then stopped completely. A large 72-point banner headline stared at him out of the microfilm viewer. "Oh, God," he breathed. He now knew, without a shred of doubt, why the Whittlesey crates had spent so long in New Orleans. 28.
"I'm sorry, Miss Green, but his door is still closed. I'll give him your message as soon as possible."
"Thanks," Margo said, hanging up her phone with frustration. How could she be Frock's eyes and ears if she couldn't even talk to him? When Frock was deeply involved in a project, he often locked himself in his office. His secretary knew better than to disturb him. Margo had tried to reach him twice already that morning, and there was no telling when he'd re-emerge. Margo glanced at her watch. 11:20 a.m. The morning was almost gone. She turned to her terminal and tried logging on to the museum's computer. "Hello, Margo Green at Biotech at STF. Welcome back to MuseNet. Distributed Networking System, Release 15.5. Copyright 1989 to 1995, NYMNH and Cerebral Systems, Inc. Connecting at 11:20:45, 3:30:95. Print service routed to LJ56. All users, important notice. Due to this morning's system outage, a restore will be performed at noon. Expect degraded performance. Report any missing or corrupted files to Systems Administrator ASAP. Roger Thrumcap at admin at systems. You have one message waiting." She brought up the electronic mail menu and read the waiting message. Mail from George Moriarty at exhib at STF. Sent 10/14/7, 3:30:95. Thanks for the label copy. Looks perfect. No changes necessary. We'll put it in with other finishing touches before opening to the general public. Care to have lunch today? George. Reply, delete, file, RDF. Her telephone rang, shattering the silence. "Hello," she said.
"Margo, hi, it's George,"
came Moriarty's voice. "Hi," she replied. "Sorry, just got your message now."
"I figured as much,"
he responded cheerfully.
"Thanks again for helping out."
"Glad to," replied Margo. Moriarty paused.
"So,"
he began hesitantly.
"how about that lunch?"
"Sorry," Margo said. "I'd like to, but I'm waiting for a call back from Dr. Frock. Could be 5 minutes, could be next week." She could tell by the silence that Moriarty was disappointed. "Tell you what, though," she said. "You could swing by for me on your way to the cafeteria. If Frock's called by then, maybe I'll be free. If he hasn't, well, perhaps you could hang out for a couple of minutes while I wait. Help me with the Times crossword or something."
"Sure,"
Moriarty replied.
"I know every three-letter Australian mammal there is."
Margo hesitated. "And perhaps while you're down here, we can take a peek into the accession database, see about the Whittlesey crates?" There was a silence. Finally, Moriarty sighed.
"Well, if it's that important to you, I guess it couldn't hurt anything. I'll stop by around 12.
Half an hour later, a knock sounded. "Come in," she called out.
"The damn thing's locked."
The voice was not Moriarty's. She opened the door. "I didn't expect to see you here."
"You suppose it's luck or fate?" Smithback said, coming in quickly and shutting the door behind him. "Listen, Lotus Blossom, I've been a busy man since last night."
"So have I," she said. "Moriarty will be here any minute to get us into the accession database." Smithback opened his mouth.
"How did you—"
"Never mind," Margo replied smugly. The door opened and Moriarty peered in.
"Margo?"
he asked.
Then he caught sight of Smithback. "Don't fret, Professor, it's safe," the writer said. "I'm not in a biting mood today."
"Don't mind him," Margo said. "He has this annoying habit of popping up unannounced. Come on in."
"Yes, and make yourself comfortable," Smithback said, pointedly gesturing to the chair in front of Margo's terminal. Moriarty sat down slowly, looking at Smithback, then at Margo, then at Smithback again.
"I guess you want me to check the accession records," he said. "If you wouldn't mind," Margo said quietly.
Smithback's presence made the whole thing seem like a setup.
"Okay, Margo."
Moriarty put his fingers on the keyboard.
"Smithback, turn around. The password, you know." The museum's accession database contained information on all the millions of catalogued items in the museum's collections. Initially, the database had been accessible to all employees. However, someone on the 5th floor had gotten... "I'm going in the back door, so to speak, hoping to avoid attention. The seek rate is really slow this way." Then the key tap stopped.
"Margo," Moriarty said quietly. "I've got it."
The screen filled.
"Hell!" Moriarty exclaimed. "I was afraid of that. It's been partially overwritten, corrupted. See that? It just trails off into garbage."
"Yes, but look!" Margo said excitedly. Moriarty examined the screen. "The journal was removed by Mrs. Rickman 2 weeks ago, with Dr. Cuthbert's permission. No return date." Margo snorted. "Cuthbert said the journal had been lost."
"So why was this record deleted, and by whom?"
Suddenly his eyes widened. "Oh, Lord, I have to release my lock on the tape before somebody notices us." His fingers danced over the keys. "George," Margo said, "do you know what this means? They took the journal out of the crates before the killing started, around the time Cuthbert had the crates put in the secure area. Now they're concealing evidence from the police. Why?"
Moriarty frowned. "You're starting to sound like Smithback," he said. "There could be 1,000 explanations."
"Name one," Margo challenged.
The most obvious would be that somebody else deleted the detail record before Rickman could add a lost artifact notation."
Margo shook her head. "I don't believe it. There are just too many coincidences."
"Margo," Moriarty began. Then he sighed. "Listen," he went on patiently. "This is a trying time for all of us, you especially. I know you're trying to make a tough decision, and then with a crisis like this, well—"
"These murders weren't committed by some garden-variety maniac," Margo interrupted impatiently. "I'm not crazy."
"I'm not saying that," Moriarty continued. "I just think you ought to let the police handle this. It's a very, very dangerous business, and you should be concentrating on your own life right now. Digging into this won't help you make up your mind about your own future." He swallowed. "And it won't bring your father back."
"Is that what you think?" Margo blazed. "You don't—" She broke off abruptly as her eye fell on the wall clock. "Jesus, I'm late for my meeting with Dr. Frock." She grabbed her carryall and headed for the door. Halfway into the hall, she turned around. "I'll speak to you later," she said. The door slammed.
God, Moriarty thought, sitting at the darkened terminal and resting his chin in his hands. If a graduate student in plant genetics actually thinks Mboon might be loose, if even Margo Green starts seeing conspiracies behind every door, what about the rest of the museum? 29. Margo watched Frock spill his sherry down his shirt front. "Blast!" he said, dabbing with plump hands. He set the glass down on the desk with exaggerated care and looked up at Margo. "Thank you for coming to me, my dear. It's an extraordinary discovery. I'd say we should go down there this moment and take another look at that figurine, but that Pendergast fellow will be here shortly to make a further nuisance of himself." Bless you, Agent Pendergast, Margo thought.
The last thing she felt like doing was going back down into the exhibition. Frock sighed.
No matter. We'll know soon enough. Once Pendergast leaves, we'll learn the truth. This Bourne figurine could be the additional proof I've been searching for. If, that is, you are correct about the claws matching the lacerations in the victim.
But how could such a creature be loose in the museum? Margo asked.
Ah! Frock exclaimed, eyes shining. That's the question, is it not? And let me answer a question with a question. What thing, my dear Margo, is Rugos?
I don't know, Margo said. I'm not sure I even know the meaning of the word. Bumpy?
Rugos. It's a regular pattern of ridges, wrinkles, or creases. I'll tell you what's Rugos. Reptilian eggs are Rugos, as are dinosaur eggs.
A sudden current passed through Margo as she remembered. That's the word
that Cuthbert used to describe the seed pods missing from the crate. Frock finished her sentence. I ask you, were they really seed pods? What kind of seed pod would look wrinkled and scaly? But an egg?
Frock drew himself up in his wheelchair.
Next question. Where have they gone? Were they stolen, or did something else happen to them?
Abruptly the scientist stopped, sinking back into his wheelchair, shaking his head. But if something hatched, something broke out of the crates, Margo said, how does that explain the killings on board the freighter that carried the crates from South America?
Margo, Frock said, laughing quietly. What we have here is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. It is essential that we gather more facts without wasting additional time.
There was a soft rapping at the door.
That must be Pendergast, Frock said, drawing back, then louder. Come in, please.
The agent walked in, carrying a briefcase, his black suit as ever impeccable, his blonde-white hair brushed back from his face. To Margo he looked as collected and placid as before. When Frock gestured to one of the Victorian chairs, Pendergast seated himself.
A pleasure to see you again, sir, Frock said. You've met Miss Green? We were once again in the middle of something just now, so I hope you won't mind if she remains.
Pendergast waved his hand. Of course. I know you'll both continue to respect my request for confidentiality.
Of course,
said Frock. Dr. Frock, I know you're busy, and I'll keep this short, Pendergast began. I was hoping you'd had some success in locating the artifact we spoke about, an artifact that might have been used as a weapon in these murders. Frock shifted in the wheelchair.
As you requested, I considered the matter further. I did a careful search of our accession database, both for single items and for items that could potentially have been broken apart and recombined.
He shook his head.
Unfortunately, I found nothing that even remotely resembled the imprint you showed us. There has never been anything like it in the collections.
Pendergast's expression betrayed nothing. Then he smiled. Officially, we'd never admit this, but the case is, shall we say, a trying one. He indicated his briefcase. I am awash in false sightings, lab reports, interviews, but we're slow in finding a fit. Frock smiled.
I believe, Mr. Pendergast, that what you do and what I do are not all that different. I've been in the same predicament myself, and no doubt His Eminence is acting as if nothing out of the ordinary is happening.
Pendergast nodded.
Wright is very eager that the exhibition go on as scheduled tomorrow night. Why? Because the superstition exhibition, you see, is terribly important. The museum spent millions it didn't really have to put it together. It's vital that admissions be increased to keep the museum from slipping into the red. This exhibition is seen as the best way to do that.
I see, Pendergast said. He picked up a fossil lying on a table next to his chair, turning it over idly in his hand. Ammonite? He asked.
Correct,
replied Frock. Dr. Frock, Pendergast began. Pressure is now being brought to bear from a variety of quarters. As a result, I must be doubly careful to conduct this investigation by the book. I can't share our results with outside entities such as yourself, even when the conventional avenues of investigation are proving fruitless. He put down the fossil carefully and crossed his arms. That said, Do I understand correctly that you are an expert on DNA? Frock nodded. That's partly true. I have devoted some study to how genes affect morphology, the shape of an organism, and I oversee the projects of various graduate students, such as Gregory Kawakita and Margo here, whose studies involve DNA research. Pendergast retrieved his briefcase, snapped it open, and withdrew a fat computer printout. I have a report on DNA from the claw found in one of the first victims. Of course, I can't show it to you. It would be highly irregular. The New York office wouldn't like it. I see, said Frock. And you continue to believe that the claw is your best clue? It's our only clue of importance, Dr. Frock. Let me explain my conclusions. I believe we have a madman loose in the museum. He kills his victims in a ritualistic fashion, removes the back of the skull, and extracts the hypothalamus from the brain. For what purpose? Asked Frock. Pendergast hesitated. We believe he eats it. Margo gasped. The killer may be hiding in the museum's sub-basement, Pendergast continued. There are many indications that he has returned there after killing, but so far we've been unable to isolate a specific location or retrieve any evidence. 2 dogs were killed during searches. As you probably know, it's a perfect warren of tunnels, galleries, and passages, spread over several subterranean levels, the oldest dating back almost 150 years. The museum has been able to furnish me with maps covering only a small percentage of its total area. I call the killer he because the force used in the killings indicates a male, and a strong one at that. Almost preternaturally strong. As you know, he uses some kind of 3-clawed weapon to disembowel his victims, who are apparently chosen at random. We have no motive. Our interviews with selected museum staff have turned up no leads as yet. He looked at Frock. You see, Doctor, our best clue remains our only clue. The weapon. The claw. That is why I continue to search for its origin. Frock nodded slowly. You mentioned DNA. Pendergast waved the computer printout. The lab results have been inconclusive, to say the least. He paused. I can see no reason not to tell you that the test on the claw turned up DNA from various species of gecko, in addition to human chromosomes. Hence our assumption that the sample might be degraded. Gecko, you say? Frock murmured in mild surprise. And it eats the hypothalamus. How extraordinary. Tell me, how do you know? We found traces of saliva and teeth marks. Human teeth marks? No one knows. And the saliva? Indeterminate. Frock's head sank down on his chest. After a few minutes he looked up. You continue to call the claw a weapon, he said. I assume, then, that you continue to believe the killer is human. Pendergast closed up his briefcase. I simply don't see any other possibility. Do you think, Dr. Frock, an animal could decapitate a body with surgical precision, punch a hole in the skull, and locate an internal organ the size of a walnut that only someone trained in human anatomy could recognize? And the killer's ability to elude our searches of the sub-basement has been impressive. Frock's head sunk on his chest again. As the seconds ticked off into minutes, Pendergast remained motionless, watching. Frock suddenly raised his head. "Mr. Pendergast," he said, his voice booming. Margo jumped. "I've heard your theory. Would you care to hear mine?" Pendergast nodded. "Of course." "Very well," Frock replied. "Are you familiar with the Transvaal shales?" "I don't believe so," said Pendergast. "The Transvaal shales were discovered in 1945 by Alistair van Vroenhek, a paleontologist with South Africa's Witwatersrand University. They were Cambrian, about 600 million years old, and they were full of bizarre life forms, the likes of which had never been seen before or since. Asymmetrical life forms, not showing even the bilateral symmetry of virtually all animal life on Earth today. They occurred, coincidentally, at the time of the Cambrian mass extinction,
Now, most people, Mr. Pendergast, believe the Transvaal shales represent a dead end of evolution, life experimenting with every conceivable form before settling down to the bilaterally symmetric form you see today.
But you do not hold such a view, Pendergast said.
Frock cleared his throat. Correct. A certain type of organism predominates in these shales. It had powerful fins and long suction pads and oversized crushing and tearing mouthparts. Those mouthparts could saw through rock, and the fins allowed it to move at 20 miles per hour through the water. No doubt it was a highly successful and quite savage predator. It was, I believe, too successful. It hunted its prey into extinction and then quickly became extinct itself. It thus caused the minor mass extinction at the end of the Cambrian era. It, not natural selection, killed off all the other forms of life in the Transvaal shales.
Pendergast blinked. And?
I've run computer simulations of evolution according to the new mathematical theory of fractal turbulence. The result? Every 60 to 70 million years or so, life starts getting very well adapted to its environment. Too well adapted, perhaps. There's a population explosion of the successful life forms. Then, suddenly, a new species appears out of the blue. It is almost always a predatory creature, a killing machine. It tears through the host population, killing, feeding, multiplying, slowly at first, then ever faster.
Frock gestured toward the sandstone fossil plaque on his desk.
Mr. Pendergast, let me show you something.
The agent stood up and moved forward.
This is a set of tracks made by a creature that lived during the Upper Cretaceous, Frock continued. Right on the KT boundary, to be exact. This is the only such fossil of its kind we've found. There is no other.
KT? Asked Pendergast.
Cretaceous Tertiary. It's the boundary that marks the mass extinction of the dinosaurs.
Pendergast nodded, but still looked puzzled.
There is a connection here that has so far gone unnoticed, Frock continued. The figurine of Mboon, the claw impressions made by the killer, and these fossil tracks.
Pendergast looked down.
Mboon? The figurine that Dr. Cuthbert removed from the crates and put on display?
Frock nodded. How old are these prints?
Approximately 65 million years old. They came from a formation where the very last of the dinosaurs were found. Before the mass extinction, that is.
There was another long silence.
Ah, and the connection? Asked Pendergast after a moment. I said that nothing in the anthropology collections matches the claw marks, but I did not say there were no representations, no sculptures of such a claw. We've learned that the forelimbs on the figurine of Mboon have 3 claws with a thickened central digit. Now look at these tracks, Frock said, pointing to the fossil. Think back to the reconstruction of the claw and the claw marks in the victim.
So you think, Pendergast said, that the killer might be the same animal that made these tracks? A dinosaur?
Margo thought she detected amusement in Pendergast's voice. Frock looked at the agent, shaking his head vigorously. No, Mr. Pendergast, not a dinosaur. Nothing as common as a dinosaur. We're talking about the proof of my theory of aberrant evolution. You know my work. This is the creature I believe killed off the dinosaurs.
Pendergast remained silent.
Frock leaned closer to the FBI agent. I believe, he said, this creature, this freak of nature, is the cause of the dinosaurs' extinction. Not a meteorite, not a change in climate, but some terrible predator, the creature that made the tracks preserved in this fossil, the embodiment of the Callisto effect. It was not large, but it was extremely powerful and fast. It probably hunted in cooperative packs and was intelligent. But because super-predators are so short-lived, they aren't well represented in the fossil record, except in the Transvaal shales, and in these tracks here, from the Tsunjajin Badlands. Are you following me?
Yes.
We are in a population explosion today."
Pendergast remained silent.
"Human beings, Mr. Pendergast," Frock continued, his voice rising. 5,000 years ago there were only 10 million of us on the globe. Today there are 6 billion. We're the most successful form of life the Earth has ever seen."
He tapped the copies of Fractal Evolution that lay on his desk.
"Yesterday you asked about my next book. It will constitute an extension of my theory on the Callisto effect, applying it to modern life. My theory predicts that at any moment some grotesque mutation will come about, some creature that will prey on the human population. I'm not saying the killer is the same creature that killed off the dinosaurs, but a similar creature. Well, look at these tracks again. They look like Mbun. We call it convergent evolution, where two creatures look alike not because they're necessarily related, but because they evolved to do the same thing. A creature that's evolved to kill. There are too many similarities, Mr. Pendergast."
Pendergast brought his briefcase onto his lap. "I'm afraid you've lost me, Dr. Frock."
"Don't you see? Something came back in that crate from South America, unleashed in the museum. A highly successful predator. That figurine of Mbun is the proof. The indigenous tribes were aware of this creature and built a religion around it. Whittlesey inadvertently sent it into civilization."
"You've seen this figurine yourself?" Pendergast asked. "Dr. Cuthbert seemed reluctant to show it to me."
"No," Frock admitted, "but I have it on the best authority. I plan to make my own observations at the earliest opportunity."
"Dr. Frock, we looked into the matter of the crates yesterday," Pendergast said. "Dr. Cuthbert assured us there was nothing of value in them, and we have no reason to disbelieve him." He stood up, impassive. "I thank you for your time and help. Your theory is most interesting, and I truly wish I could subscribe to it." He shrugged. "However, my own opinion remains unchanged for the time being. Forgive me for being blunt, but I hope you will be able to separate your conjectures from the cold facts of our investigation and help us in any way you can." He walked toward the door. "Now, I hope you'll excuse me. I'm going to have to see this madman caught before the end of the day, or I'll have no choice but to delay the opening. If anything comes to mind, please contact me." And he left. Frock sat in his wheelchair, shaking his head. "What a shame," he murmured. "I had high hopes for his cooperation, but it seems he's like all the rest." Margo glanced at the table next to the chair Pendergast had just vacated. "Look," she said. "He left the DNA printout." Frock's eyes followed Margot's. Then he chuckled. "I assume that's what he meant by anything else coming to mind." He paused. "Perhaps he isn't like all the rest after all. Well, we won't tell on him, Margo, will we?" he said, picking up the phone. "Dr. Frock to speak with Dr. Cuthbert." A pause. "Hello, Ian. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. No, it's just that I'd like to get into the superstition exhibition right away." "What's that?" "Yes, I know it's been sealed, but—" "No, I'm quite reconciled to the idea of the exhibition. It's just that—" "I see." Margo noticed Frock's face redden. "In that case, Ian," Frock continued, "I should like to re-examine the crates from the Whittlesey expedition. Yes, the ones in the secure area. I know we saw them yesterday, Ian." There was a long silence. Margo could hear a faint squawking. "Now look here, Ian," Frock said. "I'm chairman of this department, and I have a right to—" "Don't you speak to me that way, Ian! Don't you dare!" Frock was shaking with rage in a way Margo had never seen before. His voice had dropped almost to a whisper. "Sir, you have no business in this institution. I shall be making a formal grievance to the director." Frock slowly returned the phone to its cradle, his hand trembling. He turned toward Margo, fumbling for his handkerchief. "Please, forgive me." "I'm surprised," said Margo. "I thought that as a chairman—" She couldn't quite complete the sentence.
I had complete control over the collections." Frock smiled, his composure returning. "So did I. But this new exhibition and these killings have aroused sentiments in people that I hadn't suspected. Technically, Cuthbert outranks me. I'm not sure why he's doing this. It would have to be something profoundly embarrassing, something that would delay or prevent his precious exhibition from opening." He thought for a minute. "Perhaps he's aware of this creature's existence. After all, he was the one who moved the crates. Perhaps he found the hatched eggs, made the connection, hid them, and now he wants to deny me my right to study it." He sat forward in the wheelchair and balled his fists. "Dr. Frock, I don't think that's a real possibility," Margo warned. Any thoughts she'd had of telling Frock about Rickman's removal of the Whittlesea journal evaporated. Frock relaxed. "You're right, of course. This isn't the end of it, though, you can be sure. Still, we don't have time for that now, and I trust your observations of Mbun. But, Margo, we must get in to see those crates." "How?" said Margo. Frock slid open a drawer of his desk and fished around for a moment. Then he withdrew a form which Margo immediately recognized, a 1014, request for access. "My mistake," he went on, "was in asking." He started to fill out the form longhand. "But doesn't that need to be signed by Central Processing?" Margo asked. "Of course," said Frock. "I will send the form to Central Processing via the usual procedure, and I'll take the unsigned copy down to the secure area and bully my way in. No doubt the request form will be denied, but by the time that happens, I will have had time to examine the crates and find the answers." "But, Dr. Frock, you can't do that," Margo replied in a shocked tone. "Why not?" Frock smiled wryly. "Frock? A pillar of the museum establishment, acting in an unorthodox manner? This is too important for such considerations." "I didn't mean that," Margo continued. She let her gaze drop to the scientist's wheelchair. Frock looked down. His face fell. "Ah, yes," he said slowly. "I see what you mean." Crestfallen, he started to return the paper to his desk. "Dr. Frock," Margo said, "give me the form. I'll take it down to the secure area." Frock's hand froze. He looked at Margo appraisingly. "I asked you to be my eyes and ears, but I didn't ask you to walk over coals for me," he said. "I'm a tenured curator, a relatively important figure. They wouldn't dare sack me, but you—" He drew a deep breath, raised his eyebrows. "They could make an example of you, expel you from the Ph.D. program, and I'd be powerless to prevent it." Margo thought for a moment. "I have a friend who's very clever at this kind of thing. I think he could talk his way into or out of any situation." Frock remained motionless for a moment. Then he tore off the copy and gave it to her. "I'll have the original delivered upstairs. I have to if we're going to maintain the facade. The guard may call Central Processing to verify receipt. You won't have much time. As soon as it comes in, they'll be on the alert. You'll have to be gone by then." From a desk drawer, he withdrew a yellow paper and a key. He showed them to Margo. "This paper holds the combination to the secure area vaults," he said. "And here's the key to the vault itself. All directors have them. With luck, Cuthbert won't have thought to change the combinations." He handed them to Margo. "These will get you through the doors. It's the guards you'll have to deal with." He was talking fast now, his eyes locked on Margo's. "You know what to look for in the crates. Any evidence of eggs, living organisms, even cult objects associated with the creature. Anything that can prove my theory. Check the smaller crate first, Whittlesea's crate. That's the one that contained the Mbun figure. Check the others if you have time, but for heaven's sake, expose yourself to as little risk as possible. Go now, my dear, and Godspeed." The last thing Margo saw as she left the office was Frock beneath the bow windows, his broad back turned away from her, drumming his fists repeatedly against the arms of his wheelchair. "Damn this thing," he was saying. "Damn it to hell!" 30. 5 minutes later, in her office several floors below, Margo picked up the phone and dialed. Smithback was in a rare mood.
As Margo explained Moriarty's discovery of the deleted accession record and, in somewhat less detail, the events in Frock's office, his mood grew even more cheerful. She heard him chuckling.
Was I right about Rickman or what? Concealing evidence. Now I'll make her see the book my way, or...
Smithback, don't you dare. This isn't for your personal gratification. We don't know the story behind that journal, and we can't worry about it right now. We have to get into those crates, and we only have a few minutes to do it.
All right. Meet me at the landing outside entomology. I'm leaving now.
I never thought Frock could be such a radical, Smithback said. My respect for the old feller has just gone up 2 notches.
He was making his way down a long flight of iron stairs. They'd taken a back way in hopes of avoiding the police checkpoints set up at all elevator banks.
You've got the key and the combination, right?
He asked from the bottom of the stairs. Margo checked her carry-all, then followed him. She glanced quickly up and down the corridor. You know how the hall outside the secure area has lighted alcoves along it? You go ahead, I'll follow a minute later. Talk to the guard, try to draw him into an alcove where the light is better, or on the pretext of showing him this form. Get him to turn his back for a couple of minutes, and then I'll unlock the door and go in. Just keep him occupied. You're a good talker.
That's your plan? Smithback scoffed. All right.
He spun on his heels, continued down the corridor, and vanished around the corner. Margo waited, counting to 60. Then she moved forward, pulling on a pair of latex gloves. Soon she could hear Smithback's voice, already raised in righteous protest.
This paper is signed by the chairman of the department himself. Are you trying to tell me that...
She poked her head around the corner. About 50 feet down the hall was an intersection with another hallway that led to the police barricades. Further down was the door to the secure area itself, and beyond that Margo could see the guard. He had his back to her, and was holding her form in one hand.
I'm sorry, sir, she could hear him say, but this hasn't gone through processing. You're not looking in the right place, Smithback responded. Take it over here where you can read it, here in the light.
They moved down the hall away from Margo, into an illuminated alcove. As they disappeared from view, Margo came around the corner and walked briskly down the hall. At the secure area door, she inserted the key and pushed gingerly. The door swung open on oiled hinges. She peered around the edge to make sure she was alone. The darkened room seemed empty, and she eased the door shut behind her. Her heart was already racing, the blood pounding in her ears. She caught her breath, fumbled for the light switch. The vaults stretched ahead of her in rows to the left and right. When she noticed the third door on the right had a yellow evidence sheet taped to it, she grasped its dial with one hand and took out Frock's scrap of paper with the other. 56, 77, 23. She took a deep breath and began, remembering the locker she'd once used to store her oboe in high school music class. On the right, left, right. There was a loud click. Immediately, she grabbed the lever and pulled downward. The door opened. Inside, the crates were dim shapes against the far wall. She turned on the light and glanced at her watch. 3 minutes had passed. She had to work very quickly now. She could see the ragged marks where one of the larger crates had been torn and splintered apart. The marks sent shivers down her spine. Kneeling in front of the smaller crate, she removed its top and plunged her hands into the packing material, parting the stiff fibers to expose the artifacts. Her hand closed around something hard. Pulling it out, Margo saw a small stone carved with odd designs. Not very promising. She exposed a collection of what looked like jade lip plugs, then flint arrowheads, some points, a blowgun tube with a set of darts, long and sharp, the tips blackened with some hardened substance. Don't want to be pricked by those, she thought. Still nothing worth taking. She delved deeper. The next layer held a small plant press screwed shut, a damaged shaman's rattle covered in grotesque designs, and a beautiful manta made of woven cloth and feathers. On an impulse, she stuffed the plant press, covered with packing fibers, into her bag. The stone disc and rattle followed. On the bottom layer, she found several jars containing small reptiles, colorful but nothing out of the ordinary. 6 minutes had passed. She sat up, listening, expecting any moment to hear the footsteps of the returning guard. But there was nothing.
She hastily stuffed the rest of the artifacts back into the crate and surrounded them with packing material. She picked up the lid, noting its loose inner lining. As she pried the lining away, curiously, a brittle, water-damaged envelope slipped out into her lap. Hastily she crammed it into her bag. 8 minutes. There was no time left. Back in the central room, she listened, trying to make out the muffled sounds outside. She eased the door open a crack. "What's your badge number?" Smithback was saying loudly. Margo couldn't make out the guard's reply. She slipped out and shut the door behind her, quickly peeling off her gloves and stuffing them into her carryall. She straightened up, looked herself up and down, then started walking past the alcove where Smithback and the guard were standing. "Hey!" She turned. The guard, flushed, was looking at her. "Oh, there you are, Bill," she said, thinking fast, hoping the guard hadn't seen her come out the door. "Am I too late? Have you already been inside?"
"This guy won't let me in," Smithback complained. "Listen, you," the guard said, turning back to Smithback. "I've told you 1,000 times, and I won't tell you again. That form has to be properly processed before I can give you access, understand?" They'd pulled it off. Margo looked back down the hall. In the distance, she saw a tall, lean figure approaching. Ian Cuthbert. She grabbed Smithback's arm. "We've got to go. Remember our appointment? We'll have to look at the collection some other time." "That's right, of course," Smithback babbled heartily. "I'll get this taken care of later," he said to the guard. Near the far end of the hall, she pushed Smithback into an alcove. "Get behind those cabinets," Margo whispered. They heard Cuthbert's footsteps behind them as they concealed themselves. Then the footsteps stopped, and Cuthbert's voice echoed loudly down the corridor. "Has anyone tried to gain access to the vaults?" he asked. "Yes, sir. There was a man trying to get in. They were just here." "Who?" demanded Cuthbert. "Those people you were just speaking with?" "Yes, sir. He had a form, but it hadn't been properly processed, so I didn't let him in." "You did not let him in?" "That's right, sir." "Who issued the form? Frock?" "Yes, sir, Dr. Frock." "And you didn't get the name of this person?" "I think his name was Bill. I don't know about the woman, but—" "Bill? Bill? Oh, that's bloody brilliant. The first thing you should do is ask for identification." "I'm sorry, sir. It was just that he insisted it was—" But Cuthbert was already striding back angrily. The footfalls faded down the corridor. At a nod from Smithback, Margo rose gingerly and dusted herself off. They stepped out into the hall. "Hey, you there!" shouted the guard. "Come here! I need to see your ID! Wait!" Smithback and Margo took off at a sprint. They raced around a bend, then ducked into a stairwell and dashed up the wide concrete steps. "Where are we going?" Margo panted. "Damned if I know." They reached the next landing, and Smithback stepped out gingerly into the hallway. He looked up and down the corridor, then wrenched open a door marked Mammalogy, Pongidy Storage. Inside, they stopped to catch their breath. The room was quiet and cool. As Margot's eyes grew accustomed to the dim light, she noticed stuffed gorillas and chimpanzees standing in ranks like sentinels, and heaping piles of hairy skins on wooden racks. Against one wall were dozens of shelves lined with primate skulls. Smithback listened intently at the door for a moment. Then he turned to Margo. "Let's see what you found," he said. "There wasn't much," Margo said, breathing heavily. "I took a couple of unimportant artifacts, that's it. I did find this, though," she said, reaching into her carryall. "It was wedged in the lid of the crate." The unsealed envelope was addressed simply R. H. Montague, Nymnh. The yellowed writing paper was embossed with a curious double arrow motif. As Smithback peered over her shoulder, Margo held the sheet carefully up to the light and began to read. Upper Xingu, September 17th, 1987. Montague. I've decided to send Carlos back with the last crate and go on alone in search of Crocker. Carlos is trustworthy, and I can't risk losing the crate should anything happen to me. Take note of the shaman's rattle and other ritual objects. They seem unique. But the figurine I've enclosed, which we found in a deserted hut at this site, is the proof I've been looking for. Note the exaggerated claws, the reptilian attributes, the hints at bipedalea. The Kothoga exist, and the Mboon legend is not mere fabrication.
All my field notes are in this notebook. 31. Mrs. Lavinia Rickman sat in a wine-colored leather armchair in the director's office. The room was deathly silent. Not even traffic noises from the street 3 floors below penetrated the thick turret windows. Wright himself sat behind the desk, practically swallowed by the vast length of mahogany. A Reynolds portrait of Ridley A. Davis, the museum's founder, glared down from behind Wright. Dr. Ian Cuthbert occupied a sofa along a far wall of the room. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his tweed suit loose on his spare frame. He was frowning. Normally humorless and irritable, he looked particularly austere on this afternoon. Finally, Wright broke the silence. "He's called twice already this afternoon," the director snapped at Cuthbert. "I can't avoid him forever. Sooner or later he's going to raise a stink about being denied access to the crates. He may well drag this Mbun business into it. There's going to be controversy." Cuthbert nodded. "As long as it's later rather than sooner. When the exhibition is open and running, with 40,000 visitors a day and favourable notices in all the periodicals, let him bloody well raise hell about whatever he likes." There was another long silence. "I hate to play the devil's advocate," Cuthbert continued at last, "but when the dust settles from all this, you, Winston, Henry, are going to have the necessary increase in attendance. These rumors of a curse may be annoying now, but when things are safe again, everyone's going to want a vicarious shudder and some scandal. Everyone's going to want to go inside the museum and see for themselves. It's good for business. I'm telling you, Winston, we couldn't have arranged it better ourselves." Wright frowned at the assistant director. "Rumors of a curse. Maybe it's true. Look at all the disasters that have followed that ugly little figurine halfway around the world." He laughed mirthlessly. "You're not serious," said Cuthbert. "I'll tell you what I am serious about," Wright snapped. "I don't want to hear you talking like that again. Frock has important friends. If he starts complaining to them, well, you know how stories grow and spread. They'll think you're withholding information. They'll think you're banking on these killings, bringing people in to see the exhibition. How's that for publicity, eh?" "Agreed," Cuthbert said with a wintry smile. "But I don't need to remind you that if this exhibition doesn't open on time, everything becomes academic. Frock must be kept on a short leash. Now he's sending hired help to do his dirty work. One of them tried to get into the secure vault less than an hour ago." "Who?" Wright demanded. "The security guard made a right hash of it," Cuthbert replied. "But he got the fellow's first name. Bill." "Bill?" Rickman sat up.
"Yes, I think that was it,"
Cuthbert said, turning to the public relations director.
"Isn't that the name of the journalist who's doing the book on my exhibition? He's your man, isn't he? Is he under control? I hear he's been asking a lot of questions."
"Absolutely," said Rickman, a bright smile on her face. "We've had our ups and downs with him, but he's towing the line now. Control the sources, and you've controlled the journalist, as I always say." "Towing the line, is he?" Wright said. "Then why did you feel it necessary to send that mail message round to half the Western world this morning, reminding them not to talk to strangers?" Mrs. Rickman quickly held up a lacquered hand. "He's been taken care of."
"You damn well better make sure of that," Cuthbert said. "You've been in on this little party from the beginning, Lavinia. I'm sure you don't want this journalist of yours digging up any dirty knickers."
There came a hiss of static over the intercom, and a voice said,
"Mr. Pendergast to see you."
"Send him in," said Wright. He looked sourly at the others. "This is it." Pendergast appeared in the doorway, a newspaper tucked under one arm. He paused for a moment.
"My, this is a charming tableau," he said. "Dr. Wright, thank you for seeing me again. Dr. Cuthbert, always a pleasure. And you are Lavinia Rickman, ma'am, are you not?"
"Yes," Rickman replied, smiling primly. "Mr. Pendergast," said Wright, with a small formal smile, "please take any seat you wish."
"Thank you, doctor, but I prefer to stand." Pendergast moved over to the massive fireplace and leaned against the mantel, arms folded. "Have you come to make a report? No doubt you've asked for this meeting to inform us of an arrest." "No," said Pendergast. "I'm sorry, no arrests. Frankly, Dr. Wright, we've made very little progress, despite what Ms. Rickman has been telling the newspapers." He showed them the newspaper's headline, "Arrest Near in Museum Beast Murders." There was a short silence. Pendergast folded the paper and carefully placed it on the mantelpiece. "What's the problem?" asked Wright. "I don't understand what's taking so long." "There are many problems, as you are no doubt aware," said Pendergast, "but I'm not really here to brief you on the case. It's enough if I remind you simply that a dangerous serial killer remains loose in the museum. We have no reason to believe he has stopped killing. As far as we know, all his killings have been nocturnal, in other words, after 5 p.m. As the special agent in charge of this investigation, I'm regretfully informing you that the curfew we've set up must remain in force until such time as the killer is found. There will be no exceptions." "The opening!" Rickman bleated. "The opening will have to be postponed. It may be for a week, it may be for a month. I can't make any promises, I'm afraid. I'm very sorry." Wright stood up, his face livid. "You said the opening could go on as scheduled, provided there were no more killings. That was our agreement." "I made no agreement with you, Doctor," Pendergast said mildly. "I'm afraid we are no closer to catching the murderer than we were at the beginning of the week." He gestured toward the newspaper on the mantel. "Headlines like these make people complacent, incautious. The opening would probably be very well attended. Thousands of people in the museum after dark." He shook his head. "I have no other choice." Wright stared at the agent in disbelief. "Because of your incompetence, you expect us to delay the opening and do the museum irreparable harm in the process? The answer is no." Pendergast, unruffled, walked forward into the center of the room. "Forgive me, Dr. Wright, if I didn't make myself clear. I'm not here to ask your permission. I'm merely notifying you of my decision." "Right," the director answered, his voice shaking. "I see. You can't do your own job, but you still want to tell me how to do mine. Do you have any idea what delaying the opening would do to our exhibition? Do you know what kind of message it would send to the public? Well, Pendergast, I'm not going to allow it." Pendergast stared steadily at Wright. "Any unauthorized personnel found on the premises after 5 o'clock will be arrested and charged with trespassing at a scene of crime. This is a misdemeanor. Second violations will be charged with obstruction of justice, which is a felony, Dr. Wright. I trust I make myself sufficiently clear?" "The only thing that's clear right now is your path to the door," Wright said, his voice rising. "It's unobstructed. Please take it." Pendergast nodded. "Gentlemen, ma'am." Then he turned around and moved silently out of the room. Closing the door quietly, Pendergast stopped for a moment in the director's outer office. Then, staring at the door, he quoted, "So I return rebuked to my content, and gain by ills thrice more than I have spent." Wright's executive secretary stopped her gum-chewing in mid-snap. "How's that?" she inquired. "No, Shakespeare," Pendergast replied, heading for the elevator. Inside, Wright fumbled at the telephone with shaking hands. "What the hell happens now?" exploded Cuthbert. "I'll be damned if a bloody policeman's going to boot us out of our own museum." "Cuthbert, be quiet," said Wright. Then he spoke into the handset. "Get me Albany right away." There was a silence while he was put on hold. Wright looked over the receiver at Cuthbert and Rickman, controlling his heavy breathing with an effort. "Time to call in some favors," he said. "We'll see who has the final word here. Some inbred albino from the Delta, or the director of the largest natural history museum in the world." 32. The vegetation here is very unusual. The cycads and ferns look almost primordial.
Too bad there isn't time for more careful study. We've used a particularly resilient variety as packing material for the crates. Feel free to let Jorgensen take a look if he's interested. I fully expect to be with you at the Explorers Club a month from now, celebrating our success with a brace of dry martinis and a good macanudo. Until then, I know I can entrust this material and my reputation to you. Your colleague, Whittlesey.
Smithback looked up from the letter. "We can't stay here. Let's go to my office." His cubbyhole lay deep in a maze of overflow offices on the museum's ground level. The honeycomb passages, full of noise and bustle, seemed a refreshing change to Margo after the damp, echoing basement corridors outside the secure area. They walked past a large green dumpster overflowing with back issues of the museum's magazine. Outside Smithback's office, a large bulletin board was plastered with a variety of irate letters from subscribers, for the amusement of the magazine staff. Once before, hot on the trail of an issue of Science long overdue from the periodical library, Margo had penetrated Smithback's messy lair. It was as she remembered it. His desk a riot of photocopied articles, half-finished letters, Chinese take-out menus, and numerous books and journals the museum's libraries were no doubt very eager to find. "Have a seat," Smithback said, pushing a 2-foot stack of paper brusquely off a chair. He closed the door, then walked around his desk to an ancient bentwood rocker. Paper crackled beneath his feet. "Okay," he said in a low tone. "Now you're sure the journal wasn't there?" "I told you the only crate I had a chance to look at was the one Whittlesey packed himself. But it wouldn't have been in the others." Smithback examined the letter again. "Who's this Montague the thing's addressed to?" he asked. "Don't know," Margo replied. "How about Jorgensen?" "Haven't heard of him either." Smithback pulled down the museum's telephone listing from a shelf. "No Montague here," he murmured, flipping pages. "Of course, that might be a first name for all we know. Aha! Here's Jorgensen. Botany. Says he's retired. How come he still has an office?" "Not unusual in this place," Margo replied. "Independently wealthy people with little else to fill up their time. Where's his office?" "Section 41, 4th floor," Smithback said, closing the book and dropping it on his desk. "Near the herbarium." He stood up. "Let's go." "Wait a minute, Smithback. It's almost 4 o'clock. I should call Frock and let him know what—" "Later," Smithback said, making for the door. "Come on, Lotus Blossom. My journalist's nose hasn't picked up a decent scent all day." Jorgensen's office was a small, windowless laboratory with a high ceiling. It held none of the plants or floral specimens Margo expected to see in a botanist's lab. In fact, the room was empty, except for a large workbench, a chair, and a coat rack. A drawer of the workbench was open, exposing a variety of worn tools. Jorgensen was bending over the workbench, fiddling with a small motor. "Dr. Jorgensen?" Smithback asked. The old man turned and gazed at Smithback. He was almost completely bald, with bushy white eyebrows overhanging intense eyes the color of bleached denim. He was bony and stooped, but Margo thought he must be at least 6'4". "Yes?" he said in a quiet voice. Before Margo could stop him, Smithback handed Jorgensen the letter. The man began reading, then started visibly. Without taking his eyes from the letter, he reached around for the battered chair and carefully eased himself into it. "Where did you get this?" he demanded when he had finished. Margo and Smithback looked at each other. "It's genuine," Smithback said. Jorgensen stared at them. Then he handed the letter back to Smithback. "I don't know anything about this," he said. There was a silence. "It came from the crate Julian Whittlesey sent back from the Amazon expedition 7 years ago," Smithback prompted hopefully. Jorgensen continued to stare at them. After a few moments he returned to his motor. The two watched him tinker for a moment. "I'm sorry we interrupted your work," Margo said at last. "Perhaps this isn't a good time." "What work?" asked Jorgensen without turning around. "Whatever that is you're doing," Margo replied. Jorgensen suddenly barked out a laugh. "This," he said, turning to face him again, "this isn't work. This is just a broken vacuum cleaner. Since my wife died, I've had to do the housework myself.
Darn thing blew up on me the other day. I only brought it in here because this is where all my tools are. I don't have much work to do anymore."
"About that letter, sir," Margo pressed. Jorgensen shifted in the creaky chair and leaned back, looking at the ceiling.
"I hadn't known it existed. The double arrow motif served as the Whittlesey family crest, and that's Whittlesey's handwriting all right. It brings back memories."
"What kind?" asked Smithback eagerly. Jorgensen looked over at him, his brows contracting with irritation.
"Nothing that's any of your business," he said tartly. "Or at least, Maxwell was the consummate bureaucrat. He was determined to make Whittlesey play by the rules. Well, when you get out there in the jungle 200 miles from any kind of government, what rules?" he cackled. "I doubt if anybody knows exactly what did happen out there. I got the story from Montague, and he pieced it together from Maxwell's telegrams, not exactly an unbiased source." "Montague?" Smithback interrupted. "In any case," Jorgensen continued, ignoring Smithback, "it appears Maxwell stumbled upon some unbelievable botany. Around the base of the Tupui, 99% of the plant species were absolutely new to science. They found strange, primitive ferns and monocotyledons that looked like throwbacks to the Mesozoic era. Even though Maxwell was a physical anthropologist, he went crazy over the strange vegetation. They filled up crate after crate with odd specimens. That was when Maxwell found those seed pods." "How important were they?" "They were from a living fossil, not unlike the discovery of the coelacanth in the 1930s. A species from an entire phylum they thought had become extinct in the Carboniferous. An entire phylum."
"Did these seed pods look like eggs?"
asked Margo. "I couldn't say, but Montague got a look at them, and he told me they were hard as hell. They need to be buried deep in the highly acidic soil of a rainforest in order to germinate. I imagine they're still in those crates."
"Dr. Frock thought they were eggs."
"Frock should stick to paleontology. He's a brilliant man, but erratic. At any rate, Maxwell and Whittlesey had a falling out. Not unexpected. Maxwell couldn't care less about botany, but he knew a rarity when he saw one. He wanted to get back to the museum with his seed pods. He learned that Whittlesey intended to scale the Tupui and look for the Cathoga, and it alarmed him. He was afraid the crates would be seized at dockside, and he wouldn't get his precious pods out. They split up. Whittlesey went on deeper into the jungle, up the Tupui, and was never seen again. When Maxwell reached the coast with the rest of the expedition, he sent back a stream of telegrams to the museum, lambasting Whittlesey and telling his side of the story. Then he and the rest were killed in that plane crash. Luckily, arrangements had been made to ship the crate separately, or maybe it wasn't so lucky. Took the museum a year to untangle the red tape, get the crates back to New York. Nobody seemed in a big hurry to do it." He rolled his eyes in disgust.
"You mentioned somebody named Montague," Margo asked quietly.
"Montague," Jorgensen said, his eyes looking past Margo. "He was a young Ph.D. candidate at the museum, anthropology, Whittlesey's protégé. Needless to say, that didn't exactly put him in the museum's good graces after Maxwell's telegrams arrived. None of us who'd been friendly with Whittlesey were ever really trusted after that."
"What happened to Montague?"
Jorgensen hesitated. "I don't know," he replied finally. "He just disappeared one day, never came back."
"And the crates?" Margo pressed.
"Montague had been terribly anxious to see those crates, especially Whittlesey's. But as I said, he was out of favor and had been taken off the project. In point of fact, there was no project anymore. The whole expedition had been such a disaster that the top brass just wanted to forget anything had happened. When the crates finally arrived, they sat unopened. Most of the documentation and provenance had burned up in the crash. Supposedly there was a journal of Whittlesey's, but I never saw it. In any case, Montague complained and pleaded, and in the end they gave him the job of doing the initial curating, and then he just up and left." "What do you mean, left?" Smithback asked. Jorgensen looked at him, as if deciding whether or not to answer the question. "He simply walked out of the museum and never came back. I understand his apartment and all his clothes were abandoned. His family instituted a search and found nothing. But he was a rather strange character.
Most people assumed he'd gone off to Nepal or Thailand to find himself. But there were rumors, Smithback said. It was a statement, not a question. Jorgensen laughed. Of course there were rumors. Aren't there always? Rumors that he embezzled money, rumors that he ran off with a gangster's wife, rumors that he'd been murdered and dumped in the East River. But he was such a non-entity in the museum that most people forgot about him in a few weeks. Rumors that the museum beast got him? Smithback asked. Jorgensen's smile faded. Not exactly. But it caused all the rumors of the curse to resurface. Now everyone, they said, who had come in contact with the crates had died. Some of the guards and cafeteria employees, you know those types, said Whittlesey had robbed a temple, but there was something in the crate, a relic with a terrible curse on it. They said the curse followed the relic all the way back to the museum. Didn't you want to study the plants that Maxwell sent back? Smithback asked. I mean, you're a botanist, aren't you? Young man, you know nothing of science. There is no such thing as a botanist, per se. I have no interest in the paleobotany of angiosperms. That whole thing was way out of my field. My specialty is the coevolution of plants and viruses. Or was, he said with a certain irony. But Whittlesey wanted you to take a look at the plants he sent back as packing material, Smithback continued. I have no idea why, Jorgensen said. This is the first I've heard of it. I never saw this letter before. With a certain reluctance, he handed it back to Margo. I'd say it's a fake, except for the handwriting and the motif. There was a silence. You haven't said what you thought about Montague's disappearance, Margo said at last. Jorgensen rubbed the bridge of his nose and looked at the floor. It frightened me. Why? There was a long silence. I am not sure, he finally said. Montague once had a financial emergency and had to borrow money from me. He was very conscientious and went through great difficulties paying it back. It didn't seem in character for him to just disappear like that. The last time I saw him, he was about to do an inventory of the crates. He was very excited about it. He looked up at Margo. I'm not a superstitious man. I'm a scientist. Like I said, I don't believe in curses and that sort of thing. His voice trailed off. But, Smithback prodded. The old man shot a glance at Smithback. Very well, he glowered. Then he leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. I told you that Julian Whittlesey was my friend, he said. Before he left, Whittlesey had collected all the stories he could find about the Cathoga tribe, mostly from lowland tribes living downstream, Yanomamo and the like. I remember him telling me one story the day before he left. The Cathoga, according to a Yanomamo informant, had made a deal with a being called Zelashki. This was a creature like our Mephistopheles, but even more extreme. All the evil and death in the world emanated from this thing, which slithered around on the peak of the Tepui, or so the legend went. Anyway, according to their arrangement, the Cathoga would get the Zelashki's child for a servant, in return for killing and eating all of their own children, and vowing forevermore to worship him and only him. When the Cathoga had finished their grisly task, the Zelashki sent his child to them. But the beast proceeded to run rampant through the tribe, murdering and eating people. When the Cathoga complained, the Zelashki laughed and said, What did you expect? I am evil. Finally, using magic or herbal spells or some such thing, the tribe managed to control the beast. It couldn't be killed, you see. So the Zelashki child remained under the control of the Cathoga, and they used it to do their own malignant bidding. But using it was always a dangerous proposition. The legend says that the Cathoga have been looking for a way to get rid of it ever since. Jorgensen looked down at the disassembled motor. That was the story Whittlesey told me. When I heard about the plane crash, the death of Whittlesey, the disappearance of Montague, well, I couldn't help but think the Cathoga had finally managed to get rid of Zelashki's child. Picking up a piece of the machine, the old botanist turned it over in his hands with a distant expression.
Whittle she told me the name of the Zalashki's child was Mbun, he who walks on all fours. And he dropped the piece with a clank and grinned. 33. As closing drew near, the visitors began to trickle out toward the museum exits. The museum shop, located directly inside the south entrance,